Okay, everybody, good morning. We are going to get started now. Councillor Dominato. Okay, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities for Wednesday, September 17th, 2025. This meeting is being held in person and by electronic means. And I'll just ask those in the chamber if you don't mind moving to the lobby. And we'll get started here. So as I mentioned, this meeting is being held in person by electronic means, and council members and the public may participate via either method. Any members joining electronically are reminded to enable their video to confirm quorum. The meeting is being live streamed on the city's website and YouTube, and meeting progress will be updated regularly on X, at Van City Clerk. I'd like to acknowledge that we are on the unceded homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. We thank them for having cared for this land, and we look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I also recognize the immense contributions of the City of Vancouver's team members who work hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Councillor Meisner in the chair. Mayor Sim. Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Dominato. Councillor Bly is on a leave of absence for civic business all day. Councillor Fry. Councillor Montague.
Present.
Councillor Klassen. Councillor Klassen. Councillor Joe. Councillor Orr. Councillor Maloney. And Councillor Kirby-Young is here. You have quorum, Chair Meisner.
Thank you. So the plan for today is to break at noon for lunch, return at 1 p.m. to continue to deal with the remainder of the agenda, and if needed, recess at 5 p.m. for a dinner break and reconvene at 6 p.m. to complete the agenda. So the committee will now consider matters adopted on consent. We have reports 1 to 6 and 8 on the consent agenda for the committee's consideration. And we are going to hold reports 7 and 9 to hear from speakers. So the committee may adopt the recommendations for reports 1 to 6 and 8 on consent. Does any member wish to hold any of those items or questions? Okay, moved consent agenda by Councillor Kirby-Young. I need a seconder. Seconded by Councillor Dominato. Okay, all those in favor say aye. Oh, sorry. I see we're having a bit of a technical issue here because it's showing Councillor 9 and 10, and I'm not sure who that is. I think we might have to sort that out first. Should we take a few minute break? Okay, we're just going to take a recess for a few minutes while we sort out who Councillor 9 and 10 are. Okay, everybody, sorry about that, but we've cleared up the technical issue. And Councillor Kirby-Young, I understand you're on the queue.
Yeah, I'm going to move to withdraw the motion to move consent, because I understand some of the councillors didn't get on the queue before we did that. And
Yep.
so I think that's the simplest way to move forward. So moving to withdraw the consent
Okay,
motion.
seconded by Councillor Joe. Okay, all in favor say aye. Any opposed say nay. Okay, so that's been withdrawn. And we will clear the queue. Clerk, is that correct procedure? Okay, thank you. Okay, so let's pick up where we left off. So the committee will now consider matters adopted on consent. We have reports 1 to 6 and 8 on the consent agenda for the committee's consideration. And we'll hold reports 7 and 9 to hear from speakers. So the committee may adopt the recommendations for reports 1 to 6 and 8 on consent. Does any member wish to hold any of these items for debate or questions to team members? And I see Councillor Orr on the queue. Go ahead, Councillor Orr.
Hi, yeah, report number 2, please.
Okay, Councillor Maloney.
Report number 8, please.
Okay. Report number 8. Okay, so before we consider the consent agenda, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to disclose it. Does anyone have a conflict to disclose? Okay, not seeing any. So we have reports 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And we're going to hold report 8. So 1, 3, apologies, one sec here. Reports 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6 on the agenda for consent approval. So would someone like to move adoption of the recommendations? Okay, yeah, I had to read the previous part, Councillor Kirby-Young. So Councillor Kirby-Young, seconded by Councillor Klassen. Okay, all those in favor say yay. Any opposed say nay. Okay, so that motion carries unanimously. So the following have been approved on consent. Report 1, 2026, property tax exemption for seniors housing. Report 3, grant to BC Housing for support of continuation of temporary shelter at 15 to 27 West Hastings, the Bud Osborne Shelter. Report 4, contract award for supply of landfill services. Report 5, contract award for asphalt, concrete, soils, and rock crushing services. And that's it. Okay, so we'll now move to the reports that have been held. The first one is report. Oh no, we've actually adopted that one on consent. One moment here, please. We're going to move to report 2, 58 Alexander Street, removal of property from single room accommodation, SRA bylaw designation.
Chair,
Yes.
just a quick point of procedure. Did you? I heard you mention up to report 5. Did you also mention report 6 was adopted on consent?
Oh, sorry, I think I missed that one.
Yeah. Thank you.
Clerk, do I just need to state that? Oh, I did? But I didn't say the title of it, I think. Is that okay? Okay. I'll just state it just for the record. I missed the title of Report 6, but it was adopted on consent. That's proposed amendment to subdivision bylaw number 5208, reclassification of 1140 West 54th Avenue and 1140 West 55th Avenue. Okay. Sorry, it's my first time chairing since the summer break, so please be patient. So we are now going to move to report 2, as I mentioned. That's 58 Alexander Street, removal of property from single room accommodation, SRA bylaw designation. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. So does anyone have a conflict to disclose? Okay, not seeing any. So this item does not have a team member presentation, and Councillor Orr, you held this item, and you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions of our team members.
Thanks so much. Yeah, first of all, I think I want to ask, was there any discussion of maybe transferring this to a land trust of any type to keep this sort of within the community?
Ryan Bigelow, Managing Director in Non-Market Housing Development. The use of this asset and from a real estate perspective is part of a discussion that was held in camera and its uses and both now and in the future. So it's something that is part of in-camera proceedings. So, yeah.
I imagine that. I saw the reasons, and I'm glad that I just want to say I'm glad that these units have been replaced at 177 Pender with wraparound supports. It's great. I'm just this seems like a good asset to sort of keep. There's one of the things that is said is that the lot is quite narrow, like in terms of redeveloping it, and the building is would have to be torn down. But there is a lot that's 25 feet, quite nearby at 545 East Cordova, and that social units as well. Was that brought up in the discussions of what this future of this site?
Yeah, a typical lot like that would require significant capital to redevelop. In the case with 545, we had an opportunity. Actually, that was a city-funded, city-granted project. We had funding available and secured to move that forward. But in a typical arrangement, no. Even a nonprofit, if they were coming forward, would need a lot of capital to make this happen. If the city were to divest its interest in this property down the road, right, a landowner maybe that could assemble multiple sites to make a more cost-effective development out of it.
Okay. And what is the assessed value of the property?
I don't have that on hand. I'd have to get back to you. I'm sorry.
Okay, great. Those are all my questions.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Orr. Councillor Maloney.
Was there any discussion about converting this site to any kind of a day shelter or community facility, or allowing it to remain as accommodation? Because we've got thousands of people who are homeless, and I understand that this is not optimal accommodation, and that I absolutely agree with the policy of building dignified, modern housing that's for people to move into. But while there are people on the streets, and this is city-owned land, what options were explored to keep using it to keep homeless people indoors?
Some of the options we considered was redevelopment of the site, major renovation of the site. Given its poor condition, its tight lot size, right, heritage concerns, it would be significant investment to realize some sort of additional use or replenishing it as housing. So converting it to self-contained housing would reduce the amount of units from, I think, 30 to about 15. As well, instead of redeveloping on-site, it's more cost-effective for us to replace off-site. And so you see a reference to 177 West Pender in the report. There, we're delivering 76 self-contained homes through that development that in this case is meant to replace those 30 units at Alexander Residences. So there's no net loss in housing as a result.
Will the funds from divestment be hypothecated back into housing for
Yeah, so this site is currently in the Vancouver Affordable Housing Endowment Fund.
all right?
So those resources, if divested, would go back into furthering our housing objectives. Yeah.
Oh, that's really reassuring. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, not seeing any more questions. Would someone like to move a motion? Okay, Councillor Dominato, seconded by Councillor Orr. Committee members, is there any discussion? Okay, I'm not seeing any, so I'm now going to call the vote. Clerk, if you could please take us to the voting screen. And committee members, if you could please register your vote on the voting panel. Okay, that passes unanimously. Okay, we'll now move to report number 7. Okay, report 7, contract award for operator, lease for the VanDusen Botanical Garden Restaurant. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict to disclose? Okay, I'm not seeing any responses. So this item doesn't have a team member presentation, and committee members, you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions of team members. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks. Obviously, a lot of interest in this item. I guess what I'm curious is if staff can quickly and succinctly recap what the vision was and what they mean. I think there's some conversation around a destination restaurant, and recognizing, and was there consideration given to this site is more in adjacent to a garden, but more in a residential neighborhood. It's quite different than some of the other signature locations that we have that have views or in, beautiful views in the parks or are, views of the water. So what's the impetus for change? And I'd love short answers because I've got a few questions.
My name is John Brody, Director of Business Services with Parks and Recreation. So the goal of the RFP was to secure a long-term lease and transform the restaurant into, like you said, a destination-style venue with elevated dining and events. The goal was to really just provide a better guest experience for guests to VanDusen and the restaurant there. So there was a thought that we could probably make some improvements, and so that was where we're going. I would, agree somewhat with your idea about the destination, and that's not the same as something downtown, but I also am proud of that VanDusen is an excellent destination and draws lots of people.
It is beautiful. How do you define a better guest experience? I guess were things like customer satisfaction and reviews included? I know that this has been an operator for 41 years. It's a legacy family business. Their ratings on TripAdvisor and some of the other rating systems are really positive. So when you said a better destination experience, that's probably the best testament is what people are saying about the restaurant. Was that incorporated into the assessment?
Ratings from the restaurant on a variety of platforms were not included. So what was asked for was a design concept of what a restaurant would look for or would be. We were seeking some renovation to the restaurant. It's a building that's older. And so that was one of the goals, is to provide some investment on the renovation side. And so they provided different aspects of what that would look like, as well as what the menu would be.
All right, so no. So my other question is, was there any consideration and value placed on affordability given the economic challenges that we're having? I know that Truffles Cafe runs the cafe and they do catering and other services. They have an affiliation, I understand, with Laboratoire. It's a bit different running a cafe service than running a restaurant, but they're very different products. I look at the menus, for example, for VanDusen. You can enjoy an all-day menu with a pot pie at $26 or a pasta at $26, but you're looking at more than $30 for an appetizer at Laboratoire's menu, north of $60 if you're having a steak for dinner. So this presumably be a substantial shift in who could afford to go there. Was there consideration given to that?
Yeah, pricing was a consideration, the menu and pricing. So affordability particular wasn't one of the items evaluated, but pricing overall in the menu was.
Okay, so given that the prices are almost often double on a lot of the menu items, how does that factor in? Can you expand on that? Because what you're recommending would be a more expensive experience for people, correct?
I don't have the menu pricing in front of me right now. That was included in the proposal, but it would, we did evaluate both the menus. Pricing was one component of an overall proposal.
Okay, that's my time. Thank you.
Actually, Councillor Kirby-Young, we started your timer late, so you actually have another minute and 30 seconds.
I thought that was fast. I guess I want to go back to sort of the notion between the balance on what it's doing in terms of a restaurant and the sort of the special events business. Can you speak to what the priority is around that? Because I understand that this is a legacy business. It's passing from one generation to the next, and they have really substantially upped, and I'm told by the proponents tripled their special event and wedding business, which is obviously takes advantage of the garden's location. So can you speak to that?
Yeah, we recognize that that's a great place to have events due to the location and the beautiful surroundings. So the RFP asked for both a dining experience and special events. So we wanted to make sure that that was an opportunity that for both. No argument that they've done a good job on the event side. So.
Okay, and this decision, because it's more than a 10-year lease, does require an affirmation of council. So there's no final decision made, essentially, unless council decides to adopt or not. this recommendation correct this morning. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's staff's duty to provide a recommendation based on evaluation, and then council's responsibility to approve or not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, a couple of questions. Obviously, there's been an enormous interest in the Shaughnessy restaurant. We've had, I think there's over 5,000 petitioners, and we've received a lot of correspondence. You spoke to the vision of why this came forward this way, but could you speak a little bit more to the process itself? So you're dealing with a longstanding incumbent owner-operator. The decision was to go to an RFP versus a notice of intent. And so could you speak to that in terms of how we deal with sort of longstanding owner-operators and the procurement side and how that works?
I will defer to a colleague to speak to that question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alexander Ralph, Chief Procurement Officer. So we proceeded to be able to do an RFP and a public competition for this process. This for several reasons. It's always just recommended to be able to test the market every once in a while and understand what options are out there. But second as well, because we're obligated as a public entity to be able to follow trade agreements, and specifically the trade agreements just ask us to be able to issue a public competition and allow vendors to put forward proposals.
Okay, thank you. Just in that vein, you mentioned that in some cases it's to test the market. There's obviously legal requirements around procurement. And it was sort of marketed as potentially a destination restaurant. Were you surprised that there was only 2 proponents in this case?
Yeah, at the end, we we normally do not know how many proponents are actually going to be responding, but normally the responses are based on the objectives of the actual procurement. So for each procurement, we design that procurement on a case-by-case basis to be able to make sure that we have very clear objectives, and that's how we set up the evaluation criteria, and we tell the market, this is what we're looking for, this is how we're going to be evaluating on, and then the procurement process ensures that we follow through.
Okay, thank you. And then, given I'm curious about it. This is coming to council to ratify as a contract award. If council didn't want to support this, what would next steps look like? Could you just describe that for us?
Yes, thank you, Councillor. So council has the ultimate just authority to be able to approve or not a staff recommendation. What would happen in the case that council did not decide to just go with a staff recommendation, we would typically cancel the procurement process. We're currently in an active procurement process, and then revisit some of those objectives and go back to the market. As well, the recommendation that we're putting forward today is to be able to enter into negotiations with the lead proponent as an outcome of the evaluation. There might be the case that we are not able to actually sign a contract, and therefore there might be the possibility to be able to actually go with a runner-up or with the other proponents as part of the active procurement.
Okay, and thank you for that. And just one more question, a bit technical in nature, is then if that was indeed the consideration of council, would you need direction from council you obviously would cancel the RFP, but direction for a notice of intent around awarding to another proponent? What's the mechanics there?
Yeah, so the mechanics that are available through the procurement policy are either to do another RFP or a public competition, or to be able to issue a notice of intent to contract. In that case, we would have to let the market comment on that notice of intent, and then based on that information, make the decision whether we go back to an RFP or award the contract. And obviously, this would be based on the value of this contract coming back to council for that approval recommendation.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's all my questions, Chair.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Montague.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. VanDusen Gardens is the jurisdiction and responsibility of the park board, correct?
That's correct.
Vendors, everything within VanDusen Gardens is the responsibility of the park board?
Unless it surpasses certain thresholds on contract term or amount, as we're dealing with today.
So the threshold is the fact that it's a 15-year lease, or it's over a 10-year lease, is why it's coming to city council.
Correct.
But if we were to push this through, any decisions thereafter regarding this operator or the restaurant or anything within VanDusen Gardens is under the jurisdiction of the park board again, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I guess my question is, what's the rationale behind having this come to city council, other than the fact that it's a 50, like I said, if this was a 10-year lease, it wouldn't be coming here at all. But it's a 15-year lease, so it's coming to city council. But once this decision is made, city council has absolutely no jurisdiction over this. I guess I'm confused as to why we step in on this one item and then have zero control over what happens afterwards. It just makes no sense to me that we have two elected bodies making a decision, but this elected body is responsible for such a small piece, but has the ultimate decision to crush or pass. So I guess my decision is why.
Councillor Sandra Singh, Deputy City Manager, I'll go ahead and take this one. It's the construct of City Council's procurement policy that identifies the delegated spending authorities and contract authorities for staff across various departments. And so it's the procurement policy that determines what level of procurement comes to council, and the council does have has the authority to set that policy. And
so, are you saying we trust the park board to deal with everything, but only up to a certain threshold?
It's the similar thresholds for all of city departments, so it's not particular to the parks.
Okay. All right, Chair, I don't have any more questions, but since I have some time left, I think what I'll do is I'll just provide a couple of comments. And
we are in questions, Councillor Montague, so you'll have to wait to do that.
Okay, come back on.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So I have some question to our Chief Procurement Officer. So based on your experience for all this procurement report coming to Council, have we ever reject any procurement report from Council based on your experience?
Yes, and from my recollection, we have not. Every recommendation that's put forward to council related to a contract award has been approved by council.
Okay, so if we do not pass this report today, what are the reputational risks for our city?
Yes, so obviously every procurement process that we do, as I mentioned, we set up the objectives and we tell the market, this is what we're going to do, this is how we're going to be evaluating you, and this is the process that we're going to follow. If we deviate from that process, obviously that generates a reputational risk. We use the procurement process for all of our contracts to be able to make sure that we have a structured process and that we follow a very similar, open, transparent, and just provide the opportunity for all of the vendors in a fair basis to be able to put a proposal forward. And then in a similar way, we evaluate based on that criteria that we've set out on the RFP and make a recommendation to council.
So would that make the business lost the confidence for future procurement contract?
That would be correct. At the end, if the city starts just not doing what we said on the RFPs, that can generate reputational risk, not only for this procurement, but as well for other procurements that we do.
Okay, so again, if we do not pass this report today, because of the risks, what is our mitigation strategy to solve this risk? Solve this or give more confidence to the public?
At the end, the recommendation that we're putting forward is based on a very thorough and a regular process of evaluating proposals. This is a business decision that we're putting forward to council, and therefore, there's a big reputational risk, as I've mentioned, if council decides not to actually follow the recommendation from staff.
Okay, so what is our mitigation strategy if we do not pass this report?
Yes, so what we would have to do is obviously justify the reason why we just did not approve the recommendation. We would obviously offer a debrief to all of the proponents if we decided to collapse the current procurement process. And we would make sure that we were very clear in terms of what are the next steps to be able to mitigate some of that reputational risk.
So we're going to work with our communication department, send out very clear message communication to the vendors and also to the community as well, right?
And not only working with our communication department, but obviously with the park board, which are the just administrators of the asset, and as well just with subject matter expertise from our legal department and our supply chain department.
Okay, and if we restart this RFP process, is there any possibility we can speed up the process so we can shorten the time frame for the next round of the RFP?
So we would have to provide sufficient time to be able for any proponent, if they're interested, to be able to submit a proposal. Our trade agreements obligate us to be able to at least post for 21 days and keep it open in the market, and then just receive the proposals and evaluate them. So our typical process would be 2 to 3 months to be able to do that evaluation.
2 to 3 months, okay. Well, my last question is, if we pass this report today, given this restaurant is well-liked by the community, been there 40+ years, and the residents love these restaurants, what is our strategy to talking to the residents to make sure they understand the rationale behind if we pass this report today?
Yes, so the rationale is based, as I mentioned, on a business decision, and that information is available. We typically would post the just bid committee report once that it's actually have been signed, or the next contract would have been signed. And all of that information as well is available to the public through our regular Freedom of Information request process. So we would be able to communicate what happened, the evaluation criteria that we used, and the rationale for scoring and evaluating each one of these proponents in this case.
Okay, thank you. That's my time. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Joe. Councillor Orr.
Yeah, you mentioned scoring and evaluating. Can you just sort of go over the weighting of the scoring? Like, what were the considerations in the scoring there?
Yes, so typically we would normally score on technical aspects, and that would include, for example, experience, making sure that just the proponents have done the work and understand the scope of work, and have for example, the personnel and the operational know-how to be able to actually meet the requirements of the RFP. Then we would have financial implications. So we would evaluate as well the financial proposals of each one of those responses. And as well, we always have, as part of our procurement process, sustainability aspects. So we make sure that the vendors that we're dealing with and our partners are aligned with some of the city values, and as well are working with organizations, communities, and making sure that either they add social value or environmental value as well as part of our procurements.
And they're all weighted the same or differently?
So in this case, the technical aspects, I believe there were 60% of the evaluation, 30%, I believe 30% on the, we evaluate each one of the different proposals based on the actual merit of the proposal. But historically, normally an incumbent would be very good on the technical side because they have done the work, they understand the business, they know the location, so therefore they would score higher on the technical aspects.
Sorry, did you say trade agreements?
Trade agreements, yes.
Like NAFTA or like free trade?
So specifically the Canadian Free Trade Agreement within the different provinces within Canada.
So is it to sort of kind of open it up to like other markets, like Internationally, that's sort of by law, we have.
That is correct. So Canada as well has international trade agreements, for example, the European Trade Agreement. And if there was a company, for example, in Europe that wanted to actually submit a proposal, we're obligated to be able to evaluate that proposal and give them exactly the same consideration as anybody from Canada or from Vancouver.
Fascinating. Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Orr. Councillor Maloney.
Thank you. I led a team of people responsible for procurement of high-end goods and services for a bauxite mine and a alumina refinery in Western Australia. And to avoid litigation from vendors that participated in our tender processes, we were scrupulously fair and transparent about meeting expectations and commitments we created in our tender processes, including being scrupulous about setting out when tenders were due by, where they were deposited by, who gets to look at them, who we talk to. How comfortable are you that we are going to avoid litigation if we don't vote in consistent with the staff recommendation?
Thank you, Councillor, for your question. So in this case, we followed the same process that we follow for every procurement. And as you mentioned, we have a very strict and rigorous process that we follow to make sure that information is communicated to all of the different proponents with specific timeframes in terms of when the proposals are due, how can they ask questions, who can they actually contact to be able to ask questions, and as well to try to give them some indication in terms of the actual timelines of the schedule of the actual competition. In this case, we followed our same process, and I'm confident that we're able to stand by the procurement process.
But if we vote not to take your recommendation to award the contract to the winning bidder, what are we opening ourselves up to?
So obviously, any proponent can actually issue legal action against the city if they would not, and that would have to be done under the regulations of the trade agreements. So there's tribunals that would make a judgment in terms of if we followed an open, fair, and transparent process and we followed our trade agreement obligations.
So would it help you it sounds as though the way we need to change this situation to avoid it in future is to give better guidance about what we value. Would you say? So whether we're prioritising in all instances the bottom line, or we put in our tender process that we value the preservation of heritage businesses or independent businesses as one of our criteria that we weigh in on when we're constructing our tender process.
Yes, so this is where I mentioned that on a case-by-case basis, we design each procurement, and when we determine which is the evaluation criteria and the weighting that we're going to give to each one of those different objectives of the procurement. In this case, this was clearly communicated as part of the RFP, and this is the way we follow through to be able to evaluate those proposals that came in.
And if council doesn't vote in favour of the staff recommendation, what steps do you think you would need to take to restore business confidence that the time and energy that they put into open tender processes isn't wasted in future?
Yes, so as I've mentioned, that's the reason as well why recommendations that have come to council have not actually all have been approved, because at this point of the procurement, we have already invested a lot of time. And when I say we, it's not only the city, it's as well the vendors and the community, because it is expensive, and a lot of time is invested to be able to respond to some of these public competitions as well. So therefore, as well, we are obviously in favor of making sure that we follow our process for this procurement process, but as well, we want to make sure that for future procurements, this decision does not jeopardize our regular procurement process.
And how invested do you think the winning bidder is to carrying out? Do you think it's possible to enter negotiations with them about
Yes.
things up so that we can.
So the evaluation team that's representing the park board and the city has done the evaluation and therefore have recommended that we pursue a contract with the lead proponent because they believe as part of the evaluation process that this organization is able to materialize what they have proposed.
Thanks, I'm out of time.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Maloney. Councillor Kirby-Young, you did go already, so
I
we'll
have
have
a-
to go to.
I have a point of procedure. If I
You
might.
did speak already. Oh, point of procedure, sorry. Okay, please go ahead.
Yeah, my point of procedure, just for clarity, just to, so the clerks can get ready, and I suspect there's going to be a lot of procedural questions, is that if, and I'm just looking for clarification, if the recommendations are not moved by anybody, then they essentially, it goes back to park board. I'm just looking for clarity on process.
Clerks will need to look into that.
Thank you. I'll come.
Okay.
Happy to get that later.
Okay, thank you. I'll add you back to the list, Councillor Kirby-Young. Did you have more questions?
Oh, I'm good. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fry.
Thanks. And thanks for joining us today with this. You've evoked the phrase a lot, testing the market. And so when we hear from the market and the industry, the restaurant industry, they're often talking about the dire times for the restaurant industry, inflationary pressures, consumers are spending less, wage costs, economic headwinds and food costs are all up. And so my understanding is that national trends indicate that about 60% of all new restaurants fail within the first year and 80% fail within the first 5 years. Is that, so I'm curious, when we're bringing a new untested restaurant into a pretty unique park-based environment, did that risk profile factor into the RFP assessment that we're really kind of rolling the dice with a whole new thing and taking out an established vendor to replace it with an untested?
Thank you for the question. I think, in this case, we have two well-known and established companies that provided responses. And so we were confident on the evaluation committee, the staff was confident on the evaluation committee that, the lead proponent would be able to fulfill their duties. Sometimes it's a hard choice to make. You want an easy choice when you're evaluating. In this case, we had two great proponents, and so the evaluation committee is forced to pick one. And in this case, that's what we did.
Sure, but in the scoring, in the RFP kind of scoring matrix, did that risk factor in? It is a kind of a roll in the dice. I'm, not to evoke a cliche because we're talking about VanDusen Gardens, but a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. Sorry, but did that risk factor come into play in the RFP scoring, recognizing it is the recommended proponent has a restaurant in Gastown, which is very different from VanDusen Park?
Yeah, thanks for the question. So financial viability was part of the evaluation criteria, and also, the proponent that's being recommended also has an establishment in VanDusen. So we're familiar that they know the site quite well, and like both proponents, and so we're confident that they can succeed in what they were proposing to do.
But to the risk idea of new restaurants failing and they don't always succeed even with the best of intentions and the best of management, as we know, that doesn't factor in as a scoring thing, that there is a risk inherent to a new concept. Is that?
Yeah, I think it generally does, and we look at the track record and establish, that's part of the evaluation profile of the companies that are submitting. What's their record, and both proponents in this case presented strong records.
Okay, so the recommendation always also says that the lease is expected to generate incremental revenue. Is that because the current operator is not generating incremental revenue? And how do we guarantee that incremental revenue increases at, say, in the event that the new proponent is not successful in establishing a successful restaurant?
Yeah, it's always difficult to forecast the future. If I knew how to do that, I probably wouldn't be here. So we take pro formas that are submitted as part of that. So financial forecast is one criteria. In this case, they were very even, slight edge to one of the proponents. So we can't predict how things are going. Like you mentioned, there's lots of macroeconomic issues at hand here with food prices and tariffs, et cetera. And so we take what they provide and test that against what we think is feasible.
So is there, given that that is one of the rationales, though, this incremental revenue increase, is there a guarantee?
There is as part of the RFP, there was a minimum rent clause that was sought. And so that was one of the pieces that was a guarantee of sorts. Is it really a basement of a minimum rent that would take place?
Okay, but no revenue share or anything like that. It's not.
In addition to a revenue share. So it would be the greater number of either the minimum rent or the revenue share.
Now, in the event that they are not able to meet that, what happens?
That would be something that would be not complying with the lease, and we'd have to take next steps on how to deal with that. I would maybe talk to my colleague.
I mean, is there a legal liability incorporated in that? So if they're unable to meet that threshold, do we have a claim against them?
Yeah, thank you. So yes, so in this case, they would be signing a contract and there would be a breach of contract, and the city would be able to just pursue legal action.
We are at time. Apologies.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, and appreciate the flexibility to join remotely here. I just wanted to follow up on a few questions, and one is related to process. A question that I have is, if this does not pass, now whether or not the recommendations are moved or not, appreciate that question from Councillor Kirby-Young, but regardless of how it does not pass, given there were only two proponents, can staff recommend the lease go to Shaughnessy Restaurant without going back to an RFP process?
Thank you, Councillor, for your question. So in this case, we are in an active procurement, and therefore the recommendation is to go forward and try to negotiate with the lead proponent and strike a contract with them. In the case that does not happen, then I've mentioned that the next step would be to be able to maybe consider other proponents, in this case, the runner-up, and we can do that through this public procurement process as well. But obviously, that has some reputational risk because we would have to justify why we would be awarding to the second runner-up if the evaluation turned out to be in favor of the lead proponent that we're currently recommending. The other option would be to cancel and collapse this procurement and make the decision whether to go back again into the market. And in that case, we would provide an opportunity to anybody, including the incumbent, to be able to submit another proposal. Or, as I've mentioned, the procurement policy allows us as well to be able to do notices of intent to contract and allow the market to comment and see if they have any reservation of us awarding to somebody outside of being the lead proponent.
Okay, great. So the last one, I think, was really the answer to the question, which is to say that you can bring forward a notice of intent to contract and then offer a chance for the public to comment. We can hear those comments. And I'll just note, we have heard overwhelming comments about when news has become public that Shaughnessy would not be offered a renewed lease after such a significant time period. There has been a lot of comment that the public is not satisfied with that recommendation. So it's good to know that it is possible. Has this got anything to do with the motion that was passed at Park Board around, I think it was called Think Big or something like that? The motion was brought forward, I think, by Commissioner Mary Claire Howard, if my memory serves me correctly, and the basic premise was to extract as much revenue possible out of commercial and properties within under Park Board jurisdiction.
And I'll let our colleagues from Park Board answer that question.
Thanks for that question, Steve Jackson, General Manager of the Vancouver Board of Parks and Recreation. So certainly in all of the work we do follow our strategy and policy documents as passed by our board. One of them, of course, is the Think Big revenue strategy. And so that is a foundational piece that we use in all decision-making. I would say in this case, again, the RFP evaluation and the criteria and the scoring done by that evaluation team was the primary driver in what drove this recommendation.
Okay. There's been lots of mention around these trade agreements in 2017. I think we're all becoming instant experts on trade agreements given the current situations we're facing with our neighbors down south. Can I just request really just a memo about how trade agreements guide procurement? Because from what I can see, other than there being a monetary threshold, it's not clear to me how the existing trade agreements, be it CUSMA, CFTA, any of these Due West Partnership Trade Agreement really has a significant impact on City of Vancouver procurements, depending on the threshold. We just don't have enough information. So I just want to be careful we're not sort of throwing that out there without really being able to have the details as decision makers to weight that rationale against what's being proposed here. So my last question really is just around, are we concerned about reputational risk? We have many multi-decade tenants in our city that have family-grown businesses or community-serving organizations in city-owned spaces that aren't under park board jurisdiction. Is this really the time to create a precedent where small businesses feel they are further vulnerable to sort of larger corporations that can outbid them in an RFP that may pop up at any point in time, which is what has appeared to happen here? I'd like an answer to that. And that's my last question. Thanks.
Sorry, we are at time actually. But another councillor could pick up on that if they wish. Thanks, Councillor Bly. Councillor
I'm
Klassen.
happy to go back on the queue.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, staff, and appreciate the line of questions I'm hearing from my colleagues here. I think they're really been able to help us better understand this decision here. So one of the things that I took away is that that Shaughnessy was perceived to be not meeting expectations, and when I subsequently heard that it may have some alignment with the Think Big strategy, the idea that we would be generating more revenue from these assets. So I was wondering, typically when you have somebody who might be not meeting expectations, you might sit down with them and speak to them about evaluating their goals. Was there ever an effort to sit down with Shaughnessy, talk about expanding into more evening service, looking at different types of things that they might do to be able to generate more revenue? Was there ever that conversation, or was that just something that was simply tabled as part of the RFP process?
To my knowledge, I'm not sure any conversation about performance has been had with that group. And in terms of underperformance, I don't, they've been increasing some of their revenues as recently. So that's a relative term of how you gauge performance. And so again, the RFP was triggered by a few things. One, a compliance piece with trade agreements. Two, recognition that some investment in the space would be beneficial. And to do that, you probably need an extended term to have tenants invest a substantial amount of money. And three, to protect the taxpayer. If we can get financial improvements there, that's great. Again, that was not the biggest evaluation criteria. It was 30% of the overall score.
Okay. And again, on all of those items that you just listed, I don't hear that there was actually somebody who sat down with the operator and explained that these things were coming down the pike and needed to be addressed.
Yeah, actually, that conversation about coming to an RFP was held, I believe, in 2024. So they were aware that an RFP was coming. As was the rest of the market. The supply chain team reached out to 12 potential bidders. 2 responded. We had the good fortune of having 2 great respondents. It's also a bad fortune because here we are, it's a tough decision to make. And, the incumbent has, provided great memories for folks with events and great meals as well for a long time. So it's a very challenging decision to make, but we recommended the proponent that had the highest score.
Your procurement team also had another bid that was awarded at the Kitts Beach location. I think the decision was a very good one. In that case, there were 3 applicants. Did the existing operator decide that they no longer wanted to serve, or was there just a case of them also having the opportunity to bid?
Well, they certainly had the opportunity to bid and were reached out to see if they were interested. In that case, they did not provide a response.
Okay. So what triggered that decision to look for were the same reasons used for the Kits location as for the VanDusen?
Generally, yes. So it's coming to the end of the term. We wanted to make sure that we could refresh and upgrade the space from a capital perspective and renovation perspective. That typically requires significant investment that would need to have a long term to justify those costs. And so that was the reasoning.
Do you think that Think Big, the initiative, the Park Board initiative, maybe incented our team to try and find new and different operators, a fresh look on some of these opportunities?
I think it provides a policy foundation to look at revenue amongst other things. But in this case, the criteria was included, a financial component at 30%, a technical component at the vast majority at 60%, and then sustainability at 10%. So, financials generally played a role. They generally play a role in most procurements that I've been involved with. And maybe I can let our Chief Procurement Officer.
I've got 30 seconds left. I'm just curious, how much is Think Big, the actual initiative, impacting other services that are procured by the Park Board, generally speaking, within 25 seconds?
Generally speaking, I don't have that information on hand, but I could potentially bring that back to council for council's consideration.
But it is having a downstream impact on potentially other procured service?
Well, leases are somewhat unique because they're revenue generating. Most procurement is a cost or service, so it's a cost-based thing. So,
okay. All right. Thanks very much.
Hey, thanks, Councillor Klassen. I did put myself on the queue as well here. I'm just noting that Councillor Bly, I think, had an additional question, so I'm just wondering if we could get a move for a second round from the floor. Okay, Councillor Klassen, seconder. Councillor Orr, all in favor say yay. Okay, any opposed say nay. Okay, thank you. So we'll do a second round. I'll just move on to my questions here. Thanks for the answering all our questions this morning. I had a few additional questions of my own. Can you provide some information as to why a 15-year lease versus a 10-year lease? And am I correct in understanding that a 10-year lease would not come to council, but a 15-year lease would? So just looking for some rationale as to the term of the lease.
Yes, so the recommendation is to award a contract for 5 years with options to extend with an additional 5 years plus 5 years for a total of 15 years. So there will be a revision at the end of the initial term to be able to see if the city decides to be able to exercise those options. And this is typical on the industry as well, because you would like to have at least just a longer term so that the operator can actually, if they're doing capital investments, to be able to recoup some of that money.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, at 5 years, there is a renegotiation of the lease.
That is correct. So the initial term, there will be a review, and the city will decide if they exercise the options available on the contract.
Okay, okay, thanks for clarifying that. As for the RFP, were the 2 applicants made aware that when they began that RFP process, that the decision, like the final decision, would be at the discretion of City Council? Were they made aware of that when they began the RFP process?
Yes, and I actually do not think that we explicitly just communicated that, but it's part of our procurement policy. So all of the contracts that are over $3 million just are put forward for consideration to council.
But you just said that you didn't specifically communicate that, is that correct?
So we do have, as part of the RFP, just a link to our procurement policy, and we point the responders to take a look and get familiar with the procurement policy. So that information is publicly available and available through the RFP.
I see. Okay, thanks for clarifying that. How much notice did the current operator receive that their lease would go to RFP?
Hi, good morning. Mark Halleck, Supervisor of Food and Beverage Operations. I met with the owner who's in the gallery now almost a year ago where we discussed going out to tender.
Okay. How about previously? Because I understand that what I've heard from the owner is that it was renewed. There wasn't an RFP process. I understand they've been operating there for several decades. Is that accurate? And if so, why the change?
From my understanding, it was renewed, and then I believe what Alex was referring to was the trade agreement in 2017.
Okay.
And I think that's one of the things that triggered it.
So the trade agreement, just so I'm understanding correctly, necessitates that there's an RFP process for city assets. Is that correct?
That is correct. In 2017, the Canadian Free Trade Agreement came into effect, and this has very specific provisions to be able to make sure that we provide an open and transparent process and public process to be able to select service providers.
Okay. And is that part of CUSMA or is that a different trade agreement?
No, this is the Canadian Free Trade Agreement. Municipalities are not bound to the scope of CUSMA.
Okay, thank you. And then I'm not sure if you can comment on this, but I will ask anyways. I understand obviously there's confidentiality around the RFP process, but are you able to share what categories are scored in the evaluation? So I'm not asking for the scores, I'm just asking for the categories. Are you able to share that?
Yeah, the categories, sure, we can mention that, and those were mentioned earlier. There's three general categories. One would be a financial component at 30%. The second one would be a technical component, which is really more about restaurant operations and management. And then the third is related to sustainability, which is at 10%. So 30 for financial, 60 for technical, 10 for sustainability.
Okay, thank you. Sorry if I missed that. There's a few things going on up here. Appreciate all the answers. Thank you. We'll now go to Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, and apologies. I had thought there was a second round when I saw Councillor Kirby-Young on the list there. I'm happy to provide space for staff to answer my last question. Otherwise, I'll leave it there. And I know we've got speakers.
Just to clarify, Councillor Bly, your audio is not that clear. You just wanted an answer to your question that you were asking at the end of the last round.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair.
Okay. Do you mind restating that just for staff, just so they can respond?
It's more, absolutely, we're talking about reputational risk. And my question really is on the flip side of reputational risk, staff assessment of is there any risk associated with the existing tenants that we have in other sectors, not within Park Board jurisdiction, but certainly have been growing locally owned, family owned businesses for multiple decades. I can think of a half a dozen off the top of my head who might fear, a multinational brand will come in and offer a better deal and Vancouver will take it. And just in a time when small business are particularly experiencing enormous pressures, as is jobs in the local economy, is this the right time to set a precedent and create a reputation where Vancouver's sort of bottom lining, like a traditional commercial landlord would in a for-profit business, given the city's position as what would essentially be by comparison a not-for-profit, in that we both serve the community and we also own assets.
Thanks, Councillor. I'll offer sort of my take and certainly open the floor to Alexander Ralph as well. I think from our perspective, again, this is, managing a number of different risk profiles. I think certainly we're not looking to discourage local operators or try and make operating in Vancouver any harder. But at the same time, the city and via the Park Board, we do have a number of commercially oriented spaces in our network. And as we try and obviously try and balance, taxpayer funding to keep our services alive, we also have opportunities through some of these commercial operations to maximize those revenue potentials as well. So, I don't know that there's necessarily a silver bullet in any of these situations to make sure that we can balance all of those competing interests. But we certainly obviously value our many partners and many operators and many of who are local, but also recognize that, there are pressures on these industries, particularly from larger companies, and balancing that is just something that sort of, we leverage these transparent procurement processes to manage that the best way on behalf of taxpayers.
Okay, thank you. Just one last question. What is in staff's perspective in that case, and given that answer, how do you sort of categorize the council's role in park boards, but council's role in this context, given striking that balance is an important piece of this process?
I mean, in this case, obviously, council's role is one sort of dictated by the procurement policy. I would say, hearing the conversations around the council chambers today and some of the discomfort associated with this, some of what I'm hearing is, perhaps the characteristics of the RFP aren't aligned with where council's priorities are. So if, one concept that was raised today is affordability, that wasn't a key component of what was put into the RFP. We were looking for an elevated dining experience, some investment in the restaurant to maximize its potential. And so that shapes and forms the submissions that we receive. If that's not aligned with where council's priorities are, then I think there's an opportunity to reshape the RFP. But I would look to those clarifications versus not necessarily liking the results of an evaluation process, which again, we leverage 5 different evaluators so that we've got a fair and transparent process, sort of free of bias. But there is the potential and always the potential that the RFP that staff put out don't align with necessarily individual councilors' priorities. And we're looking to council as a whole to help guide us on that.
Thank you very much. I'll leave it there, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Bly. Okay, we'll now hear from registered speakers for this report. Public speakers should state whether they're in support or opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they're residents of Vancouver if it's not noted on the speakers list. And our first speaker is Carly Chatton. And you have up to 3 minutes. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Mayor Sim and members of council. My name is Carly Chatton, and I'm the Wedding and Event Director of Shaughnessy Restaurant and the daughter of its owner. I speak today in respectful opposition to the recommendation before you regarding the operator lease for the VanDusen Botanical Garden restaurant. This year marks VanDusen Garden's 50th anniversary, a milestone that celebrates legacy, growth, and community value. For more than 25 years, Shaughnessy Restaurant has been a vital part of that story. As a locally owned, family-run business, we've played a meaningful role in enriching one of Vancouver's most cherished spaces. Our continued success means sustained economic benefits for the city, and we are dedicated to keeping that momentum going. When I joined the business in 2017, we expanded our events program from 35 to 100 weddings and large-scale events per year. That's not just a 300% increase in event revenue, it's a strategic integration of hospitality, event innovation, and public engagement, all within a civic asset. It elevates the garden's role as a destination and generates reliable financial returns for the city. Our success is not accidental. It's the product of legacy built through deep local knowledge, staff dedication, and long-standing community relationships. We're not a generic operator. We are a tailored fit for this space. We proudly welcome returning business leaders from across the Lower Mainland. We serve educators and researchers from UBC, VGH, and BC Cancer, who regularly choose us for departmental gatherings and celebrations. We've been featured by local food influencers in magazines and by destination content creators. We host engagement parties, milestone birthdays, and Sunday brunches for multi-generational families. Thank you. And through weddings, we consistently introduce Shaughnessy to new guests, many of whom return as regular clients. One of the most powerful ways we grow and sustain our customer base is through this aspect. To date, we've already lost over 70 events next year due to the uncertainty around this process, an estimated $150,000 in potential revenue to the city. We know that we can recover, but this disruption highlights the tangible cost of instability, not just for the city, choosing an untested operator for this location is a serious risk, not just for the city, but for the garden, its visitors, our staff, and local community. We are a respected, high-performing venue with an exceptional rating that reflects our value, and it's not just the location. It's who Shaughnessy Restaurant is at its core. It's the reputation that's been built over years. We are ready to reinvest across all aspects, from our atmosphere, decor, menu, to marketing and building upgrades that will all drive meaningful growth. We believe that with the collaboration and communication, we could unlock significantly greater value for both the restaurant space and the city. This lease represents up to 15 years of stewardship, and I urge you, please do not choose a risk. Please stand behind a legacy of stability and performance of our iconic Vancouver restaurant. I'm excited to show you the next iteration of what Shaughnessy Restaurant can be. Thank you.
Thanks, Carly. Speaker number 2 has withdrawn. Speaker number 3 is Milan Stevulak. Morning.
Morning, Mayor and Council. Honored to be here. My name is Milan Stevulak. I'm a Vancouver resident and I'm opposed to this motion. I'm the general manager of Shaughnessy Restaurant. I've worked with the Chatton family for over 20 years and I've been the GM for about 6. During my tenure as GM, I've seen the revenue of the business grow from $2 million to $4 million in the past 3 years alone. Today, our business is thriving. We welcome tens of thousands of Vancouverites and visitors, employ dozens of staff, host hundreds of weddings, corporate events, gatherings of all kinds, while providing a connection to VanDusen Garden and our local community. Few restaurants in this city can claim such versatility or success. The city's RFP calls for an operator that's capable of strengthening special events, ensuring the venue remains a destination, and aligning with sustainability and community goals. Shaughnessy already delivers on all of these. Our menus are local, BC-based. We actually produce a menu that harvests produce grown within VanDusen itself, a garden-to-table menu we're very proud of. We partner with VanDusen to showcase events like Fleur de Ville, the Festival of Lights. On August 13th, we hosted a fundraising dinner with the VBGA that raised $6,000 in an evening to support children's programming in the garden. Yet this key partner, VBGA, was not considered in the RFP process. We have a vision. We're prepared to invest in the future. We're not standing still. Our plan includes substantial capital improvement, renovations, a comprehensive plan that we're ready to implement, a significant investment in the garden's future without incurring any cost to the city. What deeply concerns me about this RFP process, which I hope the council will fairly consider, is the scoring rubric, which does not take into account incumbency, proven success, or goodwill community whatsoever. Our decades of history are entirely overlooked. But these are exactly the qualities that deliver stability and sustainability for the city, building on a sense of place, belonging, and community. Closing Shaughnessy Restaurant would not just end a lease, it would shutter a beloved family business, displace dedicated employees, and diminish a unique venue that generations of Vancouverites cherish. I urge you to renew our lease so we can continue to modernize, lead in sustainability, and help VanDusen Garden thrive as a world-class destination. As stewards of this city's heritage and community assets, your decision will determine whether we build on decades of proven success or risk losing it forever. Our petition currently has over 5,500 signatures and counting. The community is behind us. Thank you for your time, Council.
Thank you. We'll now move to Speaker 4, John Fleming.
Speaker 4 has withdrawn.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 5, Chris Chatton. Morning.
My name is Chris Chatton, and I'm the owner and operator of Shaughnessy Restaurant. I am opposed to the recommendation before you by the Park Board regarding the lease at VanDusen Garden, and I wish I had more time to share everything, but in my brief time today, I want to highlight the following. 1, lease expectations and intent. Back in 2020, a Parks Board leasing representative expressed a preference for a 10-year lease term, and I fully agreed. He also asked me whether I intended to flip the lease, and I made it clear I had no such plan. With my daughter Carly deeply involved in the business, the long-term commitment is stronger than ever. As the only full-service restaurant to submit a proposal to the RFP, we bring a level of operational experience and infrastructure specifically designed for this kind of venue. Running a successful restaurant within a botanical garden setting is uniquely complex. It's something we've done for decades with care, consistency, and a deep respect for the garden. The second item I'd like to discuss, Shaughnessy's unique location. Unlike restaurants with built-in foot traffic or prominent street visibility, we operate within the natural beauty of VanDusen Garden, a space that becomes very quiet during the darker, colder months. December is the exception. During the Festival of Lights, when the garden is illuminated, we serve over 12,000 dinners in 30 days, arguably making us the busiest restaurant in Vancouver during this period. However, the garden has never been lit at night except in December, despite our many repeated requests. This has created pronounced seasonality, particularly in November through March, making it essential for us to develop other areas of our business. That's how weddings and private events became a core part of what we do. These events have allowed us to maintain stable, year-round employment, invest in our staff, and make a long-term improvements to the restaurant, all the while contributing meaningfully to the garden's success. Number 3, the RFP process and our track record. For 40 years, lease renewals were built on open collaborative dialogue. This RFP was different, a one-time submission with no opportunity for discussion. We took it seriously, hiring accountants and legal advisors to build a proposal grounded in real numbers. We just didn't tick off a bunch of boxes to get the lease. In 2017, we were asked to invest $300,000 in renovations. We invested over $600,000. That's our standard. We go above and beyond. Shaughnessy is a stable, long-standing business with strong operations, consistent reinvestment, and a dedicated team that has helped us grow and succeed, even in one of the most competitive restaurant markets in the country. In closing, I've spent more than half my life at VanDusen. Shaughnessy is more than a restaurant. It's a legacy built with care, hard work, and a deep commitment to the garden and the community it serves. We've created a proven successful model that supports our staff, the garden, the VBGA, and the broader public. We've invested in this partnership for decades, and we're proud of what we've built. We respectfully ask the Council to reconsider the Parks Board decision and allow us to continue serving this space through daily dining, special events, and the memorable experiences that bring people back to VanDusen again and again. Thank you for your time and for the work you do to support the city and its spaces.
Thank you. We'll now move to Speaker 6, Katrina May.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Katrina. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Mayor Sim, members of council, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I come before you not only as a concerned Vancouver resident, but as someone who has had a lifelong relationship with a place that has quietly become part of Vancouver's cultural and emotional landscape. Shaughnessy Restaurant at VanDusen Gardens. Affectionately known by many of us as the Shaw, this restaurant has been part of my life since the early 1990s. Over the past 3 decades, it's been the setting for some of my most meaningful moments. I've celebrated birthdays, Mother's Days, bridal showers, baby showers, and countless family meals here. I watched my best friend get married in the gardens and toast to her future in that dining room. And a year later, I returned with her and many of the same guests to honor her mother's memory after she passed. That restaurant has held space for both joy and grief, celebration and comfort, and that is something rare. We're not just talking about a restaurant lease, we're talking about a place that's woven into the lives of thousands of Vancouverites. a family-run business that has been serving the community for over 40 years and operated by the same family for the past 25. In a time when legacy businesses are vanishing across our city, it is incomprehensible to me that this one, thriving and beloved, would be pushed aside. I understand the need for revitalization, for alignment with sustainability goals, for financial prudence, but I ask you, what greater sustainability is there than keeping something that already works and works with heart? Shaughnessy's proposal includes all of these elements: renovations, sustainable sourcing, diverse hiring, community partnerships, all delivered by a team that already knows the space, knows the clientele, and has proven their long-term commitment. It is a thriving restaurant with an incredible food program and is a prized destination for weddings and events. But beyond check boxes and scoring matrices, I urge you to consider something that can't easily be quantified: the soul of a place. It's easy to be dazzled by newness, but what Shaughnessy offers is continuity, a thread of connection between past, present, and future. This is not just a lease, it's a choice about what kind of city we want to be. One that values legacy, community, and relationships, or one that prioritizes turnover for the sake of profit. Please reconsider the bid committee's recommendation. Support the Shaughnessy restaurant, not just because it's the best fit for VanDusen Gardens, but because it's the best reflection of the city we want Vancouver to be. Thank you.
Thank you for calling. Speaker number 7, Nigel Pike.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I am opposed to the motion. I come before you not only as a supporter of the Shaughnessy restaurant, but as also someone with 25 years of restaurant experience in the city. I know firsthand the challenges of running a restaurant. From staffing to procurement, to rising costs, to the changing tastes, it's not easy. So when it comes to a business that has been around for more than 40 years, that not only survives but thrives, that achievement deserves recognition, not disruption. The Shaughnessy restaurant has done more than serve meals. It has served our community. It has hosted weddings, anniversary milestones. It has created memories for generations of Vancouverites and visitors alike. And behind all that is really what we're here today to talk about, which is the people. The owners who have dedicated their lives building and reinvesting. The staff, many have been there for decades, who've been consistency, care, and knowledge that cannot be replaced. If the park board chooses to change hands, the cost will be steep. Jobs lost, loyalty diminished, and legacy broken. Councillors, small business is the backbone of Vancouver. It provides character in the city that is changing quickly. It employs our neighbours, it reinvests in our community, and when restaurants like Shaughnessy is pushed aside after 4 decades of service, it sends the wrong message. That loyalty doesn't matter, that investment doesn't matter, and that heritage doesn't matter. This decision is not just about contracts or procurement, it's about people. It's protecting stability, honouring commitment, and keeping alive what's part of Vancouver's identity. With my decades of experience in this industry, I can tell you that what Shaughnessy has built is very rare. It simply cannot be replicated by another operator. Councillors, you have the opportunity to protect more than just a restaurant. You get to protect the jobs, the legacy, and the spirit that the city makes strong. I urge you to keep the Shaughnessy restaurant in the hands of those who built it, and support small business, support the community, and support continuity. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thanks for calling. Next speaker, Speaker 8, Christina DeMarco.
Good morning. My name is Christina DeMarco. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I am opposed. Back in July, I heard on the CTV News that staff were recommending to council to give a "you're fired" notice to the Chatton family, who has run this much-loved restaurant for over a generation. The staff report is dated June 4th, so whatever information council requested in July has not been included in the report and not shared with the public. Thank you, council members, for asking many helpful questions today. I learned a lot. Evaluation of a policy issue opens up critical assumptions, questions of fairness, values, uncertainties, and risk. I offer a few questions to help with your decision today, some of which have already been answered. Analyzing critical assumptions. Flawed RFP processes and resulting projects are often the result of poor problem definition. When a current successful operator is willing to continue operating, what is done to ensure that this relationship could be an enduring win-win for the city and the operator and its patrons prior to deciding on issuing an RFP? So far, the RFP process has already been a costly decision in terms of both lost revenue and future event bookings and reputational damage to the city and the park board. Values. RFP evaluations appear to have a large measure of rigor, but are often full of value judgments determined by the evaluation criteria selected and the weighting of those criteria. One value I am curious about is the importance put on continuing to serve the seniors niche market carefully built up by this restaurant. The silver tsunami is upon us. A third of the city's population is 55 years and older, about 200,000, and the numbers are forecast to grow. The membership and volunteers of the gardens are disproportionately seniors and always will be. Did the evaluation criteria include the ability to continue to attract the seniors population? Did the criteria reflect the tradition and its appeal to seniors? We also know the restaurant has a popularity among younger clientele, given its choice as a venue for weddings. How is the skill and experience in hosting large events factored into the criteria? Were customer surveys for both Truffles and Shaughnessy part of the staff analysis? Finally, it's uncertainties and risk. The Shaughnessy is doing well and continues to be very popular in a tough restaurant environment. Can another operator do better? I close with the comments of friends and also long-standing patrons of the Shaughnessy restaurant. They say, the current operators of the restaurant, the Chatton family, have brought together an amazing restaurant due to their experience and wealth of knowledge. The city should be thanking them for the money brought in to date. Due to this procurement process, a lot of revenue has been lost. I believe the saying, if it isn't broken, you don't need to fix it. It wasn't broken. I truly hope Council will see fit to continue the work with the Chatton family. Thank you, Marie and Alan Clark. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll now move to speaker number 9, Ian Tostenson.
Oh, hi, thank you very much, Mayor and Council. I want to just verify all the things that have been said. I strongly oppose this motion, and I oppose it on all sorts of parameters, but let me say with the experience that we have across 15,000 restaurants in BC, this industry is a high-risk zone, and the chances of failure, as Councillor Fry pointed out, are really high. The industry is weak. It has issues with labor. It has issues with cost. It has issues virtually everywhere you look, and it takes very experienced people to endure and make this industry happen. To change operators, especially away from an operator that's shown so much commitment, is a huge financial risk, and I can't underscore that. Apart from that, I listened to the RFP process. It measured on technical, financial, and environmental. Where is the emotional evaluation in this RFP? That's the connection between what that business does. That's the intrinsic value that business brings to its guests, to its community. And Vancouver is saying unequivocally, don't do this. And I ask you, please don't do this. The 40 years for a business to be in existence, the restaurant industry, is remarkable on its own, and it shows a remarkable ability to operate. And so, please, councillors, stay with what we have. Let this restaurant flourish and grow in the service community. We need it in Vancouver. We don't need to change, and we certainly don't need the financial risk. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Speaker number 10, Milo Drone. Hi there. Can you hear us okay? not sure if that caller is available.
The speaker is not on the line.
Okay, we'll come back to them. Speaker 11, Jeffrey House. Morning.
Morning. My name is Jeffrey Howes and I'm a principal of a restaurant consulting firm in Vancouver. I've known Chris Chatton for over 40 years. We first worked together in the Cannery Seafood restaurant in the early 80s. Chris is a highly regarded professional restaurateur. The operation he has run successfully at Shaughnessy Restaurant for the past 27 years is unparalleled. He has invested over $3 million of his own money in improvements during that time. He has doubled the sales from $2 million 5 years ago to over $4 million today, an almost unheard of improvement in sales since COVID. It is his unique combination of deep industry experience and entrepreneurial spirit that has allowed him to be so successful in this location. In an industry with notoriously low profit margins and very competitive conditions affecting every restaurant in the city, it is even more impressive to know that Chris has been able to grow the Shaughnessy Restaurant sales into a sought-after business that has provided a rental return to the Parks Board of $265,000 in 2024. As a restaurant consultant who sees restaurants in Vancouver fail on a daily basis, it is inconceivable to me that the Parks Board and the City of Vancouver would risk losing that substantial revenue stream by switching the lease of Shaughnessy to a catering company that has no experience running a day-to-day operation of a fine dining restaurant, and taking the concept from a upmarket restaurant within Gastown to the Gardens simply just wouldn't work. I urge you to renew the lease for Shaughnessy Restaurant and Chris Chatton, and thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Our last speaker is Speaker 12, Terry Clark.
Speaker 12 is not on the line.
Okay, just going to go back through the list here. Do we have Speaker 10 on the line? Milo or Milo?
No.
Okay, thank you. And how about Speaker 12? Still not on the line?
No.
Okay, thank you very much. So that is the end of our speakers list. Thanks everyone for speaking to the Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities. I see Councillor Bly on the queue. Councillor Bly, are you wishing to move a motion?
Potentially, Chair. Can I just get as a point of procedure, and I think Councillor Kirby-Young had asked this earlier and was happy to receive an answer after the fact, but of course, being remote, I don't have that answer if it has come up already in chambers. If this is to, if this motion is to be moved as recommended by staff, and then the outcome of that decision is not to move forward with the recommendations, what happens? And would staff need any direction from council should council have a sort of assertive desire for how staff proceeds from here with this decision? So basically, just what are the options before council?
Okay. Our city manager is queued up to respond.
Thank you through the chair to Councillor Bly and to Councillor Kirby-Young's earlier question. Should the motion be defeated or no direction be given, the Chief Procurement Officer has the ability to collapse the procurement process that is underway right now. Staff would then work in collaboration, our procurement team with Park Board staff, to enter into a new procurement process and would explore some options around that process. So whether the recommendation was defeated or frankly, no direction was given by council, the Chief Procurement Officer would have that ability to collapse the existing process.
Okay, that's helpful. Well, I'm happy to move the recommendations. I think a decisive outcome of this what's been quite an emotional, I think, a situation for all the parties involved, need a decisive outcome. I'm happy to move the recommendations and speak to them.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Bly. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Maloney. Okay, committee members, is there any discussion? Please add yourself to the queue. Councillor Kirby-Young. Sorry, one moment. I'm just going to put you, sorry, apologies for the interruption. We're just going to move to the main queue. So if everybody could please, okay, Councillor Kirby-Young, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks very much. I had hoped that we actually, nobody would move the recommendations, because I think that that is also a resounding outcome, but I'm going to be very clear and speak unequivocally in opposition to these recommendations. We have a 40-year legacy business that's operated successfully in the city of Vancouver. They have thousands of guests. They they've given gainful employment to a number of employees. They have provided good quality food that is valued. They have been a gathering place for families, for grandparents, for special occasions. They support the sustainability mandate of the garden. I had the opportunity in August to attend a special dinner for the 50th anniversary of VanDusen Gardens that was focused on a taste of the garden, and the integration and the passion that the chef and the staff have for connecting and supporting and enhancing the mandate of VanDusen Gardens is really something to see. And it is unparalleled to see that in action. That is the kind of partnership that we want to have and we want to see. I think that they are a unique fit for the garden. It is encouraging that after 40 years, sometimes you can see an operator that hangs it up, obviously due to where their life cycle is, but we actually have a second generation opportunity here with Carly Chatton that's taking up the helm. And I understand that that has brought incredible vitality into the special event operations, and they have tripled some of their special event business. I think it was mentioned by one of the speakers that they've doubled their revenue since COVID. So what concerns me is that I heard a lot of dialogue around concern for the reputation of the city. I think that we should be more concerned about supporting and thanking a longstanding operator that has delivered great experiences. I didn't hear as much concern articulated through that RFP process in terms of recognizing an individual that has weathered it in a really tough industry for that long and delivered what is clearly a wonderful experience. I think there's shy of 300 letters to council in opposition. You mentioned there's a petition of around 300 individuals, but I didn't hear the concern for them, and I didn't hear the concern for the diners and the consumers. And I raised the point around affordability earlier. It's a very real concern in the city right now. If you look at the menus for the referenced partner, and again, I share concerns that have been expressed by others that this is a catering and cafe company running a restaurant is different. And this is a uniquely different location than an urban restaurant in Gastown or something that has a spectacular view that's on the ocean or the beach. The integration of the garden is really, really important. So when I look at those menus and I see all-day menus, and I mentioned earlier chicken pot pie at $26, and I see Laboratoire's menu, which is the only thing we have to inform us in the absence of more clear information around what the vision is for a new restaurant, and their appetizers are $32, or your $70 for an entree. In this day and age when restaurants are struggling, and I appreciate the food costs in that, but people are struggling to be able to go out. And this is something that a restaurant that people love and has sustained. So I'm not prepared to turn my back on VanDusen. I'm not prepared to open up the risk in a volatile situation and scenario for this. And I'm going to express my confidence that both the city staff and the park board staff involved in this will hopefully hear a resounding feedback from council, and we'll find a way to get to a point of certainty with this operator so that they can continue to invest in the business and deliver a great experience, not just as a restaurant, but also as a very beloved special event venue. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. I'll just, I think, great comments by my colleague and Councillor Kirby-Young, and appreciate we had two options there. It's sort of remote. I'm just trying to move things forward. But I do want to say that in addition to what's actually been stated, you know, a few things. First, thank you to staff. I think staff followed a process that's outlined in our procurement policy. Unequivocally, it's an imperfect process. We've got two decision-making boards between the park board and city council. Staff are bringing something forward based on the policy itself. And then there has to be some element of sort of the humanistic decision-making body that we are, which values community, legacy, incumbency, goodwill, all the other pieces that are very difficult to quantify in an RFP process. So I think that, you know, together we're meeting the threshold of due diligence here, both in all of the roles that we play. I want to say that how I plan to vote is against the recommendations of staff, but I do want to say that Truffles is not the problem here. This is not a vote against Truffles as an operator. It's a vote for something, and the vote is for, as I say, soon to be a multi-generational legacy restaurant that is absolutely a destination restaurant. It's a destination event space. It's in a very unique part of our city. It's partnered with an absolute asset, VanDusen Gardens, that is just an absolute prized possession, if you will, of the residents of our city in terms of park space. You know, I think of the situation where we just approved in July, actually, the new lease with Hawksworth Restaurant, where Boathouse once was at Kits Beach. Boathouse decided they had come to an end in that location. They did not want to renew. We went to RFP. We found a great operator. Will be a really unique dining experience. It's going to offer another option in terms of that continuum of sort of, if you want to say, world-class destination dining. Like, it's about offering a whole breadth of options for the people who live in our city, for the tourists that come and visit our city. We don't need to have everything be the same for all people. And Shaughnessy provides a very unique dining experience that meets the moment in many ways. Affordability, stability, you know, a time when people want familiarity and a place to connect. So again, I must just say that this is a vote. My vote against the recommendations is really a vote for and to honor the work, the value, the many hard decades, I'm sure, of balancing bottom line decisions around what it takes to run a successful restaurant in our city. And so my sincere thank you to Chris and Carly Chatton, to all the speakers who phoned in, signed petitions, wrote emails, in a vote for something, and that is to keep this legacy restaurant operating in our community and continuing to thrive as it has over many decades. So I'm happy to leave it there, Chair, and appreciate the chance to weigh in on this debate.
Thank you, Councillor Black. Mayor Sim.
Great, thank you very much. Yeah, I do want to, preface my comments with, Shaughnessy, Laboratoire, Truffles, great organizations. And so thank you for doing business in the city of Vancouver. And it's tough. Your industry is really tough. And I do want to acknowledge and thank our team members for all the hard work you do, following a process. And, once again, it's a tough process. So look, I'm just going to be pretty analytical here for the first part. In my previous life, used to sit on investment committees where you would actually adjudicate investments that would come to you and as a safety valve. And so when I look at what's being presented to us right now, while I can't make any determination as to how close the RFP sort of ranking was, and I'm not, I do think what we have to highlight, everything else constant, there is a risk of changing. There's also operational risk, and I also have a deeper knowledge working in restaurants. The Keg, the Dutch Panda Cookhouse, the Pelican Bay Restaurant, the Cafe Pacifica. And now, at one point, we owned 6 bagel shops. And I can tell you, having a brand doesn't mean that you're going to be super successful at every single location. If your location is off by 20 feet, that could have a significant impact on your operations. Just one of the many things that really can hammer your business. And so when I'm looking at this, really, I think there's only 2 times where you're looking forward to making a change. If something comes across your plate that is far superior to whatever the existing thing is, or if you're super upset with what you have and you're looking for a change. And I just don't see it here. You know, and so to bring on that additional risk with not much gain, it just doesn't make sense to me. There was a lot of work or a lot of people talking about reputational risk here. I actually think we send a very terrible message to anyone who wants to do business with the City of Vancouver. If we say after 40 years, something comes along which we may think is a little bit better, and so we're going to burn 40 years worth of relationship because of that. That's not how I do business. The great companies of the planet don't do business that way. For example, you know, if you ever get the chance to tour Toyota, they work with their partners. They, you know, they're demanding of their partners, but they work with their partners and they have long-term relationships based on trust. And, you know, what we are at the City of Vancouver is we're good partners and we will work together. I'm sorry you had to go through this. Having run a business, and I know how tough it is to make payroll, and the added stress of whether or not the clients are going to come in or not, and the team members, and you know, not only do you have that burden, but you're responsible for all your team members and the uncertainty it provides to them. You know, apologize about the process. It's not an indication of our people at the City of Vancouver who work incredibly hard. They're just working in a flawed process. And frankly, I'm actually kind of disappointed that we're here once again, because if we step back and we push this off to the side, why the heck are we adjudicating something that should be resolved at the park board? This is a complete waste of resources. And it's just another reason why we should be bringing this all in-house. So first of all, we don't have a duplication of process. But secondly, we don't put you and future partners and existing partners through the heartache of this. And so with that, I'm going to be voting down the motion.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Sim. Councillor Klassen.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thanks to the speakers. Thanks to staff. They had a tough challenge here with this one, but I want to just acknowledge to the procurement team and to the park board. First of all, there were two opportunities on offer. One at VanDusen, the other one was down at Kids Beach location, and I think they nailed it with the Kids Beach location. The Hawksworth group going in there, I think, is going to be fantastic for the city. But as they say, the old adage goes, the customer is always right. And in this case, we heard a lot from the public, from people who have experience at the Shaughnessy restaurant. And that, to me, was very much the deciding factor in this one. There have been a lot of really great points made about the kind of affordability, about the stability, and certainly for Carly and Chris and Milan, who came here and spoke with such passion about the business itself. I know that there's a lot of love that goes into that business. And certainly we heard from a lot of patrons who were really going to miss it. And I know that over the last few years, the restaurant industry has been going through some extraordinarily tough times. COVID was a gut punch for many, many restaurants, and some of my favorite restaurants closed during that time. And as a result, we really miss them. And so I can feel the way the public would feel about this one. But as was said earlier on, there were really two really strong proponents in this instance. The scoring was fairly close between the two of them, and then there was a little bit of weighting added to it that led to, for the decision to go, which is put forward for this recommendation. And underneath that is the Think Big strategy, which I think is a good idea, but we also have to weigh in, as Ian Tossinson put it, the emotional side of the restaurant business. The fact that there are thousands of people that love this place, and truthfully, VanDusen Garden has its own unique aspects to it that make a restaurant like Shaughnessy to be the right fit for it. So we've heard a lot from the public. We've heard from our staff. We've had some really, really excellent discussion here today, but I will not be supporting the recommendation put forward by staff. With the greatest respect, sometimes we just don't land this the way it ought to be, and I certainly think that we owe a debt of gratitude to Shaughnessy for being such a strong fixture in the city of Vancouver and bringing so much pleasure and a great environment for so many patrons over decades. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Klassen. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. Appreciate the comments being made by my colleagues. I'd also like to reflect, I had an opportunity to have a virtual meeting with Carly earlier this week and to really better understand their experience of this process. And so I won't dive into that because I think some of my colleagues have touched on that. But as was noted earlier, the Shaughnessy Restaurant Owners Operators, it's a 40-year legacy business in the city, a small business. And also it's highlighted by Ian Tossinson how challenging this sector is, working in hospitality, the slim margins. And what we have is really a proven business model. And the reason I asked about the RFP earlier was, and the number of proponents was, and I appreciate the staff are noting that sometimes you're going out to test the market. We only did have two proponents, the incumbent business and another business. And what that says to me is there's actually not a lot of appetite to operate a business in this space, that there's actually, it's a very niche location and market. And what I also heard from, for example, from Carly, which is noting the focus on not only the restaurant, but also the event space, the weddings, and that has the expansion of that service. And actually, I think we saw with amongst the hundreds of letters and emails that we received, people's photographs from weddings that they had participated in or held at the venue. And so that to me was indicative of just the fact that there was very little interest in this RP, that it was a very niche marketplace. I also wanted to know, what I heard is that the impact of the instability here is that the potential loss of events in the future going forward. But also I heard there's been significant investment by the incumbent owner, $600,000, $100,000 in capital infrastructure. And we also heard that they've doubled sales since COVID from 2 million to 4 million. And so with all of that information, what I'm seeing and hearing is that we have a proven, successful operator. And we also heard very clearly from the public, in addition to the emails, 5,000 residents signed a petition in support of Shaughnessy Restaurant and the Chatton family operation. And so with all of that information and how close the scoring was, I'm not going to support the staff recommendation today, and I'm going to support the existing incumbent owner, Shaughnessy Restaurant. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So first of all, I'd like to thank our staff. I think they follow the process, and there's a lot of effort and diligence behind this procurement contract. So really appreciate their work. I think we don't see a restaurant that very deep connected with the community for 40 plus years in Vancouver. I think we heard 50 years, not even 40 plus years today. So really, I think that's the business that we should support, because they have very good support from the community, very good connection. Also, have done a lot of nonprofit support nonprofit organization, and especially right now during the very uncertain economic situation right now, and some people think that we are going to a recession. Stability and less risks is really important. So I like to support this existing restaurant there. And also, we heard loud and clear from the community that, they love this restaurant, and they serve this community really well, with 600 signatures already on the petition. So really, I think that's exactly what we need in City of Vancouver, in a vibrant community. And it's so unfortunate we arrive at the stage we are at today. which really upset the community, the residents, the owner of the restaurant, also the other vendor. I think, like Mayor said, there's some structure issue. We have to sort it out, and that's collectively up to the city council to think about this, and so that the same thing will not happen again. I was concerned about these reputational risks to the city, to the community. But I think what we heard from the procurement team today is there's some very good mitigation strategy to help us solve these reputational risks. And also, as a council, collectively, we can help to advocate, to communicate very clearly what are the reasons why we want the incumbent to stay there. So I think it will not be a significant risk compared to the economic risks in this situation. And also, I hope that there are very good comments made from the evaluation committee. I think they all have very, very good intention to make the restaurant, to make this location much better. I really hope that the restaurant can think about that, and we can make this restaurant even better for the next 50 years. So that's what we really want. So with that, I will not support this recommendation like my colleagues. I want to support this current incumbent restaurant. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Joe. Councillor Montague.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'll be brief. I agree with everything that my colleagues have said. My dad was in the restaurant business for a short period of time. For those of my generation and older, he was part owner of a restaurant called Carlos and Bud's in Vancouver. It was one of my first jobs. I know how difficult the restaurant business is, but we heard from Ian Tossison, who I think is someone who knows this business better than anybody that I know. It was a tough business in the 80s. It's an even tougher business now. So something that he mentioned was stability and the risk around stability. And I don't think that was part of the RFP process here, and I think it should have been. I don't want to blame staff for that, because I think staff did an outstanding job here. They were working with what they had. But I think this is just another example of that highlights the problem we have when you have two separate bodies responsible for the decision making. So I appreciate the hard work of staff. I want to, what I'd like to see is risk stability in an RFP, and I'd like to support Shaughnessy Restaurant. So while I appreciate the hard work of staff, I won't be supporting the staff recommendations. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Montague. Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Chair. And thank you. I want to acknowledge the stress and thank you to the Chattons and all the supporters who came out, and the hundreds of Vancouverites who wrote in to us and shared their memories and thoughts. Also want to thank the folks from Truffles who, in earnest, submitted a bid, and I hope they don't take this as any reflection on them. And I definitely want to thank staff, because this was obviously a tough file to own, and I think it bears acknowledging that our procurement team were really following the direction that was established at Park Board with the Think Big strategy, which was moved by Commissioner Howard and supported by then ABC majority at Park Board, which specifically sought out to opportunities for increased commercial revenues and the goal of turning park concessions into destination attractions and providing unique experiences for users. That was all articulated by the ABC Park majority at the time. So you were just doing the job that was set out for you, and I appreciate that is the lens by which you approached this work, and I think you did that work diligently. Of course, to my earlier comments about risk, and this is a very risky business, and I think that this is a very risky time, and we, heard Ian Tostenson kind of validate what I was getting at as far as this is kind of an unacceptable risk. And again, not a reflection on the procurement process per se, but just that this, we have, by all accounts, an existing restaurant that has been there for, 40 years and it's not failing. And, you know, it's clearly successful. It's been a successful event destination with lots of weddings booked for it. And in fact, I understand that many weddings are on hold because they have that lacking security in their lease tenure. And it makes very little sense to me, and I believe obviously to all of council, to shutter a well-established and well-loved institution. And just to reiterate my goofy euphemism, a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. It is, you know, it's not worth the risk to really take out an established restaurant in a very unique destination on what might be a great concept, but I think that this is a successful working concept, and so I, with all respect, will not support staff's recommendations on this, but I do acknowledge the effort that went into preparing it.
Thanks, Councillor Fry. Councillor Maloney.
Yeah, I also want to acknowledge that staff have been put under explicit and significant pressure to extract as much revenue as possible from City and Park Board assets. There's Commissioner Howard's motion, and Council also are strongly, openly focused on extracting as much revenue as possible from city assets. And I remember Councillor Bligh recently moved a motion proposing that Vancouver host the Federation of Canadian Municipalities conference, and a councillor delivered a very strong message that hosting elected officials from all over Canada was a much lower priority than hosting people more likely to patronise destination restaurants. I think it's unfair to operators and bidding businesses and, quite frankly, procurement staff not to make it clear which exceptions there are to this strongly communicated priority. Our role is to make sure that we thoughtfully consider the best use of city land and assets and investment. And there are values and considerations beyond the bottom line. This is a locally owned, family-run business producing reliable financial returns for the city, tailored fit for this space, as we heard, and that it is a risk to install an untested operator. But we need to give clear and consistent guidance to our staff and existing operators and bidders so that they have certainty moving forward. This RFP process didn't take into account the long history and characteristics of this beloved business, because that's what the message that we gave staff in how to construct RFP processes. So I'll be voting in opposition to this recommendation with a great deal of respect for the staff that have followed procurement processes and the stress and time spent as a result of the guidance that they were given. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I would like to cede the chair to Vice Chair Dominato. Make some comments. Thank you. First off, I'd like to thank staff as well for your work throughout this process. And of course, to both of the applicants who applied for the RFP, the incumbent and also the interested party. I agree with my colleagues that this is a unique situation with a long-standing incumbent and operator that I think has been doing a great job of operating this restaurant. There's been an outpouring of support, as has been mentioned, for this family-owned business, which I really think is a community restaurant and a legacy business in our city. And this situation makes me think of the phrase, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And I think that's a big part of why we saw over 5,500 signatures on a petition. Council has received hundreds of emails, and many of us have met with the current operator as well to hear their feedback around the RFP process. But all that to say that this is the largest outpouring of support or feedback I've ever seen for an RFP that's come before council since I've been on council. I've also heard the goodwill from the operator today who wants to collaborate, I think, with the city and the park board to continue to elevate and improve the experience for guests, and is clearly ready and has stated so that they're ready to make investments in upgrading the space. I also would like to see RFPs take into account incumbency. I believe that this should be taken into account in evaluations, especially in this case, given their long-standing history of operating in a city-owned building. As mentioned, the scores were also quite close, and considering there's only 2 applicants, I feel that incumbency has a role to play as well. As mentioned by some of my colleagues, affordability is also top of mind for me. When we're talking about city-owned assets, I want to see businesses, and in this case, restaurants that are accessible to a wide range of Vancouverites. There's a place for fine dining in our city, of course, and we have an incredible fine dining scene. But in my eyes, that's not necessarily the right fit for a city-owned building. I think we need to keep equity and accessibility in mind and ensure that we are offering up city-owned buildings to businesses and operators that can attract a wide range of people of various income levels. So with all that said, again, I want to thank staff for all their work on this. I know this is probably a difficult morning for them, but I won't be supporting this recommendation today. Thanks. And I'll take the chair back. Okay, thanks, Councillor. Vice Chair Dominato. So that is the end of discussion. I'm now going to call the vote. Clerk, if you could please take us to the voting screen, and committee members, you could please register your vote on the voting panel. Okay, everyone is in opposition. I'm not sure if I need to read out the names since it's everyone. Read out the names. Okay, so Councillor Meisner in opposition, Councillor Kirby-Young in opposition, Councillor Dominato in opposition, Councillor Bly in opposition, Councillor Fry in opposition, Councillor Montague in opposition, Councillor Klassen in opposition, Mayor Sim in opposition, Councillor Joe in opposition, Councillor Orr in opposition, and Councillor Maloney in opposition. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to propose that we move on to item 8. Which was held, and then we break for lunch, as the next item will likely take a bit longer. Yes, Councillor
Chair, just as a point of privilege.
Yep.
Oh, sorry.
Councillor Klassen, and then I'll come to you, Councillor.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just want to make sure that we're able to recess at noon.
Yes, that's my intention.
Okay.
So I'm hoping that we can get through item 8 fairly quickly. I believe just one person held it for questions. Councillor Bly.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just, on a point of personal privilege, just to say I will be taking myself offline here to rejoin executive committee meetings here where I am. So thank you very much for the chance to participate virtually.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bly. Noted. Appreciate it. Okay, we've lost quorum. Let's just take a minute break. Just take a recess for 1 minute. Hi, everybody. We are going to take a recess for lunch break, and we'll be back at 1 p.m. To deal with the remainder of the agenda, starting with item 8. Thanks very much.
Irna, can you hear us?
Yep, loud and clear.
Thanks.
my mic. We're resuming our standing committee, and we are on item 8, contract award for the accelerated water meter installation program. I believe this was held by Councillor Maloney. Before we begin this item, is there any conflicts of interest? Seeing none, we don't have a presentation, so we're going to move straight to questions. So if you want to put yourself on the queue, Councillor Maloney. Thanks.
Thank you. I have a few questions. So according to the report, the focus is on getting single-family homes and duplex metered. The report goes on to say that only 17% of these homes are metered at the moment. What percentage of homes will be covered as a result of this contract? Sorry if I'm requiring you to make calculations.
Go ahead.
Oh, look at that. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Mark Schwark, Director of Water and Utilities Management within engineering. And your question was, after this contract, what percent of meters or single-family homes meters would be installed? Right now, we have about 17% of our single-family homes. We'll add another 5,000 with this contract, so we'd probably be in the 22 to 23% range.
Yeah, it'd be nice if that was quicker, wouldn't it? So why are we contracting out this work and not using in-house staff or hiring more staff if there aren't enough to do this ongoing work?
Very good question. So we're delivering this through a combination model. We have our existing staff doing water main renewal projects. We're supplementing the water main renewal projects and adding water meters as part of that work. So we are building our internal delivery component. We also have staff delivering on redevelopment. So redevelopments require new services, including water services and meters. It's such a large program to achieve our 2040 target. It's going to be utilizing a combination of internal forces, building up our renewal component, as well as delivering on our development requirements and using external contractors to supplement and achieve our 2040 target.
But there's no plans to scale up the internal expertise able to carry out this work?
I think we'll assess how our delivery internally goes. We're just building up our internal crews to deliver that work. We also want to focus on development. That's a major focus for the city and supporting the housing market. And we're just going to see how the other forms of development, multiplex and other components come in. And we'll see if we can build our internal forces and utilize external forces to achieve our 2040 target.
Thanks very much. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Orr.
Thank you. Yeah, I had similar concerns around, using in-house labor, but it's good to hear that you're going to be trying to strengthen that in-house. Just maybe a question on the potential for sort of costs to go up for people, for homeowners, and possibly for that to be passed on to renters as well. What do we expect like a bill to be like increasing by for homeowners here?
And is this in reference to the contract value?
Or just like the actual water meters themselves? Like, I mean, I know we want to encourage sort of water sustainability and responsible use, but is this going to increase, the cost of living for people? Or
So we've done an analysis. Properties are either on a flat rate water fee or a metered rate. The flat rate for single detached home properties are probably $860. We've done an analysis on comparable metered properties, so properties which are of similar age, vintage, and density, and the metered rates are actually, or metered charges are actually lower than the flat rate piece. Okay. The other benefit too is when someone becomes metered, they get more information on their water use, and typically we see a reduction in water use.
Okay, excellent. So there could be some actual cost savings here. Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Orr. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, just wanted to sort of follow up on the work around trying to sort of aspire to expediting and closing the gap on the single family water metering, recognizing that multifamily and institutional commercial use is already in place. You'll recall, to preface my question, I brought a motion on this in January, and then I think staff brought a report back in April around effective water use and what was allocated in the capital plan. Currently, I think it's about $23 million to complete the transition to AMI, or advanced water metering. Can you recap for us why we're going at the pace we're going, and what our ability was or isn't to sort of speed up that work? Because that was the intent of that motion.
Right, so I'll break it into a couple chunks. So the $23 million in this capital plan is a combination of AMI and accelerated water metering. AMI is our smart metering technology that's happening this year and into 2026. The other component is accelerated water metering. This contract is to utilize this capital plan's money for that work. When we did an analysis and we did an evaluation on whether it's a 2035 or a 2040 target, we found the 2040 target meshed better with supply chain possible concerns about an accelerated delivery. We also looked at the life cycle replacement of meters. They're about 20 years. And so if we accelerate too fast, we're going to front end load the life cycle replacement of these meters. And this contract is strictly for 2 years. And so if we see successes and in future capital plans, if approval for more money is approved, we could look at going faster. But right now, the target is 2040 based on the early stages of this program.
Okay, so since we did have a council motion which was supported and which did very clearly articulate the aspiration to go faster, can we expect options in the upcoming capital plan?
We can look at that, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. Any further questions? Seeing none, could I get someone to move the report? Moved? Seconded? Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? And that carries. Thank you. We will then, that concludes this item. Clerks, did you need that as a recorded vote? But or you're good on that one? Councillor Zhou, seconded by Councillor Kirby-Young. Yeah, and passed unanimously. Okay, thank you. That brings us to our next item, item number 9, Citywide Design and Development Guidelines Phase 2 Actions. At the Standing Committee on City Finance and Services meeting on July 23rd, 2025, Council referred this item back to staff for additional work and directed it be brought back to this meeting. This item includes staff's original report and an updated memo. The staff recommendation for this item is from a combination of the report and the memo, with recommendation A contained in the memo and B to E contained in the report. So just to be clear, recommendation A is in the memo, recommendations B through E are in the report. Are there any conflicts of interest on this item? Hearing none, we will have a presentation from staff. We have approximately 42 slides. Wow.
It'll be quick.
In depth. Welcome. Need a minute just to set up?
No, I think we should be all good to go. I just wanted to confirm that the presentation is
Staff are just getting
all good to go. It's I've shared it in the meeting, so.
Okay. Yep.
Great, perfect. Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair Dominato and Council. My name is Kevin Spann, Senior Development Planner and Project Lead for the Citywide Design and Development Guidelines Initiative. Today I'll be presenting a summary of the Citywide Design and Development Guidelines Phase 2 actions, which Council last reviewed on July 23rd of this year. I'll briefly cover the proposed repeals of legacy guideline documents and the recommended amendments to TOA rezoning policy as per the July 23rd report. The main focus of today's presentation, however, is on the refinements to the solar access guidelines for the Downtown Peninsula as detailed in Appendices A and B of the Yellow Memorandum dated September 5th. These changes were developed in collaboration with the development industry to ensure clarity, feasibility, and alignment with Council's direction. The July 23rd report and subsequent yellow memo marks an exciting next step in advancing the Citywide Guidelines Initiative, supporting housing and economic growth while modernizing our urban design and development framework. The goal is to make it easier to deliver projects that contribute to Vancouver's evolution as a world-class city to live, work, and visit. Let's start with a bit of background on the overall project and what brought us here today. Vancouver's urban design guidelines have been instrumental in shaping our reputation as a global leader in livable urban density. But over the years, the framework has grown overly complex, spanning more than 2,000 pages across 80 separate documents. It's time for a rethink. The Citywide Design Development Guidelines project is doing just that, modernizing, simplifying, and consolidating these materials into a single user-friendly document. The goal is to streamline processes, set clearer expectations, and help deliver housing faster while continuing to support high-quality, livable design. In July 2024, Council received the Early Actions Report, which addressed solar access outside of downtown and view cones. On July 23rd, as the Chair mentioned, we presented the Phase 2 Actions Report, building on that earlier direction. At that time, Council referred the report back to staff to refine the proposed solar access guidelines for the Downtown Peninsula in response to feedback from the development industry. We're here today to report back on those refinements. In early 2026, we'll bring forward the final citywide guidelines, including recommendations for Trout Lake and new East Vancouver view cones. I'd like to take a few minutes to briefly summarize the contents of the Phase 2 Actions Report before Council today. As presented in July, the Phase 2 Actions Report covers 3 separate topics: legacy guideline repeal, TOA rezoning policy amendments, and solar access policies. First, I'd like to turn briefly to legacy guideline repeals as a means to remind Council. Per recommendation C of the Phase 2 Actions Report, staff recommend that Council repeal the 13 CD1 guidelines, 7 district schedule guidelines, 5 area-specific guidelines, and 2 general guidelines documents outlined in Appendix C of the report. The recommendation also seeks Council's direction to bring forward consequential amendments to the zoning and development bylaw at a later date. The guidelines being repealed with this recommendation generally fall into one of 3 categories. They were developed for CD1 rezonings where the associated developments are now substantially complete. The guidance is no longer relevant for today's development context, or they will be fully replaced by the updated citywide guidelines in 2026, and there is nominal risk of a policy gap, nominal risk of a policy gap affecting development proposals in the interim. The repeal of these guidelines represents the most substantive streamlining of development guidelines undertaken to date, marking a major step towards simplifying the policy landscape and improving clarity for applicants, staff, and the public. Next, I'd like to summarize the housekeeping amendments to the transit-oriented areas rezoning policy. Per recommendation D of the Phase 2 Actions Report, staff recommend that Council approve the amendments to the transit-oriented areas rezoning policy, generally as presented in Appendix D of the report, to clarify the relationship of the policy to new area plans and built form expectations. As a reminder, the proposed amendments to the TOA policy are focused on improving the clarity and aligning with alignment with current planning practices. First, we're updating wording to clarify how the policy applies in areas with newer updated plans, where TOA regulations have already been integrated. Second, we're strengthening the language around built form expectations. And finally, we're adding clearer references to citywide livability policies, such as those related to solar access and public views, to reinforce their continued relevance and clarify how they apply within TOA areas. Finally, I'd like to cover the 2 solar access topics at hand today. First, I'll reiterate our assessment of changing the 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. solar fan to 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. outside of downtown, as was presented in July. Second, I'd like to update Council on the refinements we've made to the proposed solar access guidelines for the Downtown Peninsula following further engagement with industry. As a reminder, in Vancouver's predominantly overcast climate, access to sunlight, particularly in the spring and fall, is especially valuable. Sunlight enhances public life, supports physical health, improves the usability of play spaces, sustains healthy vegetation and tree canopy, and contributes to a strong sense of place. These broad benefits underscore why solar access continues to be a central consideration in urban planning. Shadows in public spaces generally come from three sources: trees, shade structures, and buildings. Shadows from trees and shade structures are generally human-scaled and localized, provide sun protection in hot months while allowing for sun penetration in colder months. And they can be strategically accommodated for or planned for in site and park designs. Shadows from tall buildings are generally less beneficial to public open spaces than those from trees and shade structures, but they are a reality of dense mixed-use city. Shadows from buildings are often spread over larger areas and don't vary in density from season to season. But they are difficult to plan, and they are difficult to plan for in park and site design, but they tend to move quickly depending on building site and size. I'll briefly summarize the findings of our research into the alternative 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. solar fan versus the established 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. window. As presented in July, we recommend upholding the established 10 to 4 solar fan outside of downtown. As no amendments to the solar access guidelines for areas outside of downtown are required with this direction, no formal recommendation is brought forward in the Phase 2 Actions Report, and no action is required of Council at this time. Maintaining... Oh, good. That wasn't me.
No, I know. Good. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Maintaining the solar fan is important because it ensures that sunlight reaches parks during peak afternoon use, especially after 2 in the spring and fall. It's also worth noting that this requirement affects less than 2% of parcels in the R3, R4, and R5 areas outside of downtown, and adjusting it would only yield the nominal increase in housing units. At the same time, the solar fan provides built-in flexibility, allowing for 6-story rental buildings and for social housing projects of any size. We'll now shift focus to the second solar access topic and the main topic of conversation today, the refined approach to downtown solar access. As a reminder, there are currently 7 solar access policies in effect, 6 of which are applicable to downtown. With this report, we'll propose replacing those remaining downtown policies with one consistent and flexible guideline. Our objectives of this work are to keep sunlight in public spaces as a core asset while reinforcing Vancouver's leadership in dense, livable urban design. We want to support the long-term use of public assets, provide shade where it's most needed in summer, and ease barriers to delivering great projects. The approach also recognizes that many developments bring benefits equal to or greater than sunlight access, helps keep the downtown peninsula as the region's economic hub, simplifies policy, and encourages innovation, all while supporting project viability in a challenging context. Our recommendation in July was for Council to approve a new solar access guidelines for the downtown peninsula, generally as presented in Appendix 1 of the Phase 2 Actions Report, along with consequential amendments to the policy documents outlined in Appendix B of that report. As directed by Council in July, staff held an engagement session with representatives of the downtown development industry and the Urban Development Institute, with an eye on bringing forward refined solar access guidelines that best reflect the mutual interests of city and the development industry. In the following slides, I'll summarize what we heard at and following Council and the refinements made to the guidelines. First, what did we get right? We heard broad agreement that sunlight in public spaces is important. At the same time, there was strong recognition that downtown needs its own, more flexible approach. There was also support for replacing the 6 separate downtown policies with one clear, consistent guideline, and for clearly categorizing which public spaces the guidelines apply to. But what did we need to revisit? We heard concerns that the draft guidelines came across as too complex and in some cases more restrictive than today's context. The flexibility provisions were seen as too narrow and not well protected against future misinterpretation. And in some cases, the baseline performance criteria set out a tougher benchmark than some existing policies. So, based on the feedback, what's changed and what's new? With the updated and refined guidelines, we've refined the relaxation language to allow for greater flexibility. We've introduced new tools to help both staff and applicants navigate the guidelines more easily, We've clarified the deliverables required in different scenarios, so expectations are clear up front. And we've added an applicant rationale statement, giving applicants the chance to make their case for a relaxation rather than relying solely on staff interpretation. When we first brought the guidelines to Council, they allowed extra shadowing only in limiting cases, where strict compliance would block delivery of key public benefits like below-market housing, social housing, or major amenities exceeding policy minimums, and only with supporting solar access budget analysis. The language of the refined guidelines better reflect the original intent to support the kind of major city building projects we typically see in downtown as follows. The new guidelines read that Council, the DP Board, or the Director of Planning may consider exceptions to the solar fan on a site-by-site basis subject to the proposal contributing a substantial public benefit as per the original recommendation, or advancing a major city building priority as identified by city policies, such as the hotel development policy. We've also added the shadow rationale statement, and we've clarified that we are looking for what we are looking for in terms of deliverables. Following Council approval of the guidelines, we will be launching a new solar access webpage, including decision trees to help applicants navigate the new policy. Here's a closer look at one of those decision trees. These matrices are an example of the new tools we're exploring as part of the citywide guidelines to make cities' urban design tools and policies easier to use and more streamlined. The 3 decision trees are included for reference in Appendix C of the yellow memo. As mentioned, the refined guidelines more clearly identified the deliverables expected from applicants, depending on where and how their development proposals shadow adjacent spaces. This slide shows a typical basic shadow study demonstrating compliance with the 10-to-4 solar fan. Applicants proposing to shadow a community, neighborhood, or local park, a school site, or Davie or Robson Village will be asked to submit what we're referring to as a detailed fall shadow study, covering the period from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. at 15-minute intervals. These studies are made up of 3 parts. Oh, I'm actually ahead one. The first is shadow diagrams. These show how, when, and where shadows fall on these public spaces. In many cases, they show the dynamic nature of shadowing from tall buildings. Part B are shadow area takeoffs in square meters. This provides the most quantitative information on how much shadow occurs when. This information will help us build out future digital tools. Part C are shadow coverage calculations in percentages. These calculations help us tell us how much of a public space's total public open space sun exposure is in existing, proposed, or cumulative total shadows. These detailed fall shadow studies will provide Council, the Director of Planning, or the DP Board with the necessary quantitative data to make an informed determination. As Recommendation A of the Phase 2 Actions Report refers to the unchanged guidelines, we are recommending that Council put forward a motion today to amend that recommendation as follows. That Council approve the solar access guidelines for the Downtown Peninsula generally as presented in Appendix A of the Yellow Memorandum dated September 5th, 2025, and consequential amendments to policy documents generally as presented in Appendix B of the report titled Citywide Design and Development Guidelines Phase 2 Actions, dated July 23rd, 2025. In summary, the proposed refined solar access guidelines for the Downtown Peninsula aim to strike a thoughtful balance between sunlight in key public spaces and affordable housing and other major public amenities. This approach supports a more livable, resilient, and equitable downtown, and will continue to be refined through the broader Citywide Design Guidelines initiative. Together, these actions and recommendations outlined in this report advance Council's priorities around housing, equity, economic resilience, and high-quality urban planning. By updating outdated documents, adding clarity to new ones, and supporting coordinated growth, this work lays a strong foundation for future implementation of the citywide guidelines. Thank you, Chair and Council, for your attention and support. Staff are available to respond to any questions and look forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Kevin. And I think we had Councillor Kirby-Young on the queue. We'll add back up. Go ahead, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Can we start my timer? It's at 2:40.
Yes, we'll reset that.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks, Kevin, and thanks for the presentation. I know there's a lot of work that's gone into this. Sort of appreciating your comments with respects to sort of the work and the engagement with developers, balancing that with public values around sunlight being a core value in public spaces. Let me preface maybe one of my questions. These are guidelines, correct? So they still will provide staff and the planning folks and our director of planning with the ability to exercise discretion?
That's correct. They're the framework for which discretion is applied, yeah.
Okay. Do you want to talk a little bit about what that framework is?
Sure. These are, I mean, they are supplemental to regulations and other policies. So if an applicant were to come in and seeks a relaxation to regulation or a policy, these guidelines form the approved approach to applying the discretion. However, being guidelines, there is still the ability to further relax them, to adjust them, to...
Okay, so regardless if there were carve-outs, like for example, I know the note around, there's a stated value around the importance of light in parks, public space, schools, and so on, and having one consistent policy approach, and yet this isn't building agnostic. You've carved out a specific type of housing where it sort of seems to suggest if you're one type of housing, shadows and living in darkness is fine, and if you are a different type of housing, then light is important. So
You're referring specifically to, I think, section 6.0, the general exceptions?
6.2, I believe.
Okay, so we integrated that into the guidelines to match what the guidelines say outside of downtown and also to generally reflect what other policies and regulations say about treating social housing development as being something that is carved out. I don't know if we want to have any more. Yeah, it's the intent with that was to reinforce that for social housing developments, it's anticipated that additional relaxation would be given. Yeah.
Sure, but there would still potentially be flexibility if a project has specific public merit, correct?
That's true, yes.
Okay. So on that note, Chair, I would like to move I'm not seeing anybody else in the queue, and I don't want to preempt anybody, but I'd like to move the recommendations, and I'd like to propose an amendment, which I'm just sending in to the clerk.
Go ahead, Councillor Kirby-Young, and I'll move you.
My computer's just...
Main queue. I'll need a seconder, sorry, for the seconder. Clerks, we've lost our screen. Yeah, we'll pause your timer. I'll actually put you in an amendment queue. You want to add yourself after. And there you go.
Just to be clear, we have a mover and a seconder for the main motion and for the amendment, and I can speak to the amendment now?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
I'll need a seconder for the Councillor Zhou.
Okay, so the amendment that I'm proposing, and recognizing that these are guidelines and there's still flexibility in this policy, these are not sort of enshrined in terms of being regulatory absolutes or must-haves, and I think that that's sort of a philosophy that we're trying to aspire to with our planning department so that they can bring forth projects that have significant public benefit, like social housing, or that are sort of... Yes?
Sorry, can I just interrupt for one moment? I completely forgot we have a speaker to this item, one, I believe. So could we just table this and go to our speaker?
Sure.
I apologize.
No worries.
My apologies, Council. So we do have one speaker who was phoning in, was my understanding. Is that correct? Peter Dowdy. Do we have Peter on the line? Yes. Okay. Peter, yeah, just 1 second. You have 3 minutes to address Council.
Hi, Council. I'm Peter Dowdy. I'm a resident of Vancouver. Sorry to interrupt the amendment, but I just wanted to call in to say that I disagree with the interaction between the proposed shadow policy and the transit-oriented areas policy. Specifically Appendix D, Section 4.1, and the presentation by staff indicate that Staff are going to use solar access as a way to apply levels of discretion to buildings in the transit-oriented areas policy that I believe may comply with the letter, but definitely violate the spirit of Bill 47. If you look at the actual requirements for transit-oriented areas, the lot coverage isn't total. There's still solar access. But I don't believe that you have the discretion necessary to say that you object to this building not because of height, but because of the shadows created by that height. And furthermore, when you make this restriction itself discretionary, based on whether or not you find additional value from the proposal, it's very clear that this is an attempt to revert back to an older, more discretionary way of doing development in the downtown peninsula. And I don't think that's consistent with Bill 47. And I think that if you want to do something like this, you have to find a different way. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter, for calling in this afternoon. Are there any further speakers? I don't think there is on our list. Okay. That wraps up speakers. So my apologies, Council. Just to be clear, the recommendations have been moved and seconded, and Councillor Kirby-Young moved those, seconded by Councillor Zhou, and those are moved with an amendment, correct? And I'll let you start over.
Thanks. Yeah, just to recap, I believed I moved the recommendations and then I proposed an amendment separately. And I
Okay.
think you were indicating that that was my question. I think you clarified, Chair, that that was moved. They were both moved and seconded?
Yes.
Okay. So carrying on with speaking to that, and I think that ironically, with that short commercial break to hear from our speaker, I think he actually articulated the point that there has been an overabundance of sort of discretion in the planning department, what we're endeavoring to achieve in order to facilitate more consistent delivery of housing and as well as economy driving projects is to provide consistency and clarity in our guidelines. And so I took some notes. I was listening very diligently when staff were talking around with phrases like one consistent policy approach, maintaining in downtown the 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., sunlight in public spaces being a core asset, whether that's on parks, public space, schools, et cetera. We have done a lot as this council with the upcoming ODP, with the Broadway plan, with the implementation of the provincial regulations, with the TOA, to drive a lot of that housing forward. A lot of that specifies the densities, as was mentioned by that speaker. But I think what we're trying to do is be very clear in terms of guidelines and provisions. And these, again, are guidelines. They are not set in stone. It does not mean that really meritorious projects cannot come forward. I think it's important we be consistent. And I think it's important that if sunlight is a core value, it's a core value. And we should be agnostic about building form. Because if you have a 6-story building form, if you care if your kids are constantly in shade the entire day in a park, you should have that same concern for whoever is living inside that building or whoever is working inside that building, depending upon whether it's a commercial or another type of building. To me, there are a lot of other policies that engender that, but this is getting back to the days where it feels like we're going a little bit retro. And what we heard from a lot of industry that are trying to deliver projects is that the discretionary piece is what really holds up a lot of the applications, and they're looking for consistency. Now, I think that this is a good balance between consulting industry, they're building projects, and hearing from the public who do really value things like livability, air, light, et cetera, in an increasingly densifying city. There is building form, there's all the zoning regulations, there's the ODP coming forward. We're opening up traditionally an awful lot of opportunities for development and housing, but to me, there are still some really core principles about how you build a city. And light and solar access is really important. It's important to people's mental health. You see a lot of cases of seasonal affective disorder when people don't have it, and I think everybody deserves to have it. And that includes people that would actually live in the social housing developments, that would be using the schools, the parks, and all the other areas nearby in those areas, because they too should not be shunted to not having access to sunlight because it's a different tenure of building. I think that providing sort of equal opportunities for health and wellness is really important, regardless of who residents may be in a building or workers may be in a particular building. So that is the amendment that's on the table. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. I will advance Councillor Orr, who's on the queue, to speak to the amendments. Yeah, go ahead.
Your mic's not on.
Okay.
Clerks, thank you.
I can't turn.
Go ahead.
Will this make it harder to build social housing?
No, we don't feel that this amendment would make it more difficult. The guidelines are designed to allow for flexibility for any number of applications that bring in a public benefit, and that would include social housing. So this particular general exemption is kind of a additional stopgap to that. So it won't make it more difficult, no.
Okay, thanks.
Is that all, Councillor Orr?
Yes, that's all. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm seeing no one else in the queue, and I just want to reconfirm with the clerks because I'm only seeing A, but I think all of the recommendations were moved by Councillor Kirby-Young with this amendment. Is that correct? So I think I saw all of them in the email. So effectively, council will be voting on the amended staff recommendations at this time. Okay, we can do that. Okay, so council, sorry, I see Councillor Maloney on, I'll advance you. Go ahead, Councillor Maloney.
I just want to ask a follow-up. I'm not really following how if we delete section 6.2, how it will make it, that's a concession to allow more social or larger buildings. So how is it possible that if we vote in favour of this amendment, that we won't be making it more difficult? I'm not following.
So there would be the requirement for an applicant coming in with 100% social housing to provide for us, for council's information or the DP board or director of planning, the detailed solar analysis. However, that is a relatively nominal part of an application package that provides quantitative data that wouldn't necessarily impact the ability to deliver that social housing. In fact, it gives council the information to confidently approve whichever application was in play there. So this clause was really a stopgap that sort of reinforced that social housing development could move forward without that additional detailed solar budget analysis. But we feel that analysis is not onerous.
All right. Now, can I just clarify through the chair, we're just voting on the amendment and then we're voting on...
Yes, so we're at this point, I've been advised we are going to vote on amended recommendation A, and then we will vote on the remaining recommendations as of...
And I'll have an opportunity to ask another question of staff before we vote?
Certainly.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
That's it then.
Okay, seeing no one else on the queue, council, you'll be voting on the amended recommendation A. So if you could vote online, please. And clerk, okay, there we go. And I think all our votes are in. That passes with Councillors Orr and Councillors Maloney in opposition. Now, Council, we'll be moving to, I think Councillor Maloney, if you want to keep yourself in the queue, you had a point of information to staff before we move the remaining recommendations.
Yeah, my time's still running.
We'll go back to the main motion. Can we get it up on screen, the whole main motion? Thank you. And then you can ask a point of information. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Maloney. Yeah, we'll get your mic on. Here.
Thank you. I wanted to ask staff to react to the concerns raised by the speaker about whether this is an appropriate way to deal with the conflict, I guess, between the stated guidance from the provincial government and not guidance, rules, and what's in these guidelines.
Sure, I'd actually like to hand it over to my colleague Kristen Baylor, who can speak to that.
Thank you, Kristen Baylor, Community Planning. The TOA legislation that we received from the province was accompanied by a policy manual, a TOA policy manual, that provides a lot of additional explanation. And there's language in the manual that allows council to consider other aspects in rezoning applications. So while there isn't specifically a list of what all these aspects are, there are some mentions such as form of development, heritage, etc. We do interpret that council approved guidelines and policies that we've had in place to address things like livability can get applied in rezoning applications. Now, it doesn't mean that they always lead to less height and density. In fact, in most cases, we're working hard with applicants to accommodate the TOA heights and densities, and in many cases exceeding those heights and densities. So we don't see this as a conflict because we have that language in the TOA policy manual.
How is it consistent? How do I put this? How can we be giving certainty when we've got conflicting guidance with what is the stated intention of the provincial legislation?
As far as our part, the city is concerned, we're trying to give that clarity by making those policy amendments. So clarifying that, being clear to applicants, but also residents in TOAs, that other aspects will get applied. That's why we're proposing these amendments to the TOA rezoning policy to be a bit clearer on that. As far as additional clarity from the province is concerned, I believe we are in conversation with staff at the province to see if, I do think those questions have come up from several municipalities on some of that intent of the policy manual. And my understanding is that there's ongoing discussions. So hopefully that'll lead to more clarity in the policy manual in the future.
And how does this fit in with something like the Rupert Renfrew plan, where we've zoned? And so it's not going to be coming to us for a public hearing?
I believe that most of the, so there are some limiting factors that were identified in the Rupert and Renfrew plan, where certain tier 2, like a handful of tier 2 sites and some tier 3 sites and TOAs would be limited to less height and density than the TOA. Those would be, for example, avoiding shadowing on school sites. My understanding is that those are not pre-zoned yet and that those would go through a rezoning policy, so we can still bring those issues forward to council for consideration.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Maloney. Seeing no further speakers on this item, I'm going to call the question on so you're now voting, Council, on the amended recommendation A and recommendations B, C, D, and E. And so if you could please vote on screen. Oh, I have to vote. Okay. And that passes unanimously. Oh, no. There we go, sorry. And it passes unanimously. Thank you for those of you here. Thank you staff for the update and presentation. Okay, Council, that brings us now to our council member motions. And we're just going to do a little transition here. Councillor Klassen is going to chair this portion because I have a motion coming up and as duty councillor. And so I'm going to let him take over for a moment here and just give us a 1 minute.
Wow. Okay, thanks very much. Happy to step in as chair for Councillor Dominato's motion. Just before I go on, Councillor Kirby-Yung, I see, no, I'm sorry, I'm still looking at the question queue, so I'm going to bet you're no longer.
That's a holdover. That was
Very good. Okay, we'll go to the main queue here. Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Chair and colleagues. I'm pleased to introduce a motion that addresses a long-standing concern in East Vancouver, one that affects both the livability of our neighborhoods and the functionality of our port infrastructure. In 2011, container truck traffic was temporarily rerouted from Clark Drive to Commissioner Street due to construction at the Port of Vancouver. That diversion, meant to be short-term, has now become permanent. As a result, residential streets have seen a significant increase in heavy truck traffic. This has led to serious impacts. Residents are reporting excessive noise, ground-shaking vibrations, and health and safety concerns, especially for children and families. The Clark Drive entrance was once a key north-south access point for the port, and reopening it was even included in our Transportation 2040 plan issued in 2012. Recently, the Vancouver Fraser Port Authority confirmed that Clark Drive is permanently closed to inbound container trucks. In response, local residents have launched a petition calling for its reopening, and I should note there's almost nearly 900 residents who have signed that petition. I met recently with port representatives and members of the community, and I appreciate they have undertaken some data collection to track the volume and numbers of trucks using the detour route. And while the city doesn't have jurisdiction over port access decisions, we do have a duty to advocate for our residents' well-being. This motion calls on council to acknowledge and support residents' concerns, to direct our staff to work with the Port Authority to reevaluate access options, to explore traffic mitigation strategies, to advocate to federal entities for policy changes that give municipalities a greater voice in port-related traffic decisions, and to share this with our stakeholders. Let's work together to find solutions that balance the economic activity of the port while also preserving and maintaining community livability. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor. Okay. We have nobody on the queue for any questions, so let's go straight to our speakers. Speaker one is Michelle Brown Calistro. And a sidekick.
A sidekick. This is Audrey Brown Calistro.
Very good. All right, go ahead. You've got 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of council. My name is Michelle Brown Calistro. I am a Hastings Sunrise resident, and I'm here in support of this motion. I'm a mother of 2 young girls, 3 years and 8 months, and I speak for myself and for nearly 900 neighbors who signed our petition asking the port to reopen the Clark Drive entrance. Since the port closed this overpass, container trucks routing from Richmond and Delta are forced to detour through our residential streets. That's primarily Dundas, Nanaimo, and McGill, instead of using the Clark and Hastings entrance to travel along Commissioner, a purpose-built route that bypasses these streets completely. I just was hoping to play a short audio clip, if possible. That was not taken from the roadside, but from inside my home as a container truck passed. The impacts are devastating. Massive trucks roar past homes, schools, and parks from about 5 a.m. till midnight, 5 to 6 days a week, often every 30 seconds to every 5 minutes at peak times. These are the trucks you would hesitate to pass on an 8-lane highway, and yet we walk inches from their thundering trailers when they stop at the crossings at all. The noise shakes our homes, drowns out conversations, and makes rest impossible. Diesel exhaust fills the air, forcing families to keep windows shut year-round. Health Canada has definitively linked traffic-related air pollution, or TRAP, to childhood leukemia and adult lung cancer. A 2020 Metro Vancouver study found near-road pollution along the route comparable to Highway 401 in Toronto, which carries 10 times the traffic. Tillicum Elementary sits directly on this route, and crossings there have no signage or slowdown zones. Truck drivers often can't stop at these red lights because of the weight and speed of their loads, and I fear it's only a matter of time before tragedy strikes. The port cites backups at Clark and Hastings as the reason for closure, but shutting the gate simply pushed congestion further east, creating headaches and conflict zones for commuters and the truck drivers alike. We have proposed alternatives such as overnight, off-peak, or timed reopening of the Clark Drive entrance, but still to no avail. Our streets were added to the major route network only in 2018, conveniently just a year before the permanent closure of the Clark entrance. But these 4-lane roads are lined with family homes and condos with only a few businesses scattered amongst them. These are not trucking routes. I stand before you as a mother and neighbor asking you to approve this motion. The solutions it proposes offer real hope. I cannot sit by and watch my community be turned into an industrial corridor in service only of the port. prioritizing commerce over health and safety. We would never accept this on Main Street, Commercial Drive, or West 4th. Why should Hastings Sunrise families be told their lives are worthless? She really wants to speak. Did you want to say something? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you both. And someone looked very mesmerized by the little red light. And I know that happens to a lot of councillors as well. Okay, our next speaker is Carlos Sombrero. Thank you.
Oh, this is cool. All right. Just bear in mind, I'm a little nervous because it's the first time I've done this while a lot of people are looking at me, so I'll do what I can. So good evening, councillor and members of council. My name is Carlos Sombrero. I lived in Hastings Sunrise for many years, and I'm here in a strong support for this motion. As Michelle mentioned, this is the last affordable pocket of our city, but it's a neighborhood under stress and pollution. Actually, Michelle and I are neighbors. Our apartment are actually facing each other, so the noise that you hear is basically what I hear, but there's different types of container trucks with different types of noises. I'm a resident of Vancouver and grew up here. I went to elementary school and secondary school here, went to Templeton, and I've seen the Sunrise develop into a wonderful community. However, the severe noise pollution and the container trucks make it difficult to call this home. The constant rumbling, the revving, the blasting past the speed limit, especially during nighttime, and the rattling as early as 5 a.m. until almost past midnight shakes my apartment, rattles my windows, and keeps me from getting proper rest. So yeah, it's a constant struggle, especially with sleep quality. This isn't just stressful, it's harmful. Firstly, the constant pollution. Secondly, the trucks trigger my anxiety, keep my body from constant fight or flight mode, and have contributed to tinnitus and other complications. I have no other choice but to wear the earplugs, which I have in right now, or noise-canceling headphones all day, which is not sustainable or healthy at all. I know I'm not alone because I see earplugs scattered in my apartment and on the street sometimes. And many of us are struggling to cope with the noise. And what's surprising and sometimes is there's different types of container trucks, right? There's one container truck that carry large amounts of gasoline that pass through our neighborhood, which which all walks of life, from young families, children, seniors, persons with disabilities, and many more, such as pets. So I find that very alarming in our residential area, and it's near elementary school. Almost done here. The impact of mental health is serious. Chronic exposure to container trucks is leading to the health complications that includes mental health issues. My body, my mind, and my soul cannot rest or recover and have peace. The noise is so bad that I sometimes feel the trucks are speeding into my head. So it's because I'm facing right into the road. So I even had to apply to BC Housing with strong support from my healthcare provider because of the situation has become so overwhelming. At the same time, I grew up here and I want to continue living here. Hastings Sunrise has so much potential as a safe and welcoming neighborhood. I've seen it develop from the ground up, but the consistent traffic noise clouds it. So it really caps its full potential. And it's not only about health, but it's also about safety. What hurts me sometimes, or actually what hurts me, is when I step outside, I remember this moment where I saw a mother holding her children at Dundas and Templeton while waiting for the pedestrian light. But as the container trucks just blast through just a few inches away from them. So, this is a daily reality for us, for our neighborhood, especially in Dundas and Templeton. It feels like we're just only moments away from a preventable tragedy.
Brings you to your time.
Yeah, sorry. And one more thing. It's my birthday tomorrow, so this month, if this motion is passed, this will be a great present for the Hastings Sunrise community. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Our next speaker is Mitchell Reardon, who's on the phone, I believe.
Yes. Hello. Can you hear me?
You bet. Go right. You got 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Mitchell Reardon. I'm a resident of Hastings Sunrise. I live one block from Dundas with my 2-year-old daughter, and we have another baby on the way. I can certainly relate to what the previous speaker just said about waiting near the crossings with my little girl and how far we stand back just to avoid the risk. And it's quite a scary experience. We try to avoid Dundas whenever possible. I support this motion and recognize that COE is merely advocating here, but hope that you can advocate strongly here. Initially, a temporary route. The port seems to have made it permanent with little to no notice for residents. This is deeply concerning for a number of reasons, as the speakers before me have shared. but it has significant implications on the well-being of Hastings Sunrise residents and the businesses that are along there. Traffic in general, but truck traffic in particular, is poor for air quality. Thinking about PM 2.5 up to 10 particulate matter. It impacts the surrounding area up to 200 meters from the road. Heavy trucks along here are a major contributor to that, both for diesel and tire wear. It's extra bad with start and stop traffic, which is frequently the case along Dundas and McGill and Powell. It has significant impacts on children, as a previous speaker also noted. This is really tough for the well-being, both near term on noise and kind of visual impact and fear of being along there, as well as for the air quality. And this is extra important given that a significant portion of the area is within the 800-meter TOA catchment of the R5 Nanaimo Hastings stop. And so if the city is looking to add housing within this area, you need to be thinking about the well-being impacts of and really the ethics of adding people to an area where air quality and traffic safety are deeply concerning. Also previously noted, the big trucks, they just can't stop quickly. Certainly hold my little girl's hand real tight when we're near that street, just given that, a truck running a yellow is a pretty common sight. And even occasionally you'll see a driver run a red. The noise also deeply disruptive. We'll avoid walking on Dundas or McGill whenever possible. I really don't know what the specific implications would be, but having the school right along there, the Tillicum annexes, the noise implications on learning would be worth understanding further and could be used to help advocate in this case. I just want to wrap up by saying that for the well-being of Hastings Sunrise residents and families, would be really grateful if you could advocate strongly to the port to consider or determine a better route for reopening either the Clark overpass or requiring trucks to be coming off Highway 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Good timing. Okay, our next speaker on the phone, I believe has a presentation, is Stuart Hughes. Stuart, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, let's get your deck running here, and then I'll cue you to start in a sec. Okay, looks like we're ready to go. Okay, you've got 3 minutes, Stuart.
Okay. All right. Hi, Mayor and Council. My name is Stu Hughes, and I'm a Vancouver resident. I've lived in Hastings Sunrise, for the last 20 years, and on the corner of Dundas Street and Garden Drive for 1 year. I'm unofficially representing my 10 fellow residents at 25 Garden Drive. And we support the reopening of Clark Drive because we don't want enormous container trucks driving through our neighborhood, and who wouldn't want a quieter and safer neighborhood? If you see my slide number 1, you can see that the container trucks are vastly larger than normal, and so are the traffic noises. Last week, a traffic incident occurred, and a blast of a container truck horn knocked my wife and toddler off of the sofa. So Dundas Street is hilly, and we can hear the container trucks and their engines and their brakes coming from blocks away. And when they drive past, it's like the Vancouver Sun article reports. It does sound like bombs, and it shakes our building. It shakes more than the earthquake in February, and it's all day. My wife and toddler and I wear earplugs and use a noise machine when we go to bed. But even more frightening than the rumbling is when you're on the street and the empty container trucks that go much, much faster and they rattle violently as they pass our home. I think if you look at slide 2, I think it's because the truck beds are curved like a spring and the suspension isn't designed to work without a heavy load. If you take a look at slide 3, it kind of shows these hunks of metal that I found too in the past year on our front lawn. And from my research, I think these are the broken corners of shipping containers. And you can imagine the frightening force it takes to hurl these things off of a truck at 20 feet into our yard. Anyhow, in conclusion, I don't think that Dundas Street is a good trucking route because it's hilly, bumpy, and it's residential. And so I hope you guys please reopen the Clark's the Clark truck route to reduce the dangerous and loud trucks in our neighborhood. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Our next speaker is Alexandria King on the phone. Alexandria, are you there?
Hi, everyone.
Go right ahead.
Hi, everyone. I'm Alexandria King, and I live right here in Hastings Sunrise, Vancouver. I support the report's recommendations. Over 10 years ago, container trucks heading to the Port of Vancouver were rerouted off the Clark Drive entrance, a ramp built exactly for this kind of traffic, and sent down Powell, Dundas, Nanaimo, and McGill instead. We were told it would only be temporary. Well, it's been 13 years and our streets are still full of trucks. Our neighborhoods were never meant to handle this kind of traffic. Because of this detour, my neighbors and I, along with thousands of others, deal with trucks running red lights, the constant screech of engine brakes, polluted air, and big trucks parked right in front of our homes. It's not just annoying, it's dangerous and unhealthy. It's time to fix this. It's time to put people before trucks and reopen the Clark Drive entrance. Clark Drive was built for trucks. It's a direct and safer route that keeps heavy traffic away from families, schools, and bike lanes. It means fewer accidents, less noise, and cleaner air. And this isn't just good for us. It's better for truck drivers too. Reopening Clark means fewer stops, less traffic, and faster trips to the port. Let's keep trucks where they belong, on industrial roads, so our neighborhoods can finally breathe again. Our kids can walk to school safely. Seniors can enjoy peace and quiet. And we can all have the simple dignity of living without huge trucks roaring past our front doors. So today, I'm asking the Port Authority and city leaders to do the right thing. Reopen Clark Drive, make our streets safe again, and after all this time, keep the promise of fixing this. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our last speaker is Grace McCrae O'Keefe. Grace, are you there?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please, go ahead. You got 3 minutes.
Beautiful. I was going to say good morning, but good afternoon, Mayor and Councilors. Thank you for considering this motion. My name is Grace McCrae O'Keefe, and I've lived in the Hastings Sunrise area for about 7 years on both Dundas itself and now on Triumph at Nanaimo off Dundas. And when I learned about how reopening the Clark Drive overpass to incoming port traffic could alleviate the relentless noise in the neighborhood, I did feel real relief. Our neighborhood is vibrant, and as you can hear from the people who are speaking today, as well as all those who have signed the petition, it's deeply loved by its residents. But the relentless truck traffic we endure day and night, including literally right now, outside of my windows, takes a toll. The noise and the diesel exhaust are constant, and they make it harder for the families, kids, and seniors who live here to simply live well in their own homes. The closure of the Clark Drive entrance was meant to be temporary, but has instead funneled container trucks onto residential streets that were never built for this kind of traffic. I see trucks and impatient drivers cutting across Nanaimo every day to avoid the gridlock, and this is not only disruptive, as you've already heard, it is dangerous. So you have an opportunity to restore some fairness and some livability here. Even a timed reopening of the Clark Drive gate overnight or during off-peak hours would be a great start to easing the strain on these residential streets while keeping port operations flowing. So I ask you to support this motion as a first step towards making Hastings Sunrise safer and healthier for the people who call it home. Thank you for your time and your attention.
Thank you very much. Okay, that concludes our speakers for this item. Council, we have an opportunity to debate. So if there's anybody who wants to go in the queue to discuss this motion, please go ahead. Councillor Maloney.
Hi, I have emailed around a proposed amendment. So perhaps an amendment queue.
Very good. We'll go to. Has the amendment been sent to the clerk?
Yes.
We'll just pause for a moment.
Apologies.
Okay. All right. I will move us to an amendment queue. Councillor Maloney, that's you there. Go ahead.
Thanks, and I'm very grateful to Councillor Dominato for moving this excellent motion. I have a friendly amendment to direct staff to establish a monitoring program with regular reporting back to council and the public on truck traffic volumes, noise and pollution levels on truck routes impacted by this permanent container truck rerouting.
Thanks very much. Just to the clerk, Councillor Fry seconded the amendment. Oh, the main motion. So I need a seconder for this motion? Councillor Fry. Okay, advancing. Councillor Montague.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Through you, a question to the mover of the amendment. What would you like the City of Vancouver to do with the data that's collected here? Your mic's not on.
I'd like to see council take action relating to the tools it has at its disposals, which are vast and varied, to allocate road space, control traffic, advocate to the province for additional automated enforcement to reduce speed levels, which we know reduce noise levels on arterial roads. We know that for example, the difference between an electric vehicle and an internal combustion engine vehicle is the same
sorry,
once
you're
you get
getting beyond my question there. So
over 30
as far as
kilometres an hour.
as far as the pollution levels, you mentioned electric vehicles. How many electric trucks do we have available to the ports and to our?
So speed limits can be introduced and better enforcement can be introduced. That's something that's well within our...
You're mentioning pollution levels here.
So one of the things that we can do is provide alternative means of transport to reduce pollution by non-truck transport. That's something that we can do by reallocating road space to active transport, fast-tracking bus lanes and encouraging
and that's under the city's purview?
By reallocating road space along commercial routes and along the bus lanes that we've already approved. We have so many tools in our toolkit as a core responsibility.
Whose responsibility is pollution in the council? Whose responsibility is pollution in the area?
The issues that are
whose responsibility is pollution in the area?
We can influence pollution using the tools in our toolkit as a municipal council.
You should all, in both you and Councillor Montague,
through the chair, I'm asking the mover of the motion.
Responses through the chair.
Who is responsible for pollution
noting it's your time, Councillor Montague?
We share responsibility with other levels of government.
Please direct any comments through the chair.
Oh, sorry. Through the chair to the person asking me the question, we have an abundant suite of tools available to us to particularly allocation of road space and design of roads to influence noise pollution, air pollution, traffic volumes, traffic direction on city roads. The possibilities are endless.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
And the answer to my question is Metro Vancouver has responsibility for pollution monitoring. I don't see any staff here, but maybe the Deputy City Manager can ask through you, Chair, if I may ask the Deputy City Manager. Do we even have the tools to monitor specifically truck volume? I know we have the tools to monitor traffic volume. The port has the ability to monitor truck volume through GPS, but I don't believe the city does.
Sandra Singh, Deputy City Manager. Councillor, thank you for the question. Yeah, I think at this point I'm not able to answer your question in detail. What I would perhaps request is that this be a report back on the feasibility of a monitoring program, because at this point I think I don't have sufficient information and we would need some time to explore what's actually feasible to deliver.
Okay. Thank you. And through the chair, one more question to the mover of the amendment, if I may. You keep talking about a plethora of tools. I'm wondering if you could explain what those plethora of tools are that the city has.
So when
Through the chair. Yes.
through the chair, when I was advocating for a school street adjacent to Lord Roberts Elementary School, the city set up traffic volume monitoring, air pollution monitoring, and other observation monitoring to assess the pre-school street conditions and the post-school street conditions. And I have complete confidence that staff would be able to come up with the tools to do the monitoring that's suggested in this. It's quite a routine thing.
Okay.
Deputy City Manager.
Thank you. Yes, I have some information from our Director of Transportation. So we don't monitor pollution, but we can monitor truck volume through count programs, but it's difficult to differentiate trucks based on like trucks for the port versus other trucks.
Okay, thank you. And I assume that we can't differentiate between, by monitoring pollution, what pollution comes from trucks and what pollution comes from the vehicles. I fully supportive of the motion. I think it's fantastic. I think it's brutal what's happening in this neighborhood, but the amendment is just ridiculous. I won't be supporting.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Question through you to staff, if I might, and it's just for further clarity, similar to Councillor Montague's, and that is just affirming that Metro Vancouver has jurisdiction and oversight for air quality and monitoring of emissions, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then theoretically that is an understood by virtue of the City of Vancouver participating in the Metro Federation of Municipalities, that's our understanding that we don't engage in that our activity and that is their responsibility. Is that correct?
It's my understanding, yes.
Okay. I appreciate, I guess I'm gathering it's probably some learning teething pains from, maybe I'm using the teething analogy because we have babies in council from some of the new councillors, but I think that there is a distinct and different role here, and I think there's some practical considerations here. I think that the issue itself is well documented. I think that Councillor Dominato's motion is attempting to do that. I do know that we had a report, I believe, from City engineering team that had previously spoken around work they had done on monitoring truck volumes and some of the ongoing dialogue with the port. I think Councillor Dominato is trying to light a fire to move that forward. But I think some of that baseline of information is there, notwithstanding the point that we actually don't have the jurisdiction to do the pollution monitoring. So I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair, and I appreciate the dialogue on this because it is, as noted, it's an important issue, and that's why I brought it forward on behalf of the community. But just with respect to the amendment at this time, I just want to, it's already been identified. So I'm the Chair of Air Quality and Climate Action at Metro Vancouver, and air quality monitoring sits squarely with the regional district, and they do have transponders down in that area around monitoring air quality. But I also want to just reflect that the ability to track the particularly container trucks, the port can do that. They've actually just undertaken a study, a survey, and they do it, and it's been verified by onboard GPS transponders, and so that is work that they're undertaking. The city has a role in terms of just generally street enforcement of where, if a truck is blocking a curb or blocking a road. There can be parking enforcement, if you will. But just to, I think it's really important to articulate that. And in the context of the broader issue, nobody's disputing the pollutant challenges that we have with some of these trucks. Has been, and I see there's another motion coming, an amendment coming from Councillor Fry. There has been moves to have these drivers. You have to remember these trucks are independent of the port, so they're not employed by the port. They have been moving to more newer, cleaner technologies. My understanding from the port is that about 85% of the current fleet is now 2018 models or newer, so they have more efficient environmental technologies. But setting all of that aside, the intent here of the motion is to get action on the part of the port, to get our staff working with the port to reopen that entrance either fully or partially. They have a reservation system. I would rather see them focus on changes that mitigate the impact than monitoring programs. So we have scarce resources and where we drive our staff to, so they can do a monitoring program that gets us more data. But the port's collecting this data and will continue to. They're going to do more surveys. So I think we should work with the port to have them collect the data. We can get information from Metro Vancouver around air quality and get them focused on driving the change that's necessary to get the entrance reopened. That's where I want the energy placed. And so on that basis, I'm not going to support the amendment.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Maloney?
Yeah, I don't feel as though the residents are concerned about which trucks are producing which noise. I think they're just, like many residents that live on arterials, concerned about us taking action to reduce the negative impacts of motor vehicles on their homes and their lives. I'd invite staff through the chair to just double check about the authority of the City of Vancouver to be conducting pollution monitoring, because I understand that it's, reports from the school street program contain air quality monitoring. So I'm afraid I'm somewhat confused about us not having authority to do that since we've been doing it. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Okay, seeing no other councillors on the queue, can I get a vote on the amendment? Councillor, clerk, please take us to the voting panel. Okay, so that fails with Councillors Claassen, Kirby, Young, Dominato, Montague, and Joe in opposition. All right, we'll go back to the main queue once again. Any other? Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I've submitted an amendment, but before we jump to an amendment queue, I just want to reflect my support for this broadly. When I first got politically active around issues on Prior Street, and it was a significant truck route at that time, we had a retired epidemiologist who lived on Prior Street who told us all about cancer corridors and the impacts of diesel particulate matter. And really what that does to human health and the extent to which it traverses populations by a matter of meters, and how harmful it is, and to the points of infant mortality and childhood leukemia and all sorts of cancers and stuff. And I now have a second delightful small person that I care about on that truck route. And so I'm very supportive of what we can do to mitigate this. I know how significantly impacting it is on the health and well-being of folks. I've submitted an amendment on that note. Did I do that?
I thought, oh, sorry, we were not in the amendment queue.
No.
So here you go. Councillor, if you just want to, here you go. I'll put you there. You go. I'm sorry. Are we going back to the amendment queue? Sorry. And I hear Councillor Kirby Young second in the motion. All right, Councillor Fry, you have the floor on the amendment.
Yeah, and just one of the things that kind of got sidelined during COVID was the Vancouver Fraser Port Authority's rolling truck age program, which was really looking at how they could get some of these more heavy polluting trucks off the road. Obviously, there was some tension around truckers during COVID, and this was one of the casualties of it. But I think at the time, the City of Vancouver did affirm some pretty strong support for the rolling truck age program. largely, getting old trucks off the road, even electrification of trucks. I think that's a step in the right direction. Obviously, we, tangential to this, and also just adding that we send a copy of this to Metro Vancouver, who are indeed, and I appreciate Councillor Maloney's intention around air quality monitoring. From my time dealing with the prior street trucking issue, I know that the air quality monitoring stations are set up by Metro Vancouver, and they go through the climate and air quality group, and they do have that function is through Metro Vancouver. So again, extending this to Metro Vancouver and in that spirit that they could better ascertain the impacts of human health on human health. Sorry. So that's it.
Thanks very much, Councillor Fry. Okay. Seeing no other councillors on the motion, so we're going to be voting on Councillor Fry's motion. Clerk, take us to the control panel. Very good. Good. And that, Councillor Maloney and Councillor Kirby-Young. You need a vote assist, Councillor? Oh, there we go. Okay, so that, passes with support from all present. Very good. Okay, so we're going back to the main queue. Councillor, we weren't going to be, the amendment's done, so.
Yeah, no, I'm going to close on the motion when it.
There, one moment. Okay, should I? Okay, I'll just, we got, add yourself to the main queue then. Very good. All right, Councillor Fry. By the way, you already used some of your time in the main queue.
I did, and you know what? I have a kind of family emergency, so I'm going to have to just step out of the room.
Okay.
But I
put you back on after. Okay. Okay. Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Orr.
Yeah, thanks, and thanks to Councillor Dominato for the motion. I was considering moving it myself, but I got sidetracked. I've got a few friends that live in the area, and they've been emailing me. They've been really like on this, and I'm just happy that it came forward. It kind of just slipped my mind. So really good to hear from residents. So I can't imagine the building shaking, how traumatic that must be, and with a young one as well. It's definitely not ideal. I worry maybe that this might impact like traffic on Clark. That's what I heard. I think the port's sort of reasoning is that it's going to back up Clark Drive, but I mean, I'm sure they can figure it out. They've been doing this for a while. So thank you very much for putting it forward. Now we'll be supporting.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Maloney.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to particularly thank all the public speakers that came along today to share their experiences. I know how serious it is to be suffering from motor vehicle noise, and one of the reasons why I'm bringing a motion later today to provide more housing options off arterials is because of the impacts that you're feeling. And I think that we as a council need to do everything within our power to reduce the impacts of noise on people who are just trying to live their lives. I think the relentlessness is very difficult to deal with, and it's just a shame, as I'll go into detail about later on, that we seem to just give up on dealing with the impacts of motor vehicles on arterials. So thank you again to Councillor Dominato for moving this motion that's very important, and for you for sharing the real experiences of people that have to put up with truck noise. I really feel as though it should be a high priority as a public safety issue to think about the health impacts and the mental health impacts of having to deal with this. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks. I also appreciate Councillor Dominato bringing this forward and for people to come out and take time. I know it takes a bit of effort to get to City Hall, but really appreciate hearing your direct experience. That's always the most helpful thing for councillors, I think I was speaking for myself, is to hear about the real life impacts of policies. I know that we want to have a successful and thriving economy and a strong port, but we also want to have healthy residents and a livable community. So I appreciate it. It's not the same, I know, but folks have heard me talk quite a lot about the noise from leaf blowers. Thank you. You can tell that council is getting back into the first cycle after a bit of a break. I remember being, as we all were, kind of working from home during COVID, and the frequency, it's not just that the noise going constantly, but sometimes the frequency at which they are going gives me empathy, I think, in terms of what that experience is like when you are constantly hearing noise and you can't get away from it. So I appreciate sort of the real life human impact of that one. I know that it's important for us to sort of balance that work with the port. We do have a busy city. We do need to, goods need to get places. There's been lots of good dialogue to the points that were raised earlier at Metro Vancouver around the importance of air quality and how we move people in and out through our different ports and container systems. But I think it's important that Vancouver Council are strong advocates for that. And I appreciate Councillor Dominato bringing this forward. And thanks to everybody. I'm happy to support it.
Thanks very much, Councillor Kirby-Young. And I'm going to ask Councillor Kirby-Young just to take the chair just for a moment while I
go ahead, Councillor Klassen.
Comments. Thank you. Just expressing my support for this motion. I'm actually quite surprised that it's taken us so long for this detour to continue to happen in the way it has. There's been a lot of changes down with access to the port. I remember when they started closing off after 9/11, in the early 2000s, that happened, and it's had sort of a cascading series of events. Certainly, as somebody who lives not very far from Knight Street, I'm very familiar with the large amount of container truck traffic that goes up and down that route. But in this particular case, it would be really nice to try and bring some relief, both from the noise pollution and as well as the air quality, poor air quality that comes from these vehicles. So I just want to thank all the community that rose up and spoke up, the people that came in today, and the addition of having a baby at the speaker's microphone as well. Just really pleased to support this. Thanks to Councillor Dominato for bringing this forward, and I'll take the chair back from you, Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. Not seeing anyone else on the queue, I'll just close on the motion and just thank you to those of you who are able to come in person. And Michelle and I had an opportunity to meet over the summer months when I first learned about the petition in the neighborhood, and we met actually with staff representing the port to start that dialogue. And that's what I think this is about, is moving to some concrete change, and that starts with trying to find some common ground. And but I wanted to, in my closing remarks, just to offer some reflections that I got through correspondence. One, I won't name the individuals, obviously, but individual who does have a strong connection to the port lands and work there, talked about the opportunities potentially, because they operate on a 24-hour period, 3 shifts, and opportunities to potentially reopen the Clark Drive in a way that you can stagger, so you don't end up with that backing up along Clark. Think there's some opportunities for efficiency there. But I think more importantly, and in the words of residents who wrote me, and you heard a lot, and we obviously have Michelle's daughter here, but you heard a lot about people talking about families and children, including those who called in. And these are the words from some of the residents in the neighborhood. I feel unsafe when my kids go to school at Tillicum Annex and have to cross McGill in front of a semi-truck speeding, trying to make the light. Please reopen the port entry. Another family, we have never complained about anything to the city, but my family and I have had a drastic reduction in the quality of life due to the trucks roaring eastbound in front of our residence for many years now. It's nonstop, excessive, and unbearable. It is the truck noise shaking from empty containers on the hills and bumps of the road, running red lights to avoid being stuck on the hill, roaring past children waiting to cross the street to go to many schools around here, loud rumblings, engines squealing at all hours, preventing kids from sleeping, let alone anyone trying to ever sleep. We haven't been able to sleep in for years as the shaking and startling decibel of the trucks roaring wake us up and keep us awake. The frequency itself is unbelievable. It's not just 9 to 5, Monday to Friday, even though that's the worst of it. It's in the evenings, the early mornings, the weekends. It's relentless. Many of my neighbors are likewise impacted by the noise, pollution, and congestion from truck traffic. The Clark Drive entrance directs traffic into the port without the need to bring the risks and impacts to residential streets of heavy truck traffic. And finally, the amount of truck traffic through our neighborhood was supposed to be used as a temporary measure. It makes more sense in terms of pollution and safety to have trucks go through the port rather than using residential neighborhoods. It goes on, but there's a common theme here about safety, noise, pollution, particulate matter, impact to people's health and well-being. And again, the objective here, as I said earlier, is to give our staff the political license to engage in those conversations with port staff and have some concrete change unfold. And so that's the objective. And I appreciate all the words of support from my colleagues. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Dominato. So we will take this to a vote. Clerk, please take us to the voting panel. Okay, that passes unanimously. Thanks very much. All right, we will now go on to. Oh yeah, I will. I'm going to see. Oh well, look at the real chair back.
Back in. It's a good time. Sure. We'll just take a minute recess here while we switch chairs. Okay, hi everybody, welcome back. We're going to move on to motion number 2, prioritizing the completion and delivery of community facilities and infrastructure in the 2027 to 2030 capital plan, and is to be moved and introduced by Councillor Kirby-Yung. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict to disclose? I'm not seeing anyone. So Councillor Kirby-Yung, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. I'm really thrilled to introduce this motion. Capital planning is something that has, and how the city spends its dollars and delivers amenities to residents is something that has been a priority of mine for some time. If I'm summing it up, this motion is really calling to focus on less emphasis on studies and more emphasis on timely shovel-ready projects that we can either deliver or materially advance in the next capital plan. And that is for 2027 to 2030. The capital plan, for those that are not as familiar, is really the 4-year blueprint as to how the city spends its capital budget for a new and upgraded, transportation, community infrastructure, and those amenities that we mentioned that are so important to quality of life for everybody in Vancouver. So it's really about giving very clear direction to our staff who are undertaking that work now to prepare a draft capital budget, to deprioritize initiatives that lack secured funding or do not have a line of sight, as I said, to either be completed or to materially advance. We spend about $3.5 billion despite the escalating construction costs and the challenges in delivering plans. So we have the ability to actually deliver a lot of value despite the challenging economic circumstances and escalating cost pressures. A lot of our infrastructure is aging, as you know. I've presented a couple of different motions in the past asking to articulate how much this council spent on priorities from senior levels of government or what our infrastructure deficit is, to the point that now it's now part of our common conversation that we have a $500 million infrastructure deficit. So what I'm looking for is a more nimble, outcome-driven approach. Let's do some of the smaller upgrades that can be just as impactful to people in their day-to-day lives, in their neighborhoods, and for individuals and families, the playgrounds, the dog parks, upgrading and repairing our facilities, as well as moving forward those initiatives that people love and really deserve, for example, like Kids Pool. Let's not spend it on things like a new city hall. Let's spend it on making sure that the infrastructure we already have can really work for people, and we're prioritizing what those renewals look like. I think that we've had a number of instances where money has been spent, like $2.6 million, for example, on a West End waterfront plan strategy that was $1/3 billion or $500 million. There's no line of sight towards that. $2.6 million could do a lot in bringing 2 or 3 dog parks, for example, where we're short to neighborhoods across the city. And so really, what I'm asking council to do, and I will be bringing one amendment as well, leveraging off of recent reports, is to give that clear direction to staff so that people can see and benefit in times of increasing affordability in a changing city from continued quality of life and livability in a city that's been known for its amenities, and that we spend taxpayers' dollars where they can see it and they can feel it. And we actually get some projects delivered. And I think ultimately it's going to save us money in the long term because we're not going to be extending these things across particularly long capital cycles. So I will leave it there, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Joe. We'll now hear from registered speakers for the motion. Public speakers should state whether they're in support or opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they're residents of Vancouver if it's not noted on the speakers list. And our first public speaker is Melanie Chang.
Hi, I'm Melanie Chang. I'm a director of Collingwood Recreation Society. There's 1,500 members of our nonprofit organization. I'm speaking before you today as a resident of Vancouver. I'm here to respectfully oppose the motion as written. While I support delivering essential infrastructure, I am concerned about the wording of the motion. Clause B says staff should prioritize projects that are fully or substantially funded and deprioritize those where funding is uncertain. On paper, this sounds efficient. In practice, it may mean that long promised but underfunded projects get shelved indefinitely, and that's exactly what my community has lived through in Joyce Collingwood. In 2016, the Joyce Collingwood Station Precinct Plan was adopted. Now we're 9 years later, and here's what we've seen in our community. The precinct plan proposed 3 towers at Joyce Station. Reality is that 6 towers over 30 stories have been approved. We've got double the density that was approved under the precinct plan, but not double the benefits. In fact, we've got literally almost none of the benefits that were promised to us under that plan. We didn't get a new library that was promised to us. The 74 childcare spaces that were planned haven't been built. The 30 out-of-school spaces that were promised to us, those were placed at Renfrew Elementary, which is not near the Joyce area. It's 30 minutes bus ride away. The cultural space that was promised to us, we're still waiting for that consultation. So, in short, the density has come into our area, and those rezoning applications have been approved, but the amenities were deferred. And that's why this motion passed without change is concerning. By only prioritizing shovel-ready, fully funded projects, Council will repeat the same pattern of development going ahead while promised community amenities get deferred, delayed, or simply abandoned because of the escalating costs. So I'm asking you to amend the motion and add a direction for staff to identify and prioritize the amenities already promised in the existing community plans, but still unfulfilled, with a focus on underserved and high-growth neighborhoods. And we just ask that we get some delivery on some of the promises that have been made, and not necessarily the easiest project to complete. Thank you. I am incredibly grateful to all of you for all of your work on City Council. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's our last speaker. And thank you for speaking to the committee. Committee members, is there any discussion? Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, I actually have an amendment to propose, and I think it actually
Sure.
Sort of speaks to what the current speaker was talking about. And I think we're actually aligned that I'll just comment quickly before going to the amendment queue that
It's going to move us.
Sure.
Sorry, one moment. Go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I think we're actually aligned in this. The motion actually speaks about taking an equity perspective and looking around at different neighborhoods. I think what the challenge is that we actually have not delivered on some of the promises, and we're undertaking a number of new initiatives that are outside of previous priority lists, or we're not dealing with existing infrastructure in the neighborhood. So I certainly think that's reflected in, and that's the intent of the motion. I appreciate the comments from the speaker. The additional amendment that I'm proposing is in another clause, really, and I'll just sort of hit some of the highlights here. I think the staff are bringing it on the blank screen that I see behind me, but I'll just keep talking to it. Oh, there it goes. Quickly, is really to recognize that there's a confluence of thought around this process, not just from past councils and from this council, but also from the Mayor's Budget Task Force and recently from the Auditor General, who have both suggested that we need to have a rigorous capital asset management framework that helps guide the city's maintenance of our assets and capital plan investment in terms of looking at the life cycle and the life plan, as well as it includes things like service indicators, which to me would speak to the equity component across different neighborhoods. And it's about acknowledging that level of work and asking for staff to come back to report back on this. I'm looking for a high-level report here on options to provide a capital asset management framework that can help guide the work once that capital plan is set. It's very noteworthy that the Auditor General report, which was released, I think, last week, it's on the agenda for the Auditor General Committee meeting tomorrow, identified that 72% of recreation facilities were in poor or very poor condition from an asset management perspective based on the cost of repairs. And that's really phenomenally important. So I'm looking to tie these pieces together and set a very clear direction to staff as to how we work moving forward. Thanks.
Thank you. And that was seconded by Councillor Dominato. Okay, not seeing anyone else on the queue to speak to the amendments, so we can go to a vote, please. Okay, that passes with Councillor Maloney in opposition. Okay, we'll now go back to the main queue. Councillor Kirby-Young, anything to add?
Oh, sorry. I'll wait to close on the motion. I'll let the other councillors go. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Orr.
Yeah, thanks. I'm glad that I noticed the Auditor General report too. I'm glad that amendment passed. It was important to include that, and I also appreciate that you addressed the caller's comment and that there is a lens of equity involved in this. So just sort of get some clarification on sort of, you mentioned a few examples, like we want to prioritize kids pool and dog parks, but not City Hall and not the West End waterfront plan. Is there any sort of other kind of examples that you would sort of think about prioritizing? This is a question through the chair to the mover, of course. Just in terms of like, what are the trade-offs here? What are we just to really make clear to the public what we're prioritizing and what we want to see shelved, kind of thing.
Question through the chair, and so responding to that, yeah, it's the community facing pieces that really impact people in their daily lives. So it's not a big shiny new city hall. It is libraries, it's fire hall. It is renewing some of our community centers, recognizing that we cannot replace them all at this point, but some of them are in disrepair. Some of them will benefit from things like kitchen upgrades. Playgrounds are a good example that are things that can be completed relatively lower cost compared to some larger facility buildings, like what we're doing right now, the Marpole Community Center. So if you go down to Cooper's Park and the Duck Park, like those things that really have a lot of payoff relative to the amount of investment. And I think hopefully this will give staff a chance to look at how much are we spending on planning versus some of those smaller pieces we can deliver. But the intent, back through the chair to Councillor Orr, is really on the community facing pieces.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you both. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, so I mean, I think generally I appreciate this. I'm struggling with some of the semantics, some of the timing as well, because obviously we just got this report from the Auditor General, which I haven't had a chance to read yet, but the recreational facility asset management plan, I think probably would be germane to some of the outcomes of here. But where I'm really struggling, and maybe this is a question I might ask through you of the mover, is the idea of staff prioritizing. I was of the impression that council makes the priorities, staff makes the presentations, and that we would later, subsequently vote on it and say, well, these are the priorities based on what you're presenting. Is the intention to kind of cut council's decision-making process out of this and have staff make the priorities, or is it really about presenting and ranking?
Yeah, through the chair. Yeah, that is the process, Councillor Fry, and I'm not suggesting we change or usurp it. I'm just suggesting in the draft capital plan that they bring, sorry, I feel like if I look this way, I can see you, but if I go this way, I'm off mic. But in the draft plan they bring forward to us, that they have that lens on it when they are presenting the draft. The capital plan still needs to be debated and it still needs to be adopted by council. That's still a decision of council.
Right, I'm going to submit a friendly amendment that I think just gives me the comfort that rather than prioritize, it's present and rank.
Okay. Did you want some time for that?
No, I just sent it.
Oh, you just sent it in. Okay, great.
Yeah, just because, I mean, I think semantically speaking, prioritizing, asking staff to prioritize means they will give us a list with just priorities and not all the options that we could consider. And I say this also in the context of, I think Councillor Klassen's motion coming up is an excellent motion, but it wouldn't probably align within this framework because it's a bit unclear, the funding and the partnerships with CPKC and all these kind of other pieces. So, but I think it's a great motion, and I'd like to see it come forward as a consideration and maybe ranked appropriately. But so
okay, I'll move you to the amendment Q1. Just a moment, please. Okay, Councillor Fry, did you have anything else to add on your amendment?
No, I mean, I think that's pretty, I mean, it honestly is not trying to be difficult. It's really trying to be helpful in recognizing that, like, not to single out Councillor Klassen's motion, because I think it's an excellent motion, but I think that it would allow us the latitude to explore those things and rank them as a council, or prioritize them as a council, sorry.
Okay, Councillor Kirby-Young on the amendment.
Yeah, I'll be quick. I'm not gonna wordsmith, and I am sort of aligned with the intent of the motion. I'd be happier if the word prioritize had been sort of left in, because I'm, not looking to necessarily get the kitchen sink of every single thing we could do in the city. I'm looking for staff to present us with some magnitude of where they think the wins and the deliverables are. So present and rank sounds a little bit, and again, this maybe I'm contradicting myself. This is a bit of wordsmithing, a bit sort of like providing you with this much in the Goldilocks style auctions, as opposed to, I'd be happy to prioritize what's left in, but I think as long as the intention is clear, I know council's got a full day, so I'm not gonna spend a lot of time wordsmithing.
Thank you. Seconding Councillor Fry's amendment. Sorry, thank you. Thanks for the reminder.
I'd rather see
Councillor Maloney.
Yeah, if I was in favour of this motion as a whole, I would definitely vote in favour of this sensible amendment. But because I'm not in favour of the motion as a whole, I'll be voting against this amendment.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Sorry, I mean, sometimes words do matter, but I do think prioritize is an important word. So if there was a bit of a shift or something to leave it in there, great, but I'd rather see it left in there. So I'm probably not going to support the amendment as it is for that reason, but I think we're aligned in the spirit of where this is going. Thanks.
Councillor Klassen.
Sorry,
it's on.
mic is not turning on.
Try again. How about now?
Weird.
It's showing as on for me.
Hello. Can you hear me? Okay.
No light, I guess.
I think the little baby took my light. I know sometimes we, and it's our job sometimes to look at language. I'm very much where Councillor Kirby-Young is this is completely well intended. I just don't, and again, the word prioritize does have a little bit more oomph to it in some ways. Frankly, I don't feel like wordsmithing this too much. I'll I'll probably just support the amendment, knowing that I think it's clear to us what either word or phrase actually means in this one. We have to try and rank in any case the resources. We're always in that process of doing that. So I think just in that spirit, I'll support the amendment. But I think staff and the public have heard exactly what our intention is here.
Okay, thank you. I can pass the chair to Vice Chair Dominato. Yeah, to me, I think the intention is good on the part of Councillor Fry to the original intention of the motion. But to me, prioritize and present and rank are two different things. Present and rank to me is a list, a ranking of assets, while prioritizing is more of an action. So as a result, given the urgency, and I know we will get background information on each of the assets and a ranking of them, their status as well. I'd rather stick with the original language, so I won't be supporting the amendment. And Councillor Klassen.
Coming back on the queue, just hearing your words and reflecting a little bit more. Again, I think it's the intention is sound, but I'll probably just as a result approve the original and not support the amended. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason I'm trying to frame it this way is because I think that there are options that we will not be presented, and our job is to prioritize. And I maybe I can ask through you to the city manager or acting city manager, if asking staff to prioritize projects precludes giving a fulsome a list of potential projects and allowing us to prioritize them as a council decision.
Thank you. And if it's okay, I'd like to answer for Sandra. We will. I think we'll do both. I mean, I don't think that there's any notion that we're actually going to prioritize without any consultation whatsoever. And I think we would be bringing every single project to council to rank or prioritize. We won't be working in a vacuum at all. That's not how the new PIF is anticipated. We're working really hard to change the whole concept and construct of how we're actually ranking projects coming forward in the next capital plan. And in fact, we're doing 2 capital plans out. We're not just doing the immediate capital plan. The whole PIF process that we've put together is actually 2 capital plans out. So I think there's going to be a lot of opportunity for a lot of discussion around what projects need to go. And if I may just comment on a couple of things that Councillor Kirby-Young said, one of the things we are looking at very, very carefully is the renewal part of our capital planning process, where the renewal part isn't necessarily always looking for new community centers, new fire halls, and anything that's shiny and new, libraries, so on and so forth. We're doing some pretty creative things around how we can actually asset manage properly and better going forward. And you know, the notion that, if I may speak just really quickly to the Auditor General's report, and we'll be having a fulsome discussion tomorrow about it, keeping in mind that that report was actually between April of 2019 and then September of 2024. And since then, there have been a lot of advances that we've made, and they are going to actually help the capital planning process. So to your point, Councillor Fry, there will be immense opportunity for council direction on anything we actually put forward in the capital plan.
Okay, so
smaller, more concise.
If I may, just to the point then, when you read the direction to prioritize, that doesn't preclude other things.
I can't see it. No, okay. I cannot. No.
Okay, with that, then I'm fine. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So we'll now vote on the amendment. If we could, Councillor Maloney, please. Oh, okay, no worries. Okay, seeing no one else on the speaker queue, we'll now go to a vote on the amendment. Okay, that fails with myself in opposition, Councillor Kirby-Young in opposition, Councillor Dominato in opposition, Councillor Montague in opposition, Councillor Klassen in opposition, Councillor Joe in opposition, and Councillor Maloney in opposition. Thank you. We'll now go back to the main queue. Councillor Fry, anything further to add?
Nope.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Lost my train of thought. Thanks. Just speaking to the main motion now, I just wanted to offer my support for the motion. And one of the things that has really stood out for me over the last almost 8 years now on council and in my work here at this table, but also in conversations with other elected officials in other municipalities, both here in British Columbia, but across the country, is how limited our finances are in terms of funding either existing infrastructure, maintenance of that infrastructure, or adding new infrastructure. And we hear consistently, I think even more so now, that there's a need to focus on infrastructure that is directly in our lane, because otherwise we are reliant on haphazard, maybe sometimes grants that are available through the provincial government largely. And even then we're hearing effectively the provincial government is struggling financially. I was talking to a reporter today who was saying another councillor from another municipality was afraid that grants would be pulled back or cut because of the current state of the finances. And so we really need to think about, and I think that's what I really appreciated, the language here around prioritizing the completion and delivery of community facilities, is because these are oftentimes the things that are not funded by the provincial government or the federal government. It's the things that aren't sexy: roads, sidewalks, curb cuts, as noted in there, water, sewer infrastructure. But what I think we're hearing more and more about is in terms of supporting quality of life in the city. People want access to quality facilities like their recreation centers, their pools. There's such a huge, you'll hear this in the next motion that's coming, there's such a huge demand for sports facilities, and they're oversubscribed, whether it's figure skating or soccer. And so what I see this as doing is looking at, as a whole, looking at our budget and then prioritizing those infrastructure pieces. And not to mention, and I've talked about this many times at council, as of others, is the pedestrian and cycling infrastructure that's needed to keep people safe on the roads. Again, by and large, we're at the behest of the province to decide whether they want to have a grant program for those things. Otherwise, it's our responsibility, and we have to fund it, based on a combination of property taxes, sometimes CACs, DCLs. And so I think this focus is what we need, and I think it is absolutely timely to give this direction as we embark on the work of a 4-year capital plan, which will come to us next year, and some of it will be tax funded and some of it won't be. I'll leave it there, but suffice it to say, I think it's absolutely the right direction, and I support it. And thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young, for bringing it forward.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Maloney.
Yeah, hearing from staff, I just can't see how this motion improves on the capital planning process. And as Councillor Fry mentioned, as welcome as Councillor Classen's motion is, it's taking the exact opposite approach to the one set out in this motion. At a time when development contributions are declining, this motion avoids addressing the core revenue issue, which is that council's planning to cap property taxes below inflation and below what staff say is needed. So I'm concerned about creating a bigger backlog of unfunded projects in the next cycle, and that's exactly how Vancouver's infrastructure deficit grew in the first place. So I think we want to be very careful about sacrificing the future for the short-term appearance of achievement.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Maloney. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate the opportunity to close on the motion, the conversation around the table. As I articulated earlier, we have a growing infrastructure deficit, and given the age of our city, we have some aging facilities, but we have a growing population and people that really value the ability to live in a beautiful city, but they need amenities to support the quality of life and the livability. I think that with a more nimble-driven approach, which is incumbent on everybody to take in this time of tariffs and cost escalation and all of those other things, that there's actually so much good and a lot of good that we can do. if we turn our attention, I think as was mentioned by our staff, away from all the big shiny objects, it's not always a brand new building. A lot of things like a new feature at a playground, looking at things like adding lights to sports fields that can extend because we have a shortage of them, as was mentioned by Councillor Dominato, but we have the ability to extend things like hours of play if we add lights. Like there's things like upgrading sometimes of field houses or other buildings so spaces can be utilized for arts and culture and neighborhood spaces. There's a lot of things that will have a lot of smaller things that add up to a lot of big impact in communities. And so I'm excited to see this considerable expertise of our staff turning to this. Sometimes when you have a number of extraneous circumstances, it actually sort of creates opportunities for new thinking and a different approach, a more nimble approach, I said, and more flexibility. I think back to COVID when we started really putting forward a patio culture, right? And we pivoted because we had to do things differently. I think this is our broader opportunity with respect to the capital plan, and look at the legacy that that created and how positive that has been for people to get outside. And now that's a really welcome part of sort of when the weather gets better in Vancouver in that season. So I think that this is actually a really big opportunity. I think that members of the public are really going to welcome this when they can actually see projects coming in their neighborhood, and they're not ones that are going to happen for maybe a future generation. They're actually going to happen where their kids can enjoy them in the foreseeable future. And that's what I think we're trying to achieve. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else to speak to this, I'll now call the vote. Clerk, if you could please take us to the voting screen. And committee, if you could please register your vote on the voting panel. Okay, sorry. Just waiting for one more vote. Thank you. That passes with Councillor Maloney in opposition. Thank you. We'll now move to item 3. Motion 3, that is, accelerating the turf field upgrade at Beaconsfield Park for inclusion in the 2027 to 2030 capital plan, and is to be moved and introduced by Councillor Dominato. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict to disclose? Hey, Councillor Dominato, you have up to 2 minutes to introduce your motion. Please go ahead.
Let's get.
There you go.
Okay, thank you. I'm pleased to bring forward a motion that supports a timely and strategic investment in our city's sports infrastructure, specifically accelerating the turf field upgrade at Beaconsfield Park. Currently, the sport field strategy places this upgrade in 2031-2034 capital plan. However, the Vancouver Park Board unanimously supported a motion in July to move this project forward into the 2027-2030 capital plan. Staff have been directed to report back early next year with feasibility and funding options. This is a unique opportunity for Council to align with Park Board and prioritize this upgrade during our own capital planning process. And as was noted, I think there's a number of compelling reasons. Some of them I just referenced in the last motion. Beaconsfield Park is already heavily used by community sports groups and has field lighting in place, making it ideal for extended play. And in fact, that lighting was just upgraded. ICSF Columbus Football Club, the primary user, along with Britannia Microfooty, have seen significant growth reflecting Vancouver's increasing demand for inclusive team sports. With Vancouver hosting FIFA World Cup in 2026, interest and participation in soccer are expected to surge. Soccer is one of the most accessible sports globally, and turf fields offer 3.5 times more annual usage than natural grass. Beaconsfield Park's central location and existing infrastructure make it a cost-effective and strategic site. There's also potential for partnership funding from community partners, which could reduce the financial burden on the city. This proposal aligns with Van Play Master Plan, the Sport Field Strategy, and the Rupert and Renfrew Station Area Plan. It also complements the recently renewed turf field at Vancouver Technical Secondary, opening doors for tournaments and collaboration. So my call to action here is let's seize this opportunity to invest in a high-impact, community-driven project that supports equity, inclusion, and active living. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Dominato. Do we have a seconder? Okay, Councillor Kirby-Young. Thank you. We'll now hear from registered speakers for the motion. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they're residents of Vancouver if it's not noted on the speakers list. And our first public speaker is Carmen David D'Onofrio. Thank you. My Italian is not that great.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Hi, Carmen. Can you hear us okay?
Hi, how are you? My name's Carmen D'Onofrio, and I'm president of the Italian Canadian Sports Federation and ICSF Columbus FC. And I'm in support of this motion wholeheartedly. I've seen the growth of the sport, but the growth of the use of the field over the past 10 years exponentially. We were a club of 500, almost 500, I should say, 450 members and kids playing 5 years ago. We're now over 1,300, approaching 1,400, with kids from the age of 4 to adult kids at the age of 74 playing within our club. So the use will definitely be there. We have the support of the neighborhood, Sunny Hill Hospital, Caritel, the old folks home right beside the field, Il Centro, Vancouver Tech, and a lot of people have different reasons for it. And I'm always a proponent of sport because it's healthy. People are out there enjoying Vancouver, enjoying the sport, enjoying their friends, learning a skill, and being healthy at the same time. I can just think of so many other things that are worse to do, and it's one of the things that drives me to get kids playing active sports. I love it. And then I was talking to a few people like Carla and Joe Finamore, who are directors of Caritel and Casa Serena that are adjacent to the field. And they told me, and I thought this after talking to a few of the residents there, how therapeutic it was to see the kids playing out in the field for the aging population that's in the homes. And they say how Saturday mornings are one of their best days of the week because they see these kids playing. And that goes back to where this field, with all the amenities already kind of in place with the lights, the space, it's a gravel field that's underutilized, so we're not taking out grass to put in a turf field, could be used 3 times as much and help us grow as a club. There's lots of kids that are moving to East Vancouver where families are living, a little bit more affordable, and we're now the largest sports club for soccer anyways in East Vancouver and the fastest growing in Vancouver. So this is something that's definitely in need. We have a wait list of kids that want to play, but we just don't have facilities where they can play. So that's why I'm in support of the motion.
Okay, thank you, Carmen. Appreciate you calling in. Yeah, we'll now go to speaker 2, Frank Valente.
Good afternoon, Mayor Sim and honorable councilors. Thank you so much for giving us an opportunity to speak today. I am in favor of this motion. And I want to first of all thank Mayor Sim for choosing the Italian Cultural Center at the recent viewing of the FIFA World Cup Winners Trophy. I think the councilors that were in attendance and Mayor Sim saw firsthand what the passion is and the appetite that our community has for not only soccer but for our community. So thank you so much to Mayor Sim for allowing us the opportunity, and I also want to thank Councillor Dominato for being in total support of this motion of adding Beaconsfield Turf Field for the 2027-2030 capital plan. My name is Frank Valente. I am the Executive Director of the Italian Canadian Sports Federation. I've been a member of the organization since 1979 as a player, as a coach, as a director, and now as the Executive Director. I am no longer a resident of Vancouver. My 90-year-old mom is, and she lives 150 meters from Beaconsfield Park. So we're more than familiar with the sights and sounds of that amazing park that has allowed children from the neighborhood and beyond the opportunity to play sport. ICSF Columbus FC is the fastest growing soccer club in the Vancouver Youth District, with participation expanded rapidly across boys, girls, men's, and women's program. The club, as Carmen D'Onofrio, our president, just said, has nearly tripled its player base in the last 4 years, drawing families from across East Vancouver and the Lower Mainland. Over 1,300 registered players from 3-year-olds to over 65 men and women, boys and girls. Currently, And sadly, ICSF Columbus FC has a waiting list of nearly 130 boys and girls who cannot be accommodated because there is not enough field space to run safe and suitable programming. A Beaconsfield turf field would provide a much-needed hub for our players, coaches, and families, directly addressing this capacity crunch and ensuring no child is turned away from sport. The city recently passed the Renfrew Rupert Plan, which emphasizes creating inclusive, vibrant, and healthy neighborhoods by investing in community-serving infrastructure. Currently, East Vancouver lags behind other parts of the city and Lower Mainland in the turf field availability. Beaconsfield Park is centrally located, an accessible site that can serve both Renfrew, Collingwood, and the wider East Vancouver community. Advancing the turf project aligns with the Renfrew Rupert vision, supporting youth, multicultural communities, and grassroots organizations with facilities that foster belonging and well-being. Synthetic turf fields deliver
Frank, sorry to interrupt you, but you are over time, so we'll have to leave it there.
Thank you.
Thanks for calling in. We'll now go to the next speaker. Speaker 3, Matthew Seftel. Matthew on the phone.
No, speaker 3 is not on the line.
Okay, thank you. Speaker number 4, Sylvia Sakia.
Yes, I'm here.
Hi there. Hi, Sylvia. You have up to 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of City Council. My name is Sylvia Scaccia, and I am a resident of Vancouver. I have proudly served as secretary on the board of the Italian Canadian Sports Federation, ICSF, for the past 25 years. I'm here today to voice my strong support for the motion to accelerate the turf field upgrade at Beaconsfield Park and included in the 2027-2030 capital plan. ICSF Columbus FC is a community-based soccer club located in East Vancouver. We run positive, inclusive soccer programs for youth, women, and men. Beaconsfield Park is a home to many of our youth teams. In fact, we have held a permit at Beaconsfield Gravel Field for over 30 years. At present, we serve over 980 youth players on 74 teams, and sadly, we have 130 more on a wait list, not because there's a lack of interest, but simply because there aren't enough available fields. With 8 fields across Vancouver currently closed for upgrades, and the grass field at Beaconsfield frequently unusable due to poor drainage and weather, we are simply out of space. Further limiting our capacity, ongoing construction at Beaconsfield Park affects the Beaconsfield gravel, which has reduced our access to the gravel field by 50%. Upgrading to a turf field would be a game changer. It would provide reliable, year-round access to the field, helping us to accommodate more youth, reduce our wait list, and continue to grow as the fastest-growing soccer club in the Vancouver district. This upgrade would also benefit a broad and a diverse group of users, from multicultural communities to adult leagues and local residents, fostering inclusion, activity, and wellness. The benefits of a turf field provides year-round usability as gravel becomes unsafe in rain, snow, or ice, improve safety with fewer injuries than hard, uneven gravel, more playable hours as gravel cannot handle extended use, especially in poor weather or low light, better player surface, which is crucial for youth development, low maintenance as turf is durable and cost-effective over time, and greater community impact. It becomes a true community hub. On behalf of ICSF and the many families we serve, I respectfully urge Council to prioritize and accelerate this much-needed turf field project as Beaconsfield Park to help us grow a safe, inclusive space for sport and connection. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, your time, and consideration.
Thanks very much for calling in. We'll now go to Speaker 5, Jeff Canaster. Hi, Jeff.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jeff Knatzer. I'd like to thank you, Mayor and councillors, for giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of this motion and support of this motion. I'm a long-time, over 35-year resident of Vancouver and a long-time parent and volunteer with the ICSF Columbus FC. when my son was in ICSF Columbus FC since he was 4 years old. Actually, we had only 5 mini Timbits teams and only 2 girls per team at that time when I was coaching those the youngsters. And I guess what I want to speak to specifically is the massive growth in our girls program, because I think that really shows something that's important, because given the weather, given the winter, given the conditions, given all the other indoor sports that girls have, there's a lot of competition out there for that. But from 10 girls in our Timbits program back in probably 2015, we've now grown, and we have now over 237 girls in our youth program, and we have 74 women in our adult women program. So our programming for girls, for women, has grown exponentially over the last number of years and continues to grow. And I see that that's one of the areas we will have even bigger or greater growth, given the Northern League, professional league for women. They're just the mentors, the professional athletes that are out there. More and more young girls are interested in getting involved in soccer, and we need a place for them to play in East Vancouver. And I can speak because I used to live beside the old Grandview Legion's soccer field over at Garden Park. A lot of our parks in East Van are just falling apart. They're just no good for soccer anymore. Garden Park's a great example where microfooty used to be, but it's not there anymore, because I just don't think the park is in a state to be played. The same goes for Renfrew Elementary School, where my son went to school. The park there is basically not usable. Goals have fallen down. It's just not usable at all. So we're losing a lot of field infrastructure in East Vancouver. We've lost, I should say, and we need more. We need the ability to have turf fields with light, because with the winter season, that's the only option we have for weekday practices. We don't have another option for kids to get them on the field and practicing. And the more turf we have, the less reliance we can have on gyms and other spaces that aren't as safe for the kids and aren't as conducive to training and to soccer. So
sorry,
I
Jeff,
think this is a very important motion. Okay, thank you.
Thanks for calling in. Speaker number 6, Jason Kyle.
Yeah, hello there. Can you hear me? Yes?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'd like to thank the Mayor and Councillors for the opportunity to speak. And I'm in full support of Beaconsfield being converted from a gravel to a turf field. I operate a soccer league that's been going on in East Vancouver for the past 33 years. It started off as a league that had 36 kids, and now it sells out virtually in a day. We have 1,300 or 1,400 kids, ages 4 to 14 playing. So the pulse to play in East Vancouver is massive. We have programs that are indoor, always selling out Thursdays, Saturdays, Sundays, and the main dilemma that all the coaches have is field space, and especially good field space, and and what soccer does for the community in particular is huge. I have, like I said, 180 volunteers. Friendships are developing through soccer, and we are now in a position where we're getting waiting lists, and we're getting kids who are wanting to play soccer, and it's a magic thing. It really is a terrific thing. However, we don't have the space to allow the players to play, which is a real shame. And I really hope Beaconsfield can be turned into a gravel field. Last year I did lots of gravel training sessions on that field, and it wasn't that popular, and for it to be an artificial turf would be such a huge win for the community, such a huge win for ICSF, and it would be probably the biggest win would be for the kids. They love playing on turf, and it's been very difficult organizing players into training sessions as I'm on the field every night. and a turf field would solve that problem immediately. And ICSF organization and microfooty together we align with the same principles, and we want everyone to be playing. So I hope that that's what I have to say about the field, and it would be really tremendous for the East Van community.
Great. Thank you, Jason, for calling in. We'll now go to speaker number 7, Joseph Cazzetto.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, my name is Joe Cazzetto, and thank you, Mayor Sim and city councilors, for allowing me to speak. Being speaker number 7, a lot of the stuff has already been mentioned, but I'll quickly go over. I'm a lifetime resident of East Vancouver. Okay, so I live within 6 blocks. The last 30 years, been living within 6 blocks of Beaconsfield. I played for ICSF Columbus FC for the last 50 years. So, and I also coached at the club. So I have 3 children who were playing there, and now they're adults, and hopefully we'll have grandchildren. So we want to continue to still play at the adult. Now, when we were playing, there were 300 kids. Now it's close to 1,300. So, and it's growing. So if you look at the Broadway Renfrew plan and the densification that's happening in our city with zoning and so forth, there's more people coming to the area. So we need more space and more recreational space. And the artificial turf at Beaconsfield would allow more playing time for these kids and adults. The location is ideal. It's 1 block from the SkyTrain station. It's adjacent to the Italian Cultural Center, which is a hub. It has a lot of parking. So there's a lot of, and I say a hub because it's important to have a hub, to have a strong community, because we don't really have, these fields don't have hubs and small communities. This has an opportunity to be very big and a reunion for a lot of people from the community to come to this area, because there's space and it's adjacent to the Beaconsfield. Just a little bit about ICSF Columbus FC. A lot of people have mentioned that today. ICSF, the youth part of it, has been very successful over the years in Vancouver. The senior part, which was Columbus FC, and now called One, is the most successful club team, amateur team in Canada. And an honor was bestowed upon them 10 years ago, and they're now in the Canadian Soccer Hall of Fame as an organization of distinction. So this club is serious, and we want to do the right things, and we want to make sure that the people can use this field, and we have more users now that need to use it. And I strongly support this. Thank you.
Thank you for calling. We'll now see if speaker number 3 is on the line. Matthew Seftel. Okay. That completes our speakers list. Any discussion from the committee? Please add yourself to the queue. Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So really want to thank all the speakers expressing your opinion today. Also, thanks Councillor Damdano for bringing forward this amazing motion. I talk to the people in this neighborhood very often. It's really much needed in this neighborhood. I heard from some parents, they have to take their children to Burnaby, to Richmond to play soccer. So, I think people even talk about that since the 2018 municipal election. So I'm so glad this council term will, take real action to solve this much needed issue in this community. I think the vice president of FIFA, Victor Montiani, said something really resonated with me. So he says, when you take care of sports, the sports will take care of the community. Because really soccer or sports in general has everything we need for a vibrant community, has everything we need for a young generation, like the inclusivity, resilience, anti-racism, teamwork, diligence, everything. So I really hope that we can prioritize this work and make this amazing turf field for this community. So with that, 100% support this motion. Thanks,
Councillor Joe. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks. And speaking of 100% support, I just want to note that this was unanimously supported at Park Board as well. And I think Councillor Dominato and I went for a very pleasant trip down to El Centro and looked at their microfooty AstroTurf and their aspirations for what Beaconsfield Park could look like. And, you know, I think it's not explicitly acknowledged here the extent to which Il Centro is the locus for so much soccer in East Van and how much work they do in the community, not just for Italian folk, but for everybody. And I think it's just a wonderful potential asset here, and I think it'll be very well used. And I know that there's been an interest from members of that community to really contribute meaningfully to this project, and I think that's also a really exciting possibility. And so happy to support this and accelerate the turf field upgrade at Beaconsfield Park.
Thanks, Councillor Fry. Councillor Montague.
Yeah, thanks. Just quickly add my 2 cents. People talk about the health and livability benefits that programs that this field and the programs that it's going to deliver will bring. But I just wanted to add real quickly that sport, it gives youth a sense of belonging, and it's a great gang prevention motion. So I'm happy to fully support.
Okay, thank you. And to close, Councillor Dominato.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and appreciate those comments. Yes, it absolutely is. Sport can play a key role in prevention and resilience with youth, as was noted by my colleagues. And I wanted to say that just a reflection of a couple of things here is your last speaker, it's so modest, Joe Cazzetto. As he noted, he's been playing with the ICSF for a long time and coached, but he was also represented Canada in the World Futsal Championships in Spain and scored Canada's only goal against Spain. And so that's an example of how sport can really shape our communities, shape our citizens and residents, and we've seen this in many cases. And so we just don't know where it's going to lead to, and so we have many stars amongst us as a result. I also wanted to note is that the community has really come together. As was noted, this went to Park Board. It was supported unanimously, but in the letter package that you received, the Italian Canadian Sports Federation, National Congress of Italian Canadians, Microfooty, Il Centro, Italian Day Festival Society, Casa Serena, the Commercial Drive BIA, and a number of residents have support this initiative. And also they are talking actively that they are willing to explore opportunities to bring some money to the table, potentially to have some stands that are sponsored, that are covered, maybe. And so there's, I know that Park Board has a proposal they've received around this, but so they're really looking to partner in this. And then finally, just to again highlight the important value this brings to East Vancouver. We heard there is a huge need for this. Carmen spoke about how they've gone from 450 players to 1,300, 1,400 roughly, ages 4 to 74. There's a wait list. And I think that's only going to grow with FIFA coming next year, the interest in sport and particularly in soccer. And again, effectively almost everything is there. We've got the lights, you've got partnerships poised to put stands in, and we just need the turf field. And so I look forward to the inclusion of this in our upcoming capital plan. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Okay. Not seeing anyone else to speak to this. So clerk, if you could please take us to the voting screen. And committee members, if you could please register your vote on the voting panel. Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you. That completes item 3. So we're now going to move to item 4, creating connections, advancing a transformative active transportation pathway in South Vancouver, and is to be moved and introduced by Councillor Klassen. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict to disclose? Not seeing any. So Councillor Klassen, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion.
Chair, and I'm reflecting upon some of the stakeholder engagement that I've been involved with since early last year to get my motion to today's meeting, including meeting with railway industry reps, TransLink, and the Musqueam Indian Band. I'd like to state the obvious. South Vancouver is one of the fastest growing parts of our city, and particularly River District and Marine Gateway. Thousands of new residents have chosen to call these neighborhoods home. But unlike other parts of Vancouver, this area lacks a safe, connected way to walk, bike, or roll, to transit, to jobs, or to schools. A continuous active transportation pathway along Kent Avenue that provides safe people movement must also prioritize goods movement, as this is an industrial zone. A path stretching from Boundary Road to Oak Street with the goal of connecting to the Arbutus Greenway at Milton Street would be a transformative east-west spine for South Vancouver. It would connect the River District to Marine Gateway and the Canada Line, giving residents and commuters a safe, convenient alternative to driving and opening up easier access to the rest of the city and to jobs. So if this is passed, it stands to be the biggest improvement to active transportation in the city of Vancouver since the establishment of the Arbutus Greenway a decade ago. And I've been delighted by the dozens of supportive messages, emails, and social posts I've seen over recent days. The support has been incredible, coming from groups such as Vision Zero and the BC Cycling Coalition. Correspondents from one group, however, Hub Cycling, erroneously stated that the work of this motion could potentially delay any previously planned improvements in the area. So I checked on this with our General Manager of Engineering, and he clarified to me that this is not accurate and that he'll be in touch with Hub's representatives just to confirm this. But setting that aside, this motion directs our staff to work with partners, including CPKC, the Railway Company, TransLink, and the Musqueam Indian Band to respect jurisdictional and cultural priorities while making this pathway possible. And at the end, I hope Council will support this motion in response to pent-up demand for making walking, cycling, and roller safer and easier in this part of the city.
Thanks, Councillor Clausen. Seconded by Councillor Kirby-Young. So we'll now hear from registered speakers for the motion. Public speakers should state whether they're in support or in opposition, and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they're residents of Vancouver if it's not noted on the speakers list. And our first public speaker is Jason Cook.
Hello, City Council and fellow Vancouverites. My name is Jason Cook and I am in support of this motion. Our family has lived on East Kent Avenue North, east of Argyle Street for 45 years, since 1980. My parents bought the property before there were any condos, SkyTrains, or developers. It was an industrial area with very little traffic. We watched trains travel along the CPR tracks multiple times a day for many decades, and now they have ceased operation on Kent Avenue for nearly 5 years. Now in 2025, this area of South Vancouver is wholly residential and a popular route for car commuters, dog walkers, bikers, rollers, and foot pedestrians. It has been wonderful to watch our neighborhood grow and become the vibrant community it is today. However, with that growth, there will always be growing pains. With the recent development of River District, the Canada Line SkyTrain on Canby Street with adjacent developments, and the ever-growing population intensification of Metro Vancouver, this once quiet neighborhood is now plagued with car congestion that is competing directly with all other non-motorist traffic. Marine Drive is always busy, and many commuters choose East Kent Avenue North to shortcut this issue. As this road, and I do mean a road, with no sidewalks or bike paths, is shared with all car traffic, including personal and commercial vehicles, it has become a significant problem for our neighborhood. Along the Kent Avenue corridor, there are invasive plant species and debris, mattresses, furniture, bag refuse, etc. The property appears to be a garbage dump of neglect. This absence for duty of care has left the community with an unsightly problem that also affects the infrastructure of the city. Non-motorist traffic has been sharing East Kent Avenue North for cars for decades at the risk of their own safety, and this problem has now reached an apex. CPKC have seemingly forgotten about the communities its neglected property affects in an evolving metropolitan area, and how their action, or rather inaction, of regular maintenance and duty of care have affected the residents of Vancouver. This is why my family and I support this motion. There are some sections along East Kent Avenue North, particularly between Boundary Road and Elliott Street, that have paving and designated walking areas on CPKC property. However, this consideration has not been extended west of Elliott Street, where there are detached homes and have no developer involvement, financial support, or influence. We simply want the same courtesy given to these more recent developments. This will give the opportunity for those who choose to walk, roll, and bike along Kent Avenue safe passage and peace of mind. As our beloved city grows in population, our infrastructure must grow with it too. Residents are excited for the change in this neighborhood and along Kent Avenue. It's been a long time coming. There's a clear solution literally in front of us: the acquisition and development of CPKC property along Kent Avenue. as was done for the Arbutus corridor 10 years ago. We all know how beneficial that property is and how much it is appreciated by its users. Although this process and development may take time, it is a worthwhile venture for its long-term goals, as opposed to the short-term gains of other temporary measures. This is why our family and many within our community
Sorry,
support
Jason.
this motion.
I let you go over time.
Please. Thank you.
Thanks
thank
for
you.
calling in. Appreciate it. We'll now move to speaker 2, Richard Campbell. Not on the line. Okay. That is the end of our speakers list. Thank you for speaking to the committee. Committee members, is there any discussion? Please add yourself to the queue. Councillor Maloney.
Thanks to Councillor Klassen for bringing this motion. I enthusiastically support the creation of new greenways around the city and including here, because the best way of promoting active transport is to provide safe, convenient, pleasant, separated routes, and turning an inactive rail line into a greenway is a great way of achieving that. A safe east-west active transportation connection in South Vancouver is sorely needed, and the current Kent Avenue bikeway features piecemeal infrastructure that isn't safe. And the thing is that this bikeway was identified in Transportation 2040, published in 2012 as a priority improvement. And in fact, consultation for phase 1 of implementing improvements is well underway. I'm concerned. I was pleased to hear that engineering has assured us that the currently contemplated improvements are not going to be delayed, even though they have already been delayed for so long and could quite easily be built with quick build materials to increase safety along that route. But funding is crucial to make this happen anytime soon. I mean, we can see from Arbutus Greenway that this is likely to take a good 10 years to come to fruition, barring problems, given the history of rail line acquisition. So it is urgent that we get quick build improvements in place along Kent Avenue for people that need to use that now, and we don't do nothing for 10 years. But thank you. I'll definitely be voting in enthusiastic support of this.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Maloney. Councillor Klassen, were you wanting to close? Because if you are, then I may make some comments before. So you just added yourself. Okay. Thank you. If I could pass the chair to Vice Chair Dominato for a moment. Thank you. Awesome. I just would like to thank Councillor Klassen for this very thoughtful motion and idea. There's certainly a gap between Arbutus Greenway, and if you would like to go west, I was riding that a couple months ago myself, and it's a little dicey when you get to the end of the Greenway and you end up kind of near the transit exchange and you have to go through an industrial area, especially if you want to, say, get to the Cambie Street, the overpass that goes over the Fraser River under the Canada line to head to Richmond, or points east to the River District. So I think this is a great initiative, and I'm really encouraged by the discussions that have taken place to date with all the different stakeholders. And also I'm excited to see some of our other cycling infrastructure take shape this year, including the Beatty Street enhanced AAA bike lane, which is under construction downtown. And I know staff are working on Portside Greenway and Melville Street as well. So I think this is just great. Offers more options for people to get around the city safely. And I'm in full support of it. So thank you. And I'll take the chair back. Councillor Klassen.
Thanks a lot, Chair. So yeah, just a few closing thoughts. Again, these have been fairly in-depth conversations that have been going on for quite a long period of time. A lot of different moving parts to this. Certainly, there have been attempts to try and establish more safe, active transportation in the area, but there are huge gaps. And obviously, the pressure on this area is to make sure that goods movement is overall prioritized by making people movement incredibly safe. But it's just the growth of these neighborhoods that is really driving this real the importance of making sure that people from River District can get to Canada Line and people are able to really navigate this part of our city more easily. The caller that spoke earlier on talked about the word acquisition. At this point, there's no intention associated with this motion. We do have a current agreement with CPKC for a part of this. It's actually more of an operating agreement that the city has, and that is one that is being renewed, and as part of that renewal, there's an opportunity to extend that. It would just mean that we don't have to rush into a process where we're actually talking about any kind of land purchase or sale, because we know those things are extraordinarily costly. So just wanted to make that really clear. This is a way for us to partner with CPKC and get access to parts of the route where it'll make it most easy for us to be able to allow people to move safely. Funding is, without question, going to be an important consideration, and it's my intention to be bringing that discussion up, certainly during future discussions around the capital plan. There are interesting parts of this that have been kind of been on pause. Many will know that the Musqueam Midden, also known as the Marpole Midden, is an 8,000-year-old village that actually has left a number of artifacts in the area that sort of crisscross the rail route along there behind some of the buildings on Marine Drive. And but just out to that is an easement that is actually city-owned, and there had been a previous plan prior to the COVID epidemic to maybe look at moving forward with that one, and that was something that I was able to sit down and talk to Chief Sparrow and with the Musqueam Indian Band organization to look at that one. So certainly got positive signals that we can work together on that one. And I do think that this really does represent an exciting opportunity for us to actually recognize and help people learn more about the history of that area. Certainly is with regards to the Musqueam time and of caring for those lands. The connection to the Canada Line Bikeway is also something that I think is going to be an asset that people are going to truly love. We built this beautiful cycling infrastructure, a pathway that goes underneath the Canada Line Bridge, but getting onto it is cumbersome and also a bit risky, so we can really make some great improvements there. But in terms of the actual timing, while I would imagine that we're still seeing the evolution of the Arbutus Greenway 10 years on. I found an article this morning that I remember about protests about paving happening in 2016. So that's barely a few months after the city had inked the deal with then CP Rail, and the city was already out there preparing to pave and get a first cut of that pass so people could get access to it. So my conversations with our engineering team has been very similar. Let's get in there and create something that is safe and accessible as soon as possible, knowing that this is not the goal is not to make it perfect, but to make it accessible. And I'm hoping that will arise should council give the direction to staff to keep moving on this. So thanks very much for everybody and their comments and their support, and I look forward to seeing the vote.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Klassen. Okay, I'm now going to call the vote. Clerk, if you could please take us to the voting screen, and committee, if you could please register your vote on the voting panel. Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you. That completes item 4. Okay, we'll now move to item 5. Beyond arterials, creating more housing options on low traffic streets, and is to be moved and introduced by Councillor Maloney. Before we begin this item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict to disclose? Okay, I don't see any. So, Councillor Maloney, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion. Please go ahead.
Thanks. This is a motion to ask staff to explore zoning changes that would allow 6 floors and corner stores to be built along quiet streets around parks and along greenways and other cycling routes. We need to have accessible, affordable housing options on quiet streets free of the negative externalities of motor vehicle traffic. We're also in a housing crisis. You know, young families find it really difficult to build lives in Vancouver due to the shortage of housing, especially due to the shortage of housing they want most in quiet neighbourhoods on side streets with access to mature trees and green space. And Vancouver has long restricted development of apartment buildings and other high density forums to along narrow strips on arterial streets, meaning that if you can't afford a single family home, your options are either to live on a noisy, polluted, dangerous arterial, or to move really far away from where you want to live and potentially have to commute to work. So we know that pollution, noise and air pollution have negative health effects, not to mention the risk of traffic crashes. So I think this is worthwhile. We know that staff are already looking into branching out from only allowing development on arterial roads, and I'd really love to see council give a comprehensive boost to that movement to allow more housing off arterial roads. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Maloney. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Orr, thank you. Okay, so we'll now hear from registered speakers for the motion. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or opposition to the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they're residents of Vancouver if it's not noted on the speakers list. And our first public speaker is Peter Dowdy.
And I am calling in to support this motion. Just earlier today, Council had to weigh the benefits of allowing container truck access to the ports versus the noise, pollution, and possible traffic crash risk that it poses to residents in that area. This is a distinction that doesn't really need to exist in our city. We have options to allow people to live off of arterials. And the noise and particulate pollution produced by arterials, especially in the east side of Vancouver, was highlighted as one of the concerning equity challenges that the Vancouver plan was supposed to address. Earlier today, staff defended their discretion in building shadow rules by stating that this would allow them to continue to make Vancouver a world leader in urban design. But I think if you ask people who have to live along an arterial road if they're experiencing world-class urban design, they would say no. Like I said last night, the base zoning of Vancouver really should be 3 FSR, 6 floors and corner stores, and we have a lot of places where we can do that. Vancouver does have many world-class places to live, quiet, green neighborhoods with great amenities. So let's make that possible for more people. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for calling. We'll now go to speaker number 2, Cheng-Yan Boon. Okay, we'll come back to them. Excuse me. Speaker 3, Hugh Stimson. Afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Hugh Stimson. I'm an environmental consultant. I'm a member of the Vancouver Area Neighbours Association, and I'm speaking in support of the motion. Yesterday, we were talking about the Broadway plan. That's housing that we're effectively required to build because of transportation and legal commitments and the grand bargain. Today, we're talking about the city that we want. Now, I live in a house in East Strathcona. I love living near a bike lane, Adanac. I am genuinely surprised by the extent to which it has become a pillar of my mental health to have a pleasant, unthreatening daily bike commute. And that feels like a privilege, but that doesn't have to be a privilege. Some of my colleagues who I just left, my ultra-educated, ultra-competent colleagues who have successful, professional, established careers are living in their 30s with multiple roommates or in basements, or if they are lucky, in tiny apartments high above polluted, smoky arterial streets. I'm personally on the glide path to a downsizing, and I'm lucky. Looking around, I could probably afford one of those tiny boxes above a busy car route, but I'm not looking forward to that. This motion proposes nice housing. Housing that I think my colleagues would like to live in, housing that I would actually like to live in. And unlike the Broadway plan, this development would mostly happen in owner-occupied areas where the residents would also be the people choosing to sell, because and only if they decided it was in their benefit to do so. Last year, a 40-unit residential block opened a block away from my place. We've never had that kind of housing in our neighborhood. And you know what? It's fine. It's more eyes on the street. It's more hype at the annual block party. The weird but cool little Caribbean cafe that opened in our neighborhood for some reason is doing better now that there's more people on the street. There's a vintage place on the ground floor. It has ground floor retail. My daughter bought a knockoff Dior saddle handlebag right in our neighborhood. That's good. All those new neighbors now get what I get. They're near a bike lane. They're across from a school. That's good. It can sometimes feel like the job of politics in Vancouver has been to protect the insiders from the arriving outsiders. This motion treats housing as if it's something that people deserve, just for being people. It assumes that we are all insiders, that we all belong here. And I thank you for your votes and support.
Okay, next speaker, speaker 4, Nicholas Ray, on the phone.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Nicholas Ray. I live in Vancouver, and I support this motion. I have the lucky experience of living in a rental apartment that opens onto both a bike route and a park. When I leave my building to get to the park across the street, I have to watch for bikes when crossing, not cars. My apartment doesn't have a balcony, so we use the park as our outdoor space. It's amazing to be able to walk down with our dinner and eat in the park, or host a birthday party outside and be able to run up and grab something if needed. Being on a bike route is amazing. I leave my apartment and am able to start biking without worrying about cars, and it makes for a relaxing, peaceful environment. But our unit is on a different side of the building from the entrance, and so it also faces a busy street, and the noise of traffic is a constant in our life. People honking, brakes screeching, and loud trucks and motorcycles passing by at all times of day and night. We love to leave the window open, but when it rains, the sound of car tires on the wet streets are so loud we have to close them, and we can still hear them through the windows. When a dump truck passes, it consumes our apartment. Living next to a park is amazing, but living next to an arterial road is horrible. I don't know if you're able to hear the traffic in the background, but I certainly can. My partner and I sold our car over the summer. We rarely drove it, and it didn't make sense for us financially to be paying for the insurance and maintenance to drive it once a month. We walk, bike, or transit almost everywhere, and if we need a car, we take an Evo or go with a friend. We don't need to be living on a busy car street when we don't have a car, but we choose to stay because living next to the park is amazing and it isn't very easy to find elsewhere. With this motion, more people would be able to experience the benefits of living next to our amazing parks or on our amazing bike network. Living next to an unpleasant car street is unhealthy, and we need to support dense housing away from car streets and onto streets for people. Many residents in the city have little need for a car, and we should be building options for them to live away from busy streets that are loud and unhealthy. Once again, we are in a housing crisis, and we are still not building enough housing. This motion will make it easier for housing to be built and built in places that support people biking and using our parks. This will allow for more affordable housing options to be built in areas where they previously couldn't. Please support this motion, and thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker is Speaker 5, Harmon Moon.
Thank you. My name is Harmon Moon. I live in Mount Pleasant here in Vancouver. I walked here today along 10th Ave from Main to Cambie to get here to City Hall to speak. 10th is ostensibly a bike lane. It's the kind of bike lane where you have to squeeze between oncoming traffic and 2 lanes of parked cars, any of which could door you at any given time. But it's apparently enough of a bike lane to justify not building one on Broadway, which I find deeply disappointing, but I digress. 10th Ave is a quiet street that's almost entirely zoned for apartments, at least between Main and Cambie. It's also home to the Federal Store, one of the few commercial spaces that is allowed inside a residential zone, which, by the way, was full of people when I passed by it just now. And it's beautiful. Apartment buildings have failed to destroy the neighborhood character, fill it up with criminals, or any of the other NIMBY talking points we hear so often in this chamber. I only have one problem with 10th Ave. Well, actually 2, but I don't have time to talk about what a disappointment of a bike lane it is. But my main problem is that not enough people get to live there. The apartments are limited to 3 stories. Heroic work has been done to fit density into the single detached home spaces, but they're still stifled by the height restrictions. It's a great neighborhood that very few people get to live in. What I'm trying to say here is that density along active transport lanes has been done in this city. Commercial space in residential areas has been done in this city. All we need is more of it. Building along active transport lanes, as well as around transit, allows us to de-emphasize parking, which reduces costs and increases the chances of more housing getting built, as well as making this a more livable city. I say this every time I speak to council. We're in a housing crisis, and we need more density everywhere if we're going to get out of it. Densifying along active transport lanes and next to parks is a start. It's not as good as lifting the apartment ban in most of the city, but it is a start. And that's why I urge council to pass this motion and maybe think about adding a real bike lane to Broadway too. Thanks so much.
Okay, Speaker 6, Bobo Irish. Okay, we'll come back to them. Speaker 7, Secure Suleiman. No, okay. Speaker 8, Daniel Oleg. I'm so sorry, Daniel. I don't know how to pronounce your last name. Do we have Daniel? Oh, hi. Good afternoon. How do you pronounce your last name, Daniel?
Oleksiak.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you for hearing from me today. Sorry, I'm slightly out of breath. I rushed to get back here on my bike. I came too early earlier. But yeah, this motion is, I came to speak. Well, first of all, I should say I'm here as a Director of Abundant Housing Vancouver. And this motion means a lot to me. It's really exciting. And I'd ask the councillors and staff and anyone else listening at home to imagine or probably remember the experience of punching in your budget on realtor.ca and looking at a neighborhood you like and seeing that everything you can afford is on a busy street. Because that's been our approach in this city for a very long time. I recently had this, and it's not just younger people. I'm not so young anymore myself, but my mom actually and her partner, who are in their 70s, they're looking to move right now. They're in a 4-story townhouse. It's on a quiet street, and they have the additional constraint of wanting something that's all on one level. And it exists, but it's exceedingly rare. So I mean, we've come from a place where in the 90s, the ARCS plan, as some of you may remember, explicitly said that they were using those apartments as a buffer to protect the richer people inside the neighborhoods. And we've taken that kind of inflammatory language out, but we're still doing the thing. We're still doing that. So please build some apartments at reasonably high densities, on quieter streets. Don't reserve the highest densities for the busiest streets and expose the most possible people to pollution. People are dying for, not literally, but people just really, really want to live on quiet streets, have a nice balcony overlooking a park. That's the spot for apartments. So please support this motion and then please keep going further than that because that's the place that people really want to live.
Thank you. Speaker 9, Iona Bonamy.
Hi.
My name is Iona Bonami, and I am in support of this motion. I'm speaking today wearing a couple of different hats as co-chair of Women Transforming Cities and as a transportation planner who's been in the field for over 17 years and who worked on a Metro Vancouver study that looked at strategies to reduce exposure to traffic emissions. There are many reasons why I'm in support of this motion, but due to time constraints, I'll focus on the physical and mental health benefits the zoning changes would bring. Today, 6-story apartment buildings are only permitted primarily on busy arterial streets, where there is significantly more noise and air pollution that can cause adverse human health effects, including respiratory, cardiovascular, and immunological illnesses. These risks are even higher for vulnerable populations, including pregnant women. We have studies that show exposure to traffic emissions are linked to adverse pregnancy outcomes such as premature births, low birth weights, and other negative impacts. By permitting 6-story apartment buildings on quiet local streets next to parks or on active transportation routes, we're providing more housing options that are healthy and safe for residents. Also, by locating neighborhood retail closer to where people live, we're enabling people to access more goods and services easily without having to get into a car, which means they're getting more physical activity and reducing vehicle traffic and traffic emissions. And as others have already said, for far too long, the majority of the city has been restricted to mostly single-family homes, leaving only a small portion of land for higher density development. And this means that for much of our city, we only have 2 housing options, tall towers or single-family homes. Compared to high-rises, research has shown that low and mid-rise buildings tend to foster a greater sense of community due to their human scale. There are more opportunities to have casual interactions among residents in a smaller, more intimate environment. In contrast, high-rise buildings often encourage more isolated lifestyle, where residents are less likely to know their neighbors. Research has also shown that the lack of social connections is a significant social determinant of health. Without social ties and networks, feelings of isolation have been linked to premature death, increased rates of disease, and higher rates of mental illness. Another important determinant of health is the ability to connect with nature and access green spaces. By locating apartment buildings next to parks and on streets with active transportation routes, more people are able to easily walk to a green space on a daily basis and get around by active travel, which again supports mental and physical health. So in conclusion, I strongly encourage you to support this motion for the health of our residents. And thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 10, Blair Smith. Oh, okay, we'll come back to them. Speaker 11, Peter Walkirch.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Thank you. I'm here to support this motion. Legalizing apartments off arterials ought to be a critical priority for the city. Now, an earlier speaker mentioned this, but I think it's worth spending another moment on this. This is from an official city planning document that was on the books until just recently. It's a direct quote. It said that arterials are the location to build any form of housing other than a detached house. And here's the quote, because arterials, quote, shield to some extent adjacent single-family homes from the noise of arterial traffic as the new housing types and their landscaping act as a buffer. Now, think about that. This is a city policy saying to use people who live in apartments as human shields to protect their usually wealthier neighbors who own houses. A UBC study recently found that living on arterial roads is linked to increased risk of dementia, Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, and MS. And yet it is city policy to concentrate new housing there. Now, that quote I read is thankfully no longer an official document. That was part of the Arbutus Ridge, Kerrisdale, Shaughnessy Community Vision, which was thankfully repealed as part of the Vancouver Plan. But the substance of that quote remains policy. Now, today, there are no options to build apartments on side streets in the vast majority of the city. Literally no options. It's not possible. There's a lot of talk about how this isn't true anymore, but there isn't actually much action. So, for example, some people bring up the off-arterial part of the streamlining rental policy. Well, since that was adopted in December 2021, there have been a grand total of 8 applications for the off-arterial rentals, one of which was withdrawn to build a multiplex instead. And the last application was in December 2023, almost 2 years ago. So clearly the off-arterial SRP is dead. It's gone. Right? Ineffective. So I know Villages is in the works, but it's kind of hard to have much confidence in it after so many years of middling policy that accomplishes so little. I also note that whenever staff are asked to make it easier to build housing, it becomes this very difficult, challenging thing. But earlier today, they brought up a motion to make it harder to build housing, like the TOA design guidelines. And look, we need action now. There is to the housing crisis. Legalizing new housing by bike routes and parks supports both our housing and our climate goals. It's just, it's equitable, it's practical, it's a cost-effective and financially prudent way of guiding in future decisions, and it would help give staff the political direction they need to get housing built. I support this motion.
Okay, thank you. Speaker number 12, Stephen Von Czakowski. Back to them. Speaker 13, Wande Abimbola.
Hello.
Hi.
Good afternoon. My name is Wande Abimbola. I am a Vancouver resident, and I firmly support the Beyond Arterials motion. As a social worker and in my personal life, I consistently see the impact of a housing policy that is laser-focused on densification around arterial roads such as Broadway. Families with young children, seniors looking to downsize, and couples considering starting a family are all faced with unappealing choices. Either move out of the city they call home in order to gain access to adequate housing with proximity to green spaces and parks, or sacrifice their health and compromise on their needs in order to live along an increasingly narrow band of approved arterial road housing. By expanding where we build new multifamily homes and apartments in this city, and increasing our usage of modest multi-story buildings, we can increase equity by opening up access to healthy neighborhoods for those in need of it. Placing homes near greenways, parks, and on quieter streets gives families a better foundation, provides safer walking routes for children, and real opportunities to build community. These are the kinds of neighborhoods we'd all want to live in, and the kinds we should be building for everyone. Finally, we also know that by diversifying the income and backgrounds of a neighborhood, we can support small and local businesses. More residents invested in the outcome of their neighborhood can act as a protective factor against the increasingly difficult economic landscape many small businesses find themselves in, and certainly would have benefited the many local businesses across the city that have had to close due to lack of foot traffic and patronage, as seen in neighborhoods such as Dunbar. Any effort to encourage and promote a greater unity of developers, residents, and local government in the creation of modest multi-story apartments away from arterials is one the city and the councillors here today should support. Let's align our housing goals with our health, economic, and equity goals, and let's build homes where people can thrive, not just survive. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 14, Bryn Davidson. Out of the phone. Okay, we'll come back. 15, Suki Sahota. No. Speaker 16, Vincent Min. Withdrawn. Speaker 17, Michelle Spencer.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Michelle Spencer. I am a resident of Vancouver, and I will be speaking in favor of this motion. I was excited to see this motion come up as I know many people who would love to live in a home off an arterial road but are not able to afford a single-family home or duplex. If more apartment-style housing were permitted across the city, it would mean that they could move to a suitable home that is not as impacted by traffic noise and pollution. This motion would prioritize areas near parks and on greenways. As we continue to densify, I think we should be prioritizing denser forms of housing, such as multiplexes and apartments, near parks, since they will have less access to private green space in the form of yards. Being on greenways means that families that use cars less often will have safe routes to work and school via our active transportation network. As Vancouver is well served by car share, public transportation, and cycling routes, I have been able to give up my car, resulting in real savings that is making my life more affordable. By allowing more housing and local shops in our city, we can reduce our car dependency and improve our quality of life. For too long, we have forced apartments onto major thoroughfares, requiring anyone who couldn't afford to buy an expensive single-family home to shield the homeowners further in. This is fundamentally inequitable. Change is long past due in these neighborhoods. Vancouver has grown, and that requires us to adapt, including modifying the base zoning codes. We often hear that people would be more supportive of so-called European-style density. This is our opportunity to begin that transition. People who live in apartments are residents too. They deserve to live in residential neighborhoods. Please support this motion to allow more housing across the city. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 18, Julie Wiebe. No, we'll come back. 19th of 19 is withdrawn. Speaker 20, Richard Campbell. Nope, we'll come back. 21, Michael O'Shaughnessy. No. Thank you. 22, Julie Ann. No. Speaker 23, Christopher Lee. Hi. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Christopher Lee, and I'm speaking in full support of this motion. I come here today as a resident and one of Vancouver's many young people who fear not being able to return. I have many memories playing in my grandfather's house, a single detached home near Buttes Ridge, from playing catch with my dad in the garden to my first bike ride around Devonshire Park. Families and young people like me thrive in the quiet and safety of side streets, like the one surrounding my home. And one day, I hope to be able to have the same memories with my own kids. But I know I won't be able to because I know that I won't be able to afford it. Right now, those side streets are effectively reserved for the ultra-wealthy and expensive single detached homes and townhouses. For thousands of youth in our city, their families are thrust onto major roads across Vancouver in apartments, being tossed into busy, loud, and possibly unsafe streets. This especially applies to new parents or residents to our city, the people we should be looking out for most. The ability to afford a home should not be a barrier to safety and peace. But here we find a solution in medium-density housing. Medium-density housing builds community and preserves the culture of neighborhoods while opening up access through affordability. If they were allowed on side streets, it would give a chance for people like me to be able to raise a family. But this isn't the case. But today, you have the power to change this. You have the power to let this generation stay in Vancouver, raising families in an environment which helps them thrive. And you have the power to let another kid, like me, ride his bike for the first time in a safe side street. This motion finally unwinds this unjustified ban, letting common sense medium housing onto side streets. So support youth, support Vancouver's families, and I implore you to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you for coming in. Let's now go back to speakers that weren't available originally. Do we have speaker number 2? Okay. Chen Yan Boone. Hi, Chen Yan.
Hi. Thanks for having me. I'm calling in support of this motion. And I think it's really obvious that we need as much housing as possible, and more options are great. I'm going to speak a little bit to my own experience, because I used to live right at King Edward and Main, on the second floor of a building, and right out on King Edward, and we could not open the balcony doors or the windows because it was just like way too noisy. And so we would be in the middle of summer and it'd be really, really hot, and there was no air conditioning in the place. And with the window open, maybe we could bear to, have a temperature that we could sleep in, but it would be so noisy that, and there'd be motorcycles like ripping down King Edward all through the night, and it was really, really hard. And right there, and then like when I finally managed to move to a place on Yukon, like one of these bike routes, it was kind of life changing. Like it was quieter, and there was way more shade from all the trees nearby, and then I bought a bike, and that was life changing in and of itself. And I really hope that like we can have more experiences like the latter and less like the former, and this provides just that. And so I'm just in full support of that. Thank you for listening. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Let's try speaker 6, Bobo Irish. No, thank you. Speaker 7, Zakir Suleiman. No. How about speaker 10, Blair Smith? No. Speaker 12, Stephen Vaughn Schakowsky. No. 14, Bryn Davidson. Yep.
Yes. Hi, Council. I'm calling from the sidewalk of Lower Manhattan, so I apologize for the background noise. I wanted to call to speak broadly in support of this motion. I think it's really important. We are currently designing and building multiplexes, and they are great in many ways, but they just aren't enough density to pencil out on many of these lots. They can work great for existing families like what we are doing, but if you want middle-income housing to compete with high-end custom homes, you've got to be at 2 or 3 FSR. And so I think that there's a real opportunity here to take us to the next level, what we need to do citywide eventually, but to start on the green streets, the bike streets, and the parks. I also wanted to remind Council that you just recently unanimously supported a single stair motion, which is hopefully coming back in November. And that building code change is only as good as the zoning that supports it. So the 6-story zoning is definitely, in my mind, aimed at making the most of single-stair buildings with green space, with livable, accessible flats, with bike parking, everything great, and I think we can make it happen. So I know there's going to be some pushback, but I encourage you to be bold with this. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 15, Suki Sahoda. No. Speaker 18, Julie Wiebe. No. 20, Richard Campbell. No. How about 21, Michael O'Shaughnessy? No. And 22, Julianne. No. Okay. That completes our speakers list. Thank you to everyone for speaking to our committee. So committee members, is there any discussion? Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks. I wonder if I can ask a point of information through you, Chair, to staff.
Yes, please go ahead.
Thanks. Just trying to sort of ground us in all of the really critical housing priorities and work that we have. And I know that working towards an OCP is my second term on council, and trying to get that done because that lands a lot of zoning capacity and predictability for builders in terms of what can be built where in the city, and getting that delivered. And I know we've had a number of motions around the village work, for example, the 17 villages and 6 stories, et cetera. So can I, through you to staff, just get some perspective on what work of this is already being done and what would be remaining or not, or is the bulk of this already happening?
Thanks for the question, Councillor. So there is quite a bit of overlap, both in terms of geography and the planning processes. So right now, PDS staff are planning not just for arterials, but a lot of lands that cover parks and bikeways. So there's the Vancouver Plan land use typologies, the transit-oriented areas, neighborhood centers, which are coming under the planning program following villages and villages. So most of the geography of what's being asked for is covered, save for some small kind of in-between areas. So certainly staff could map the physical overlaps and highlight the process overlaps should council wish them to do so in a report back.
Okay, so if I can follow up on that, if I can, Chair, through you. So it might be, versus an exhaustive planning exercise, it might be more what I'm hearing. I'm just reflecting back is more expeditious to sort of overlap kind of what's, I don't want to say the scraps, but sort of the what's left that's not already included in the plan, just to give council a sense of scope. Because I know that we've got a lot of housing market. You were trying to really expedite the multiplex. A number of councillors had a great tour around clearing barriers to sort of get some of those additional density options in off arterials. But what I'm hearing is there might be a simpler exercise in terms of identifying what's already not being covered.
Maybe as a first step, that could be something that staff could report back.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. I appreciate that. And I was just listening to Councillor Kirby-Young's question and Deputy City Manager's response. Can I just ask a follow-up question just around when you refer to the existing work around the citywide plan and sort of the geography, you're indicating that effectively much of what's proposed in this motion is covered through our citywide planning efforts. Is that correct?
Yes, Council. That's my understanding from checking in with planning colleagues.
Okay.
Is that the kind of the densities contemplated in this motion are being covered in those various other processes. Again, save for some small
okay.
areas in between.
Okay. I appreciate that. That's helpful. I'm going to move an amendment to the motion, and I'll circulate it now to council and then speak to it. So I'm circulating that now.
Just move us to the amendment queue. Just a moment, Councillor Dominato.
Oh, I can.
Oh, I just received it here. So.
Yeah. Is it in everyone's inboxes?
I do have it. We'll just have to get it up on the screen.
Yeah, I'm gonna. I think what I think Councillor Maloney is trying to get at in terms it has a lot of merit. I would note that, and what I'm hearing from staff and having been on council at the time of the proposed citywide plan, which actually originally came from a motion by Councillor Carr, is that much of the work that's underway now, actually, it goes far beyond. There was a speaker who talked about, building of, 6-story and other multi-unit buildings on arterials. The citywide plan actually addresses much of that in our work around the transit-oriented areas, the neighborhoods, the villages. And so we are actually have enabled through that different development, a range, a spectrum of development off arterials in the residential streets. And so I would like, and there's a significant amount of work underway right now, as council knows, to move that a citywide plan into an ODP. And so what I'm proposing is that we refer this motion to staff, I can read it aloud, for information within the ongoing implementation of the Vancouver plan, noting that a significant portion of the work contemplated in this motion is already underway through the Vancouver plan or previous council direction, and that this referral should not impact the timely delivery of that plan, including completion of the citywide official development plan within this term, nor the timely delivery of the village's planning work, which also encompasses a whole range of residential streets. And I think there's a few areas where it doesn't. So I think having a report back would be helpful, particularly because I know we want to ensure that ODP is delivered. And that's what I'm proposing at this time.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Dominato. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Joe, thank you. Committee members, is there any discussion? Councillor Maloney.
Yeah, thanks. We mapped this out, and there are a lot of areas of the city that contain parks and cycling routes that aren't covered by the village's plans or the Broadway plan. So I think that is not accurate. I'm just trying to, I'm going to circulate a copy of our map. It's certainly a significant area of the city, and if you want to just look, bear with me, at the city's official cycling route map, I think it's pretty plain to see that there are cycling routes through the entire city, which was the whole point of this, that we expand the scope of zoning for low-rise apartments off arterials. So I think this is an unnecessary amendment that really does put the urgency of this motion on the back burner, so I certainly don't support it. So bear with me while I circulate our map.
Councillor Maloney, if you don't mind, we can move to another speaker and then because I don't have anything in my email. I'll pass the chair to Councillor Dominato and make some comments. I know that staff and this council are really focused on delivering the Vancouver plan before the end of this council term, and I know staff and ourselves are, doing everything to expedite delivery of that plan, and also understand that there is quite a bit of overlap with what's being proposed here. I haven't seen this map that Councillor Maloney is referring to. And I think that really reinforces the need for a report back on how some of this work might overlap with the Vancouver plan work. There is high density being built off of arterials, and I'm very supportive of that. As someone who has lived in a tower on a very busy street, we do need to have housing options for people that are not on major streets, and that's really the idea behind the Broadway plan. And we were just here last night till about 11 o'clock hearing from the public about that. So I know there's work underway on Broadway plan, village nodes. So I really need to get a report back from staff to see how this motion from Councillor Maloney would overlap with that. But at first blush, it looks like a lot of work that's already underway that council has advanced. So I'll take the chair back. If anyone else has any other comments on Councillor Dominato's amendment, please add yourself to the queue or we'll go to the vote. I'm not seeing anybody, so we can go to the vote. Councillor Dominato's amendment. Okay, so that passes with Councillor Fry abstaining, Councillor Orr and Maloney both in opposition. We'll go back to the main motion. Councillor Dominato, you're on the queue. Just a holdover?
I think maybe.
Sorry, did I?
I think we're done at this point because I think it's been referred.
We're done?
Yeah.
Yes, sorry.
Yeah,
apologies.
nothing further.
Apologies, that wasn't an amendment, that was a referral. Sorry about that. Long day.
Thank you.
Okay, so that completes the item. Thank you. We'll now move to motion 6, removing obstacles to preventing sustainable food systems in Vancouver, and is to be moved and introduced by Councillor Maloney. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict to disclose? Okay, seeing none, Councillor Maloney, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion.
I don't quite understand what happened there. Could someone please explain what happened just then?
So it's my understanding that Councillor Dominato's motion was to refer the work to staff, and as a result, that was approved by council.
Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. So we are on your motion as well, motion 6, and you have 2 minutes to introduce it. This is the food systems motion.
Thank you. So this motion is to ask Council to streamline business approval processes for vertical farms operating in the City of Vancouver. Vertical farms produce crops indoors using hydroponics and artificial lighting and other methods of carefully control growing conditions. Vertical farming businesses strengthen local food security by expanding our ability to produce food locally year-round, reducing our reliance on imports. For example, as of 2022, British Columbia was importing 81% of its spinach and 70% of its lettuce from the United States. Vertical farms create local jobs, reduce greenhouse gas emissions by shortening food transport distances, and they can quickly respond to changing consumer demand and produce low-volume niche or culturally important plants benefiting restaurants, hotels, and catering and grocery businesses as well as residents. With that, I'll hope that there's a few speakers available.
Okay, thank you. And I understand this to be seconded by Councillor Orr. So we'll now hear registered speakers for the motion. Public speakers should state whether they are in opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I'll also ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver, if it's not noted on the speakers list. And our first speaker is Alicia van der Graat. Hi, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Mayor Sim is somewhere around there, and councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Alicia Vandergrat. I'm a resident and business owner of Vancouver and a representative of Quantotech Solutions, and we're a vertically integrated urban farming company. You also may know us better by our produce brand, Northern Greens, and I'm here to speak in strong support of the motion titled Removing Obstacles, Preventing Sustainable Food Systems. This motion is important because right now, Vancouver is facing complicated, time-consuming, and costly review and permitting processes. For example, there are no outright use cases in the City of Vancouver zoning bylaws for urban farming. It's always conditional. This flags additional bylaw restrictions that need to be navigated to accommodate indoor urban farms and relaxations given on a case-by-case basis due to incongruous bylaws for the industry, and we've been grateful to receive relaxations in the past. This adds excessive workload for city officials and insurmountable timelines and challenges for small urban farming businesses like ours. This motion provides a practical step forward towards solutions by beginning the process to remove these barriers for indoor urban farms. Supporting this motion isn't just about addressing one problem. It has ripple effects across the city, including setting a precedence for removing barriers to small businesses, navigating development permits for change of use occupancy, and reducing the load on city staff. It delivers a clear path towards improved food security, a reduction in food waste, and high-quality job creation in the City of Vancouver. It also demonstrates leadership. Vancouver has a history of setting standards in urban farming that other cities follow. Passing this motion will send a message that we're serious about tackling challenges faced by this industry and many small businesses with innovative small business-focused solutions. I urge Council to pass this motion and to move swiftly on its implementation. The industry is ready for action, and your support will make a meaningful difference in the viability of urban food production. Thank you for your time, all of your ongoing support, and your consideration. I look forward to seeing Vancouver continue to lead with solutions that reflect our shared values of sustainability, equitable access to nutritious food, and financial prudence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 2, Peter Vandergrat.
Recognize the name. Good afternoon, Mayor Sim and councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Peter Vandergrat, and I'm also a resident and business owner of Vancouver and a representative of Quantotech. I'm here to speak in strong support of the motion titled Removing Obstacles, Preventing Sustainable Food Systems. This motion is important because right now, Vancouver has the opportunity to use underutilized spaces to increase equitable access to highly nutritious foods. For example, there are many parkades with excess vacancies and spaces in existing buildings that would not be viable for traditional businesses, but that can be used to grow food. Urban indoor farms can be temporary structures, perfect for making use of these spaces without impacting a building's structure. We need to explore ways to use this otherwise wasted space without long permitting processes and excessive costs. This motion provides a practical step towards solutions by the beginning of the process to remove these barriers and maximize the use of these spaces. Supporting this motion doesn't just address one problem, it opens the doors for other small businesses that have similar low access requirements. It also has a huge impact on our city's future food production capabilities. We are extremely reliant on imports when it comes to fresh produce. In an increasingly unpredictable climate, both literally and the political sense, we need to take control of our food systems and produce more food locally if we're able to continue to feed our growing population. There's a finite amount of farmable agricultural land available, so we need to support new technologies if we're to assist traditional agriculture in our ever-increasing needs. I cannot stress enough the importance of bolstering our food system now, before our food access is placed further at risk by changes outside of our control. We have the opportunity to take meaningful steps to support sustainable food systems before the external events force us to take action. I urge Council to pass this motion. The food industry is already at risk, and your support will make a meaningful difference to our future of food security. Thank you for your time and your support. I look forward to seeing Vancouver continue to lead future-forward solutions that protect our food systems and our future. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 3, Harmon Moon.
Thank you. My name is Harmon Moon. I live in Mount Pleasant in Vancouver. I'm here to speak in support of the motion. I'm obviously much less qualified to speak on the technical aspects than the previous speakers, so I will let their comments stand for themselves. I'll keep my comments brief. But it does make sense to localize our food production, not just for supply chain security, but to reduce the amount of emissions involved in delivery. I worked in restaurants for several years, and every day we would have a large truck come by the back door and unload stuff. And those trucks were moving all over the city, and were usually coming in from warehouses or bringing stuff in from further out. So farms that are closer to home mean less travel time for trucks. That all being said, I do think this is a good example of a real problem in this city, namely how much Vancouver's permitting processes make it hard to open new businesses, especially non-traditional or businesses with new ideas. Clearly, the system is so inflexible that council has to intervene to make vertical farms viable. So what other new ideas are we missing out on because they can't get their permits? Not to mention how much extra capital new businesses need to have on hand to survive until they get their permit. Micromanagement of housing delivery is a large part of what put Vancouver into our housing crisis. Could micromanagement of our business permitting be putting us into a similar position with our economy? Excuse the pun, but food for thought. I ask you to please support this motion.
Thank you. That is the end of our speakers list. Thank you to everyone for speaking to the committee. Committee members, is there any discussion? Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I think this is an awesome motion. I appreciated the pun from the last speaker. I thought that was great. I had the opportunity, I think in the early days, to tour Quantotech's Northern Greens site in Mount Pleasant, maybe last year. Time seems a bit fluid. And it was great to see. And I know that you were incubating and have sort of really advanced since then. I didn't come down for your more recent tour, but it is great to read about sort of the leaps and bounds that you're making. And also seeing extension. I see it in apartment buildings. I see Northern Greens product into fridges in rental apartment buildings. And so the innovation is great. I will say that this is sometimes it is the relatively dry things like removing regulatory barriers like conditional uses and that can actually make a big difference to a lot of specific sectors. And so I think the ability to not just keep but to grow, there you go, there's another pun for the speakers, to grow more vertical farming, both businesses and incubators but also sites in the city has a huge amount of merit. It is great to have sort of local food options and access. It's also better quality and healthier for you because it has a shorter distance to travel. It's good for you. That means it's more sustainable, right? So you're not trucking in the same way, but it just makes sense in a growing and sort of upwardly growing city. So I know the puns just keep rolling, don't they? But all to say, I'm very happy to support it, and I'm glad to see this coming forward. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. Well, I think you'll hear some similar accolades and support for this motion. I also had an opportunity, and maybe it was at the same time, I can't recall, to tour Quantotech's site in Mount Pleasant. And thank you, Alicia and Peter. It was fantastic to meet you then. And equally, I think that we need to look at ways to reduce barriers, remove barriers to do business in the city. And to innovate how we can use our land, how we can use specific sites for things like vertical farming. And it was already, I think it was alluded to by Peter, some of the geopolitical instability that then contributes to instability around supply chains, which then contributes to an instability around access to fresh produce in our province and in our city. And as I recall, I think you were supplying UBC, but no, your heads are nodding. Okay, got that right. But it's I think also for a lot of the, we've been talking hospitality today, the hospitality sector really benefits as well from having, we heard earlier, Shaughnessy Restaurant talking about how they were using fresh greens from the gardens in their restaurant. And so I think there's great opportunity here, and to be able to do that here in the city where we are shy on land. We don't have, can't have massive greenhouses like they do in the Fraser Valley. So we have to think differently, and some of that is the regulatory side. So happy to support the motion, and I thank you for Councillor Maloney for bringing it forward.
Thank you. Councillor Orr.
Yeah, thank you very much. I don't have any puns, so I just hope I can stack up. the others. This motion really gets to the root of the problem. No, sorry. Okay. Yeah, no, it was a great tour. We were instantly moved to do a motion, I think right on the spot. It was just such a great tour. I'm proud to co-sponsor this. Vertical farms have a lot of potential to strengthen food security by producing more food year-round, reducing our reliance on imports, as others have noted. It's a small step, but a meaningful step towards a city that is resilient against future climate. I don't want to be a downer here, but 2024 global surface temperature was 1.52 degrees above the pre-industrial average. Ocean warming is accelerating and setting records in 2025. We experienced wildfire smoke every year. I think it was smoky this morning as well. This is the second worst year on record, and the previous year was record setting. So food security is one of the ways that Vancouver can be resilient against climate change. It's not enough to create a sustainable city, but it definitely helps move us towards that direction. So we need food forests, vertical farms, community gardens, school meals, public grocery stores. But yeah, this is another one of those pieces of the puzzle. So I'll be supporting. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Klassen.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thanks to the movers of the motion. I will be supporting it, and I sometimes will never miss an opportunity to share my bona fides around as a gardener and somebody who grows his own food for part of the year. And but I also have been following the story of vertical farming, and it has been one of a bit of a struggle. There's been some very large investments done internationally, and yet the challenges remain. So I think that the last thing that we want to do as a city is become a barrier to this. So things like change of use or things that we can easily implement to make sure that we can support this in a very expensive place to live. And as we talked about goods movement and transportation on a couple of motions today, we know how incredibly resource consuming that is and creates more greenhouse gases. So I would love to see this come to fruition and support efforts to get not only the advocacy going, but also make sure that the city is doing its part to make sure that we can make vertical farming a success. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Klassen. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, also happy to support this, and also visited the farm. And are you guys growing mushrooms yet? Is that a thing? Yeah. I mean, it's amazing, I find, to see how these organic, sorry, I wanted to get in on the pun game, but it is great to see that the technology has changed to the extent that now, I mean, I remember when they were first floating ideas about growing lettuce in containers and in parking lots, and now we're at a place where LED and hydroponic technology and stackable racks actually are creating a great deal more efficiencies. So I expect that this will only continue to blossom as an industry, and I think it's exciting to see how we could finesse our zoning and land use bylaws to support that. And I think that the ability to enhance food security by making food available to our local population in a far less land-intensive way is the way to go. And I can only add that in the context of the current trials and tribulations with our neighbors to the south, this is very timely to have a good look at how we can accelerate our own food security here. So thanks to Councillors Maloney and or Gannick.
Thank you. Councillor Maloney.
Yeah, thank you very much. I do regularly hear from business people concerned that change of use permitting processes are too long and expensive. And I'm pleased that it looks like we'll be supporting investigating, remedying that for one section of the business community. I think that vertical farming makes so much sense to support not only vertical farming businesses and employment, but also the other businesses that rely on produce like hotels, catering businesses, restaurants, grocery stores. and it is so important that we reduce the need for transporting food long distances, not just for freshness, but also for reducing greenhouse gas emissions. So I'm very excited to have helped to draft this with help from Northern Greens and Councillor Orr, and I really hope that we have a unanimous decision on this motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I'm now going to call the vote. Clerk, if you could please take us to the voting screen, and committee members, if you could please register your vote on the voting panel. Okay, that passes unanimously. Thanks, everyone. I'm just noting the time, 15 minutes to 5. And we have another 2 items. Next item has about 21 speakers, and we have 3 items actually, with 25 speakers in total. So I'm just wondering what the will of council might be. Oh, sorry, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thanks, Chair. I feel like we're making good progress. I look to the clerk for any, if there's any challenges or issues, but I was thinking that we could continue pressing through till 6 o'clock because I just have a good feeling we might be able to get done, and then everybody, staff and council and public, would be able to get their evening back. So I'd like to suggest, unless there's any reason not to, that we continue through to.
Just a point of clarification, Councillor Kirby-Young, all the way to 6 or finish the agenda?
I say go for gold and try to finish it, but if people do need a break, we could say that if we're not done by 6, that we take a break then, to respecting, sort of gives staff an option, but I'm hoping for a good feeling we can get it done.
Any concerns from the clerks? No concerns? Okay, and that was seconded. Councillor Maloney, you had a comment? Please go ahead.
I just would very much appreciate a 5-minute break to discuss something that I'm considering doing, please.
Okay, as in now.
All right.
Yeah, we have to deal with the motion on the floor. Okay, so that was moved by Councillor Kirby-Young, seconded by, I think, Councillor Montague. I'll just wait a sec for Councillor Maloney to, so we can vote. Okay, all in favor say yay. Okay, any opposed say nay. Okay, that carries, and we're going to finish the agenda this evening. Okay, so we're going to move on to our next item. Item 7, improving the empty homes tax to curb speculation, which is to be moved and introduced by Councillor Orr. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict to disclose? Okay, not seeing any. Councillor Orr, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion.
Thank you very much, Chair. The empty homes tax has been a success, both at raising revenue for affordable housing and getting empty units on the market. The last council approved increasing the homes tax to 5% starting in 2024. It was voted on unanimously by members of all parties present. Fortunately, the decision was reversed in 2023 and council froze EHT at 3%. At that time, a new loophole for empty unsold condos was created, allowing some to avoid EHT indefinitely. From speaking with people in the community over the last few years, it's clear that people in Vancouver oppose these changes. This motion is aimed at getting EHT back on course with 2 main aspects. First, the city will resume the previously planned increases to 5% for 2026. I'd prefer higher, but I'm introducing this as a compromise in hopes we can all agree that this gets passed. The second part closes a loophole that allows empty, unsold condos to remain untaxed forever. At the 2023 meeting, multiple options were discussed, including delaying the deployment of the full tax for 1 or multiple years. In the interest of expediency in closing this loophole, I am proposing a partial empty homes tax of 1%. Starting immediately. This is also a compromise, but it's a good start. It will put a modest pressure on the market and raise significant revenue for affordable housing over time. The motion also requests a report back on graduated empty homes taxes that could shrink the 1% to 5% gap in new builds over a period of time. This motion will get the empty homes tax back on the right course. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Maloney, thank you. So we'll now hear from registered speakers for the motion. Public speakers should state whether they're in support or opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. And I will also ask speakers if they're residents of Vancouver if it's not on the speakers list. And our first public speaker is Zakir Suleiman. Not on the line? Okay. Speaker number 2, Tanya Webb King. Not on the line. Speaker 3, Matthew Yo.
Hi. Are you speaking to me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
All right. My name is Matthew Uden. I am a resident of Vancouver. I've lived here since 2008. And one thing I've noticed with some of the motions you guys have done recently with the vacancy control of this way of doing vacancy control and, canceling the Airbnbs and all this is that our rents have become significantly more affordable. So for that reason, I'm in support of this motion, and I'm in support of making stronger vacancy taxes apply to help renters like myself and my friends to be able to afford to continue to live here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 4, Adriana Teicher. Oh, hi. Good afternoon. Hi, it's actually the podium behind you with the red light.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Adriana Cumming-Teicher. I'm a community and union organizer here in Vancouver, and I'm speaking today in support of Motion 7 put forward by Councillor Orr. As written in the above motion, the empty homes tax, as implemented in 2014, has generated an immense volume of revenue for the city, and with it, working-class people in Vancouver. It sought to and partially addressed a long-standing and ever-worsening problem, the private hoarding of critical housing, which serves as a key driver of the housing crisis we all find ourselves in. Of course, as is being discussed today, the empty homes tax was severely undercut in 2023 by this council, with a highly exploitable loophole regarding unsold inventory being put into place while directly taking money out of the hands of working people in this city in the year this change was made. I seek to call this what it is, an act of undiluted cruelty, one that enables the actions of a city that robs its people for the sake of giving unending fealty to its capital class. For council to begin to repair this wound and to prove to all living in Vancouver that it nominally considers the interests of its population, I ask you to pass this motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 5, Madison Marfleet Johnston. We'll come back. Speaker 6, Natasha Waheed. No. Speaker 7, Zubin Shroff Mehrabadi.
Hello.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for taking comments, Council. My name is Zubin Shroff Mehrabadi. I'm a lifelong resident of Vancouver, and I'm in favor of this motion to increase the empty homes tax as it was originally planned to be. I grew up in West Point Grey with several empty homes in my block, and I've always thought that those homes could be better used. However, if the property owner of an empty Vancouver home wishes to keep it empty, I believe that they should pay to support affordable housing in the city through this tax. If someone can afford to leave a Vancouver property empty, barring exceptional circumstances, then they can afford to pay a tax which should go directly towards building the affordable housing our city desperately needs. I don't see any reason to not increase the empty home tax unless the goal is to help those who own empty homes, and any measure that encourages the reintroduction of units to the market in any way is worth pursuing. Thank you.
Hey, thanks very much. Speaker number 8, Becca S. Not online. Okay. Speaker number 9, Catherine Curtis. Not online. Speaker 10, Leah Mossoff. No. Speaker 11, Taylor Wilkinson. No. How about Speaker 12, Delano Ellingwood. Speaker, and we're sure our phone system's working correctly. Okay. Speaker number 13, Bradley Watson.
Hello.
Hi, Bradley.
Hi, Council. Thank you for listening to us today. My name is Bradley Watson. I have been a resident of Vancouver for 11 years. I'm in support of Councillor Orr's motion to increase the empty homes tax and to close loopholes. I think that anything that will help encourage those who own empty houses in Vancouver to either dwell in them, sell them, or rent them out will help benefit our community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Speaker 14, Valentine Desertien. Do you have Speaker 14 on the line? No? Speaker 15 is withdrawn. How about Speaker 16, Nikita Steele? No? Speaker 17, Tara? Or Tara? No? Speaker 18, Noah Sarna? No? Speaker 19, Sandra Titus? Okay. Speaker 20, Ray Gorky? Nope. Speaker 21 is withdrawn. And Speaker 22, Karsten Fast. Okay, that's our speakers list. I'm going to go back through the list. Do we have Speaker 1, Sakir Suleiman? Nope. How about Speaker 2, Tanya Webb King?
Hello.
Hi there.
Excuse me? Hi there. Can you hear me?
Which speaker is this?
This is Zakir Suleiman.
Oh, hi Zakir. Go ahead.
Hi there. Sorry, some connection issues. Hi there. My name is Zakir Suleiman. I'm a resident of East Vancouver, and I'm here to speak in favor of this motion. This motion asks a really fundamental question. How seriously do we take the housing crisis? If we address the needs of the people that are here, rather than trying to create protections for people who would keep their homes and their new builds vacant, we begin to see a picture in front of us, a picture where this council is taking a measure to give an additional kickback to people who already profit from speculation. We need to be pulling every possible policy lever in a crisis. When a house is on fire, you take everyone and you get out, and then you try to put it out. This is one such measure for helping reduce the fire. And I think it is crucial for all of us to think about what kind of city we want Vancouver to be. Do we want Vancouver to be a commuter city? Do we want it to be a city where all of the working people that live in Vancouver have to commute in from elsewhere? This is one measure by which the city raises the funds that it can use to build affordable housing, and we should be giving the city every tool in its arsenal to be able to address the housing crisis as the crisis that it is. And I urge you, all councillors, to please vote in favor of this motion and in favor of a Vancouver that people can live in and afford. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's try Speaker 2, Tanya Webb King. Tanya, is that you?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm here.
Yep, please go ahead.
Hi, thanks. This is Tanya Webb King, and I am phoning in support of this motion. The empty homes tax has been successful in reducing the number of empty homes without impacting new construction. And some of these empty homes have returned to the long-term rental pool. In 2024, this tax brought in $170 million for future housing projects, which is critical funding in the middle of a housing crisis. Vancouver was recently recognized as the third most expensive city in the world, which means that we need assertive action. Renters simply can't afford the risk of the return of increased speculation. The balance of risk shouldn't always rest on the shoulders of the working class. The other piece of this motion is to address the tax exemption for new unsold inventory. Councillor Orr is recommending starting at only 1%, which is not an unreasonable ask. In fact, it's the bare minimum. Leaving condos empty is only profitable to investors who prioritize long-term capital appreciation over short-term rental income. We need a city that stands with its citizens, not investors. Additionally, today the Bank of Canada just cut interest rates by 2.5%, so the ownership class is already receiving support through federal systems. They shouldn't receive double benefits for leaving condos empty. As of May 2025, we have 2,000 empty condos, and that will increase to 35 by the end of the year. We have an empty homes crisis running concurrent to a massive housing crisis. This 2% increase is common sense, and I believe in common sense policies. We're firmly marching in the footsteps of Toronto, where the city's condo market is experiencing 28-year lows, record inventory sales, and widespread condo project cancellations. The same is happening in Vancouver. The first quarter of this year, condo sales dropped 37%. Plummeting sales while available condos have more than doubled. Developers in Vancouver already have paused condo projects. Our only option is to implement this tax raise because new condo bids as supply far exceeds demand. We were the first city to implement an empty homes tax in 2017. We were leaders, and this model was replicated across the globe. We need to continue to be leaders. While the empty homes tax has improved housing availability, it's had zero effect on affordability. If we're still building the same housing stock over and over and affordability isn't a result, something isn't working. We need another example. This is another example of the critical need of vacancy control as part of the city's overall rental strategy. Remember, Vancouver is a working class city. 55% of Vancouverites are renters. And in a housing crisis, we need to use all available housing as efficiently as possible. We need this 2% for stronger investments in affordable housing. Council should not be using measures to slow public investment down. Again, this increase and removing a tax shelter for new builds will reduce speculation, increase the rental housing supply, and create income for future housing for the working class across Vancouver. Masi Cho, Haichka, hi. Thank you for listening. Please, I urge you to support this motion.
Thank you. We'll now go back to Speaker 5, Madison Marfleet Johnston. No. Speaker 6, Natasha Waheed. How about Speaker 8, Becca S.
Hi, members of City Council. I am a Vancouver. Hi, I'm a Vancouver resident, and I am in support of Councillor Orr's motion to increase the empty home tax. As a Vancouver resident, my family and I immigrated here when I was 2 years old, and so I come from a working class background. In my adult life, I have, and continue to actually, experience on and off housing precarity due to the housing crisis and unaffordability of housing and renting in Vancouver. The increasing the empty homes tax will be incredibly beneficial to utilize and fund more affordable housing in Vancouver. I think, I just want to say, I think Zakir and Tanya spoke beautifully and very informatively, and I thank you for your time. I'm in support of this motion.
Thank you. Speaker 9, Catherine Curtis. How about Speaker 10, Leah Mossoff? Speaker 11, Taylor Wilkinson. Speaker 12, Delano Ellingwood. Speaker 14, Valentine Desertian.
Hello.
Hi.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes,
Yep.
please,
Okay.
please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Valentine Desserten. I'm a resident of Vancouver. I'm calling in today to support this motion of improving the empty homes tax to curb speculation. Many other speakers have brought it up, but we are in a housing crisis here in Vancouver, and it is unacceptable to have homes sitting empty while folks struggle to find a housing. Increasing the empty homes tax and closing the new build loophole will have the double benefit of providing more funding for affordable housing and putting pressure on people sitting on empty homes to either rent them or sell them, increasing the housing supply to the benefit of all. My neighborhood, East Van, is full of empty homes, particularly new builds that have been sitting empty for months, sometimes years, while speculators wait to see if the market will improve for them. This tax improvement would allow families to move into those homes or fund other homes for them. It is City Hall's responsibility to ensure its constituents have access to housing that they can afford. I support this motion, and you should as well, as one of the many steps to get us out of this crisis. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 16, Nikita Steele. Are they on the line?
Can you hear me?
Hi, Nikita, please go ahead.
Nikita Steele, in favor of this motion to increase the empty homes tax. Mayor and councilors, thank you for your opportunity to speak today. The empty homes tax has already proven itself between 2017 and 2023. It generated nearly $170 million to support affordable housing and reduce the number of vacant homes by more than half. It's an achievement worth building on, not scaling back. But this is more than revenue. Empty homes in our city are not just symbols of speculation. They are unsafe spaces, often hidden from the public. In April 2022, the body of Chelsea Portman, a 24-year-old Cree woman, was found in the yard of an abandoned mansion in Shaughnessy. Chelsea had been missing for 19 months. Her death was declared non-suspicious, yet her family and Indigenous organizations rightfully asked how she ended up in a locked vacant property and why her disappearance was not taken seriously. Chelsea's story is not isolated. Indigenous women, girls, Two-Spirit people are disproportionately affected by homelessness, violence, and systemic neglect. When homes sit empty, while people sleep in parks, vehicles, unsafe shelters, the consequences are devastating. Vacant properties become sites of danger, not safety. And this problem is not only for Indigenous people. Seniors on fixed incomes, people with disabilities, and those relying on assistance are being pushed into homelessness. I hear stories of elders forced to live in cars and families setting up tents because the rent's impossible to meet. These are not personal failings. They are failures of our policies and priorities. As a human trafficking survivor, I experienced additional threats when my abusers were able to gain entry to empty suites below, not knowing that the harm towards me was directly below in a vacant unit. These units need to be full. They keep these properties more secure, and I urge the city councils to listen. Cope and Councillor Orr have shown that Vancouverites are ready for stronger action. Over 1,000 residents have signed petitions this city demanding an increase in empty homes tax. People are tired of the status quo. We need to turn these empty properties into real homes. Let us act with urgency so tragedies like Chelsea Portman and so many other exploited, neglected, and unhoused people will have a place to call home, a place to start, and where no homes sit empty. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 17, Tara. No? Okay. Speaker 18, Noah Sarna. No? Speaker 19, Sandra Edis. Speaker 20, Ray Gorky. No. And Speaker 22, Karsten Fast. Yep. Need a minute to connect. Karsten Fast, speaker 22.
Can you hear me?
Hello, is that Karsten?
Yep, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm Carson Fast. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I appreciate the intention behind the empty homes tax. However, I do oppose it because raising it from 3 to 5% risks punishing ordinary Vancouverites without fixing the housing crisis. First, fairness. Extra costs are
Sorry, Karsten, I think you got a bad connection. Are you still there?
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, so sorry about that. So I appreciate the intention behind the empty homes tax, but raising it from 3 to 5% risks punishing ordinary Vancouverites without fixing the housing crisis. So for that matter, I'm in opposition to this motion for two reasons. First, fairness. Extra costs almost always get passed down. Developers will build those higher carrying costs into the sale price of condos or into rents. That means housing gets even more expensive for people who are already struggling. Secondly, this increase could actually harm affordable housing. If builders know they'll be penalized for unsold inventory, they may hesitate to take on rental or below market projects. That means fewer new homes get built, especially the affordable ones we need most. And lastly, perception matters. Vancouverites already face some of the highest taxes, fees, and living costs in the country. Raising this tax again makes it feel like City Hall sees regular people as a revenue source, instead of addressing the real drivers of our housing shortage, which is slow approvals, zoning bottlenecks, and a lack of rental supply. So at 3%, the empty homes tax is already one of the steepest in North America. It has generated millions for housing, and that's positive. But instead of squeezing harder, let's focus on measures that actually grow housing supply and improve affordability. Speed up approvals, incentivize purpose-built rentals, and get more homes built at prices people can afford. Raising the empty homes tax feels like action, but it risks making housing more expensive and less available. Ordinary Vancouverites will be the ones left paying the price. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. That marks the end of our speakers list. Thanks everyone for speaking to standing committee today. Committee members, is there any discussion? And I see people in the queue. So Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I thought I would ground us in a little bit of context about the EHT because I appreciate it can be appealing to try to sort of just go for a tax increase and a grab. And, you know, acknowledge right off the top that this sort of 7 years or so, the empty homes tax has raised about $170 million. It's delivered about 1,378 affordable homes supporting it. And we've done grants to things like Brightside Community Housing Foundation, Lookout, Salvation Army, Sir Optimist, supporting housing for women, and a whole bunch of other components. I do think it's important to remember that the primary objectives of the HT from the beginning were to return those underutilized homes so that homes are not investments, but they're actually places for locals and people to live in, and to prevent additional homes from becoming empty. And that is a really important principle, that housing should be first and foremost for locals, and not for sort of speculative investment. Having said that, when council previously dealt with this matter and there was a proposal to look at increasing the EHT, and I think that all of our conversations and decisions should be grounded in good facts and reasoning, and I think there's a lot of misinformation around this motion. But when we had a staff report that came back about a year and a half ago, I'm looking at it now, entitled "A Report Back, the EHT Graduated Tax Rate Administrative Bylaw Change." And at that point, there was staff went out and did consultation with both academics and housing experts, as well as Ernst & Young. And the expert external advice and staff advice in the report that came back was to maintain the EHT tax rate at 3% on vacant properties, recognizing that the program had undergone significant changes to both rates and exemptions since inception. They felt that it was optimized at the point of the balance of revenue generation and actually being effective as a deterrent to people keeping houses empty and returning homes, and said that making additional changes and increasing the rate beyond the 3% would create uncertainty and considerations to behavioral changes of property owners, such as evasion tactics. So for example, if you start to do the math, you have $1 million home, you pay a 5%, that's 50 grand, or $1.5 million, 75,000, that people can hire a caretaker to live in their home, for example, and avoid the tax. There was I think a lot of examples that were given during that particular discussion. They cited other issues such as audit and compliance administration. We have beefed up compliance. We added additional resources there. There was a point cited that the revenue to fund affordable housing initiatives could actually be compromised, and that it was sort of level setting at a good amount and compromising the overall objectives of the EHT. So council took that advice to heart, and that's why I think based on the expert and external review, that was done. I heard Councillor Orr doing an interview on Early Edition this week. I think that, while perhaps well-intentioned, there was a lot of points raised that indicated to me a misunderstanding of currently what the current status is. The unsold vacant inventory exemption, I know Councillor Dominato could speak to this in more detail, aligns with the provincial component. There was confusion between the foreign buyers tax federally and the provincial tax, whether taxes were added together. There was just, I think, a lot of misinformation in how it actually worked. And what got charged to it, and whether, yes, there is a provincial tax and there are taxes here. And then finally, I think there was also, a confusion or conflation between people who are developing properties versus individual owners. People don't want to keep these units empty. In fact, right now we can't get them built. If we're in a situation where we had to empty units, it's because they're not selling. And I think we actually don't want to further deter housing being built, because it's at this point, we're not even seeing shovels in the ground, or we're seeing holes in some buildings where those projects are not actually moving to completion. So we'll end up putting additional pressure if we can't get new rental buildings across the finish line, which actually doesn't help rental vacancy rates, because we actually have had good success with trying to get rental projects across the finish line. And that has helped with bringing new homes into the market in terms of ameliorating some of the rental rate increases. And in fact, we've actually started to see some success in it dropping. So I don't want to run out in time entirely. I'll save a little bit to come back on, but I think that it's really important to know that a lot of this was looked at with genuine intent. And there were, I think that felt that the outcomes would actually work against the intention of what the HT is aiming to do and is actually successfully doing right now. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. Yes. I guess I'll start with, in speaking to the motion, I appreciate Councillor Kirby-Young's, again, taking us down memory lane and giving us that historical context around the city's empty homes tax. I think it's actually really important to level set. And I'll touch on a couple of points. One, just as a starting point, this is really a hard no for me. When you look at the proposal about increasing the rate, it is absolutely, Councillor Kirby-Young made this point, but it's absolutely bang on. Staff identified that there's then a risk of people circumventing the bylaw evasion, and that is not the intention here. The intention of when the empty homes tax was introduced was around addressing speculation and returning homes into the hands of locals, but this actually could be a deterrent. So I just want to identify that. Secondly, the issue of new inventory, as is noted, in moving to exempt new inventory, this actually aligns with the provincial speculation and vacancy tax. And in fact, if we were to go down this path of effectively adding a tax to new inventory, which isn't being lived in, it's going to actually add costs to housing. So here we're talking about how we want to address housing affordability. It would actually make that housing more costly and actually more unaffordable for people, because those costs are going to be passed on. And again, the builders can't control the market, as we're hearing. Yes, we're having challenges with occupancy. We're having challenges building anything, market, non-market strata. And I also just want to highlight the things that have changed in the landscape here is that since the time that the city introduced the empty homes tax, which the city, and this is not surprising, this has happened before, was ahead of other governments, there is now a provincial speculation and vacancy tax that didn't exist at the time. And secondly, foreign ownership was banned by the federal government, and that ban continues to be in place until at least January 1st, 2027. And so I think I would concur there is a misinformation in this motion, a misunderstanding, and it will not achieve what it sets out to do. And so from my perspective, it's a hard no. I won't be supporting it.
Thank you. Councillor Maloney.
The empty homes tax is a good tax that fundamentally taxes people who have a spare home and don't need to rent it out. People who have spare homes and don't need to rent them out should contribute more than everyone else who doesn't have a spare home or even who has a spare home but needs to rent it out for income. I'm concerned about imposing more costs on developers at a time when they're cancelling or delaying projects, and I've thought very carefully about this. But the remedy they have is lowering their price to move units. Giving an incentive to sell condo units, unsold inventory, is a different issue from rental apartment construction, and builders can and do control the market by staged releases of unsold units. The empty homes tax is a crucial measure to increase the vacancy rate, which remains crucially low. If people prefer to keep their spare homes empty, that's their choice, but there is a social cost that is appropriately recovered by the empty homes tax. And the best thing is that the housing already exists. We just need to make it available to rent or buy, to actually live in. And we are scrounging around to raise revenue, but this tax always has been more about providing more housing than about raising revenue. I think we should invest more in enforcement and investigate ways of reducing avoidance and evasion. The practice of installing caretakers seems to be worth addressing, and there probably are creative solutions. So for me, difficulty in enforcing isn't a conclusive. Difficulty of enforcing is not a conclusive argument against increasing the rate. It's worth reflecting on how we approach enforcement against people with unoccupied spare homes compared to people who have no home. And I reflected long and hard on this because I'm really concerned to make sure that we don't unduly dissuade developers from pursuing future projects. But I do think that giving developers an incentive to lower the price of housing stock is no small social benefit to miss out on. So I'll be voting in favour.
Thank you. Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So I just want to ask a point of information through you, Chair, to the Deputy City Manager.
Please go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I think to have some clarification publicly, that would be really good. So I saw this motion says that the council stopping a previously planned increase to 5% of the empty home tax. So if my understanding was correct, that was a recommendation from staff, not council's, council made a decision at the end, but that was recommendation from staff to keep at 3%, is that right?
Thank you for the question. Yes, that was a previous staff report and assessment and a staff recommendation to council.
So what is the rationale why we keep at 3%, not 5%? Do you still remember?
I would have to go back and review the report. My apologies, I don't have.
Okay, thanks, Sandra. So yeah, I really encourage Councillor Orr to read that report so you understand the rationale. The other question, also through your chair to the Deputy City Manager. So about exemption of the vacant new inventory, is that also aligned with the provincial regulation?
Council, I'll have to do a report back and get back to you on that.
Okay, thank you. Other questions, I saw there's a bunch of figure regarding the revenue generated from the empty home tax. My question is the empty home tax meant to increase revenue for the city or not?
So the empty homes tax does generate revenue for the city. The policy purpose of the tax is to encourage vacant homes to be used as homes.
So it's not the intention to revenue generation tax, right?
No, it has a policy purpose.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so I think we heard very clear. So the 3% was a recommendation from staff, and I remember also the regarding the vacant inventory that aligned with the provincial regulation as well. Also, the we heard very clear it's not a revenue generator for the city. So and also use this money it create a lot of affordable housing as what we mentioned before. So as we heard, and also in this motion, there's a lot of misinformation. I just want to put that publicly so people understand the real intention for this empty home tax and why we keep at 3%. So with that, I'm not going to support this motion, but I really understand the rationale behind the motion. I appreciate the Councillor Orr for tabling this motion. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Fry.
Yeah, so I mean, despite the fact that this is not a revenue generating program, the number that jumps out to me in the 2024 annual report on the empty homes tax is $170 million. $170 million from empty homes tax has been allocated to support a variety of affordable housing initiatives such as land acquisition, CHIP grants, and affordable housing projects and emerging priorities. That ain't nothing. And I definitely appreciate the concerns. I did vote previously in favor in the last council of the 5% increase. And I think we've seen a steady decline. We know that the enforcement of the empty homes tax is effective and it is working and it is tenanting homes. And I just want to reflect that recently, Councillor Meisner and I were both engaged by the media over illegal Airbnbs. And we have lots of rules and enforcement around short-term rentals, yet somehow people were gaming the system. And so, where I think the opportunity with the empty homes tax is to, certainly in my time on council, we've heard from people who are honest to a fault, and they're like, they've been, away for 6 months plus a day, and then they declare as they are supposed to, and they're getting dinged for empty homes tax, and those aren't the people that we want to go after. But we know that there are empty homes in this city that are being held for speculative purposes or what have you, and I think that this is, an opportunity to really focus a lot of our efforts that are ongoing. We're being asked to make all sorts of concessions to support new housing. And I think that this is part of that suite of tools, because frankly, as we're continuing to be, sought out for like more exemptions, more waivers on utilities, that kind of thing, something's got to give at some point. So I think that I would be very supportive of this motion if it were to also include some amendment language that talked about how we might enhance some of the aspects of enforcement and auditing process. But I'm also happy with it as it is. And I think when it comes to the vacant unsold inventory, again, I think this is a modest approach to it, and I am supportive of this as one of the many tools in our toolkit to address housing and speculation, and frankly, the money that we take from empty homes tax and put into housing for people in our city, I think is money well spent.
Thanks, Councillor Fry. Councillor Orr.
Yeah, thanks to close out the motion. Thanks for the great discussion and all that. Thanks, Pete. I believe the original motion did mention enforcement, but in the spirit of collaboration with staff, I think that wording was changed. So yeah, speaking to other points, I don't see why we would starting to set policy based on fear that people are going to start breaking the law. The city has years of experience enforcing this. They have the powers to increase enforcement, to ensure that no one is wrongly keeping condos empty without the tax. And the tax is always paid for this enforcement. So I don't think we should be operating in that sense of fear. And I think they're probably already doing it anyways. So that's no way to sort of operate that, I don't think. But yeah, in terms of new housing development, I think this is the fastest way to put units on the market than new construction. We're talking about like how expensive housing costs, labor, materials. This just puts that right into the supply. I think it's a great way to do that. And the purpose of development is to have houses, to build houses for people to live in. I don't understand why we would be building houses that sit empty for 3 years. In terms of the second part of the motion, I think it's good to encourage that new builds are lived in, and this would be one way to do that. People want this. I've talked to so many people on the doors. This was a big thing that people wanted. I talked to people at farmers markets all summer. Over 1,000 people signed a petition for this. It's really popular. It's a really popular tax. It's a really good tool. And 170 million for affordable homes. That's the number one concern I heard from people. It's affordability. In the by-election, this is what people want, and I really encourage you to listen to the people on this one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, seeing no one else on the speakers list, I'm now going to call the vote. Clerk, if you could please take us to the voting screen. And committee, if you could please register your vote on the voting panel. Okay, that is defeated with myself in opposition, Councillor Kirby-Young in opposition, Councillor Dominato in opposition, Councillor Montague in opposition, Councillor Klassen in opposition, Mayor Sim in opposition, and Councillor Joe in opposition. Okay, that completes item 7. Okay, next item is item 8, motion 8. Greening the city, enhancing livability and the tree canopy through healthy afforestation. And is to be moved. Yes, is there a point of order? Is that a point of order, Councillor Maloney? I can stop. Okay, I will. Yep.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
Thanks, Chair. I'm hoping that we might, just at this juncture, before moving on to the last 2 motions, is move a reconsideration of the vote related to, sorry, I was trying to find my page, motion 5, beyond arterials, creating more housing options on low traffic streets, to enable my colleague to reassert her vote. And I don't know if she wants to speak to it, but that's the motion, is to, and I'll maybe need guidance from the clerks on just the steps on that, but. So, okay. I think we now have to go back to actually voting on the motion that was tabled, which was a referral. Motion 5, item 5. Yeah, thank you.
No problem. I'll just wait till that's up on the screen before we vote. Okay, there it is. Councillor Maloney, did you want to speak to the reconsideration?
Briefly, because I know we're all pretty keen to not waste time. Things move fast here, and we had a very late night last night. And although I disagreed with the amendment, I would have grumpily voted in favour of the amended motion. So I appreciate.
It's not a problem at all, Councillor Maloney. I did something similar, I think, in one of my first few months as well. It's quite confusing. I even got confused about the
Yes, I think it was evident from my reaction.
Yeah. It's not a problem at all.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so just to be clear, it's not a reconsideration. I know I stated that, but that was incorrect. This is a referral, so we're just going to vote on it. And if we could go to the voting panel, and council, if you could please register your vote on the voting panel. Mm-hmm.
We're voting on the referral that
we're just voting on. We did a reconsideration, and now we're voting on item 5, the referral to staff. Yeah, I'm going to call the vote. Please. Just waiting for Councillor Orr. I'm happy to explain if you would like.
I don't know what I need more information.
We're just.
Sorry, I don't know what I'm. This is the. Sorry.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sorry.
Okay, so that passes unanimously. Thanks, everybody. No problem. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll go to item, apologies here, item 8. Motion 8, greening the city, enhancing livability in the tree canopy through healthy afforestation, which is to be moved and introduced by Councillor Fry. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict to disclose? Okay, not seeing anybody. So Councillor Fry, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'll keep it brief. I know we've had a long day and yesterday. I think one of the great things that we all agree on here in these chambers is the value of trees and the tree canopy and forestation in our city. I think we've all variously committed to it in our campaigns. We've brought forward motions, and just most recently we approved the urban forestry strategy, which maps out the future of the tree canopy in the city of Vancouver. We've all seen those sad, lonely trees that sit alone, withering and wilting on grass lawns. And many of us are familiar with the notion that oftentimes trees are planted to fulfill occupancy permits on new builds. And there's no intention of those trees actually living. They're there to check a box. Since the time that we approved the urban forestry strategy, I was introduced to the concept of a new modern approach to tree canopy, which is afforestation. This idea of the Miyawaki forest, which was created by a Japanese botanist in the 1970s. And it really looks at creating more of a fulsome, not just planting a tree, but planting the environment that helps to support a tree. So that's the understory and the shrubbery and the soil and the ground cover, and ultimately yields more productive, viable tree canopy. So the idea is to weave that kind of concept on a more modern practice of afforestation, which is being practiced around the world successfully in all sorts of climates and environments, and looking at how we can use it to support our own tree canopy, and not just our tree canopy. I'm sure as many of us will have experienced when we walk through beautiful leafy neighborhoods, it's not just the trees overhead, but it's often the shrubs and the bushes that help contribute to that cooling air, that delightful sort of greenery that we can visually see, and of course the support it gives for our flora and fauna, the birds and the bees, and that one's for you, O'Connor. Yeah, and anyway, so just the idea here is to not reinvent the wheel, but just to weave this into our strategy work. We have a report coming back from staff on this work, and it's already work that actually the park board has started to pilot. In my local park, they have a mini forest that they just planted in Strathcona Park. And it's
Thanks, Councillor Fry. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Orr, thank you. Okay, we'll now hear from registered speakers for the motion. Public speakers should state whether they're in support of the recommendations or opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask them if the residents of Vancouver, if it's not noted on the speakers list. And our first public speaker is Grace Nombrado.
Hi.
Hi, Grace.
I am Grace Nombrado. Hi. I'm Grace Nombrado, Executive Director of an environmental nonprofit, Free the Greening the City, or as I like, the mini but mighty motion. For thousands of years, what we now call Vancouver, was covered by dense old-growth Douglas fir and cedar forests. This forest was stewarded by the Musqueam, Squamish, and the Tsleil-Waututh Nations. Today, only 4% of that original forest remains. Over the past 4.5 years, I've had the honor of stewarding one of these last remaining forests, the Champlain Heights Trails in southeast Vancouver. With the support of the City of Vancouver, my nonprofit 33 cubic meters of invasive species and replanted over 3,500 native plants in the trails. We consider our work an act of healing and reconciliation as we replace colonial invasive species with indigenous plants, helping heal the land, return what was lost, and support the tradition of caretaking that the First Peoples continue to this day. Through this work of restoration, I've come to see that there's so many benefits of having a forest in our neighborhood. First, in the summer, it is 10 degrees cooler under the Douglas fir trees. When we have an atmospheric river, the forest floor helps mitigate flooding. The forest provides habitat for owls, bats, eagles, woodpeckers, and many migratory birds, while the forest also provides access to berries, including salmonberries, thimbleberries, saskatoon, and salal. and the community connections that come from stewarding a forested area. I often think I wish everyone in the city had access to a forest in their neighborhood. At the same time, we have competing pressures in the city: climate change, lack of available land, and housing crisis. Thanks to this motion, it addresses all these concerns by incorporating the Miyawaki or mini forest design. Starting in Japan in the 1970s by Akira Miyawaki, this form of afforestation is now spreading globally. It involves the dense planting of native species, trees, shrubs, ferns, and ground cover into small urban spaces, as small as 2 parking spaces. These dense plantings lead to faster growth, increased biodiversity, and climate change mitigation. These mini forests could be planted on the edges of new developments, existing transportation corridors, parks, school properties, and other land that's not ideal for proposed development. The motion supports many citywide and park board strategies and policies, including the Climate Change Adaptation Strategy 2024, which identifies urban forests as playing a vital role in their response to extreme heat, heavy rainfall, and drought. It also supports Vancouver Plan 2050, which proposes expanding habitat for wildlife and restoring ecological corridors, and other city strategies like Rain City Strategy, Biodiversity Strategy, and Vancouver Bird Strategy 2015. This mini but mighty motion just makes sense for our city and the future of our climate, and I encourage you to vote in support of it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 2, Catherine Munn. She's withdrawn. Okay. So Speaker 2 did withdraw. Speaker 3, Jillian McGuire. Not online. Okay. That is the end of the speakers list. Committee members, is there any discussion? Please add yourself to the queue. Councillor Orr.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Chair. I love the motion. I'm a little disappointed there isn't a pun in the title. Maybe something like "seeing the trees for the a forest." I don't know. I'm trying here. It's been a long day. Yeah, I really like this motion. I appreciate the work and care that went into this. I've always liked the idea of urban forests and native plants. It's a big sort of passion of mine. I've planted a ton of native plants on my communal roof deck. Sort of took over the whole roof deck there. And yeah, when everything works in collaboration and tandem, it's a beautiful thing, and it grows very strong and healthy. So yeah, I think as the motion says, that urban trees in the forest can contribute to improved air quality, reduced heat islands, improve climate resilience, and improve resident mental health and well-being, and this is a motion worth supporting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Orr. Councillor Klassen.
Thanks very much. Thanks to Councillor Fry for tabling this motion. Very interesting, and I know that certainly concerns around Heat Island have been sort of ever present, and creating a verdant environment here in the city of Vancouver. We live in a rainforest, but we also have gone through a huge drought this year. So having the ability to advance other ways of trying to provide sort of plant life and make it thrive here is something that is certainly worth exploring. And I note that there have been some recent things have done. Of course, our urban forest strategy that came forward just last spring, which I think was pretty groundbreaking. It also included a recommendation that was supported by council to look at the shade sails to try and provide cooling in harder places to try and cool down in the urban setting. And I was quite delighted. I know it probably didn't catch the attention of most of my council colleagues, but there was a memo that came forward from our city engineering team, and this is after a couple of years of pushing, but they have come forward with a framework for the new country lane design, which I have been asking for to try and add that as inclusion. But the one thing that I am sort of left with on this is we've had I think we've tried here over time to do things like wilding, and it's had sort of mixed success. And I know that when we tabled our original 2023 budget, there was a lot of discussion about making sure that we provide additional resources to make sure that they keep the streets and boulevards particularly clean and tidy. And I know it's sort of, we started to see things get overgrown. We started to hear negative feedback from people in the city. And so this is one area that I would like for us to be sort of fully flush out as part of this motion. And so I'm actually going to send a referral motion that I can send to my council colleagues right now. This would be a motion to refer to staff for information as part of the ongoing urban forest strategy and ecological network implementation, which council has already approved, with consideration for maintaining a neat and tidy public realm. And it's really just sort of taking the ideas put forward as part of Councillor Fry's motion, putting it through the lens of our existing strategy, and making sure that it aligns with essentially the values that I think a lot of us share in terms of making sure that the city looks well maintained and well kept in terms of our green space. So I'll just send that right now, and I'll give everyone a moment to take a look at that. So I would like to, yeah, thanks very much.
Okay, I'm happy to second.
By Councillor Joe. Okay. And this is a referral motion.
Yes.
Okay. So we've got that in our email. We'll just wait to get that up on the screen. It'll just take a minute. Okay, so we do have that up on the screen. That was seconded by Councillor Joe. Councillor Fry to the referral.
Yeah, I mean, I don't love the referral of this because I don't feel that this is entirely necessary to maintain a neat and tidy public realm. I think that is independent of any kind of, like, we have lots of multiple species plantings that are maintained to a neat and tidy standard, regardless of how they, whether they're with a tree or with a small forest. But if it brings some comfort and satisfaction to Councillor Klassen in the context of some of his aspirations on that neat and tidy, I suppose it's agreeable. But I would much rather we just move forward more vociferously with this. But I will support this in the interest of moving things along.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Fry. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone else on the queue to speak to the referral. Oh, Councillor Orr, go ahead.
Yeah, I just think, I mean, I understand, again, I appreciate the concern over tidiness, but I just think that the climate crisis kind of outweighs that. This is a existential crisis facing us, and this is something that the city can do to make our tree canopies better for people facing heat domes, you know, in our city. You know, I don't see the importance in tidiness, but yeah, I'll still support it just because I want the idea to go forward to staff. But thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no one else to speak to this, let's take it to the vote, please. Okay, that passes unanimously. Thanks, everybody. That completes item 8. Our last motion is item 9. Motion 9, strengthening public trust and transparency through full disclosure of total council compensation, and is to be moved and introduced by Mayor Sim. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict to disclose? Okay, I'm not seeing anybody. So Mayor Sim. You have 2 minutes to introduce your motion.
Thank you. I would have loved to seen someone declare a conflict on that one, but okay. Transparency, accountability, and the responsible stewardship of public funds are essential principles in trust in elected officials and local government. Now, over the last few years, the public has had a lot of questions for elected officials across Metro Vancouver about their compensation. And I understand why. As elected officials, we have a responsibility to be transparent to the public where their tax dollars are going, especially when it pays our salaries. But our salaries aren't the only way elected officials are compensated, as taxpayer funding pays for expenses such as travels, and stipends to regional bodies like Metro Vancouver and others. This motion will build on the work of Councillor Daniel Fontaine in Westminster and Councillor Cash Heed in Richmond as we work together to address the issue of transparency across the region at a time when taxpayers are looking for clarity and answers. My motion directs our team members to prepare and publish an annual public financial disclosure report that will publicize the total compensation received by myself and my colleagues on Vancouver City Council. This will include compensation from our appointments to taxpayer-funded external agencies and organizations like Metro Vancouver, TransLink, UBCM, and FCM. It will also include an itemized list for each elected official, including salary and benefits, per diems and stipends, reimbursements, and travel, and any other compensation received in the course of official duties. The City of Vancouver will help lead the way in accountability to residents when it comes to how their tax dollars are paying elected officials and provide them with the regular, clear answers that they have been asking for.
Okay, thanks, Mayor Sim. Can I get a seconder, please? Seconded by Councillor Joe. Any discussion, please add yourself to the queue. We don't have any speakers on this item. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, well, as we'll all know, I've been a big advocate for transparency and accountability in these chambers, so I very much support the intention of this motion. I think it's the right thing to do, and I think it's going to be something that answers a lot of questions for members of the public. Now, I do have a couple of helpful amendments that I'd like to submit, so I'm going to do that right now.
It's going to move us to an amendment queue. We wait for those.
Okay. Obviously the language of this refers to appointments, and I get the intention of this. But for instance, I'm not appointed to anything. I was elected to UBCM. So in the interest of that transparency, so that I'm included, I've added election, so that it could reference the fact that I'm an elected UBCM member. And similarly with secondments, many of my colleagues here are seconded to different committees, or they show up as the alternate and stuff. And I think that's more what their role is rather than an appointment. And then also adding the addition of internal City of Vancouver paid positions. Most of the council, with the exception of Councillors Maloney and Orr and I, do also serve as acting mayor, deputy mayor, and duty councillor, which does impart an additional salary. So adding those for a little bit more substance, which I would hope would be a supportable thing.
Can I get a seconder to the amendment? Councillor Joe, thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Happy to support this. I know that Councillor, oh, you can tell it's time for food break. Fry, no pun intended, is appointed, I know, to the National Zero Waste Council, I believe. But yes, there are a couple elected positions like Councillor Dominato and Councillor Fry Councillor Dom is appointed, Councillor Fry for UBCM, and so on and so forth. I think that the acting mayor, deputy mayor, and duty councillor is kind of inherent because the City of Vancouver already reports out on that. It's part of councillor total compensation. We have a report that covers it, but I don't mind repeating it. So yeah, happy to support it.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. I need to see the chair, and the vice chair is not present. So would I see to Councillor Klassen? Okay, Thanks. Yeah, I'm very supportive of this move as well as the amendment. I think the public has a right to know transparently what our compensation is for our roles and responsibilities, and they shouldn't have to go to 10 different websites to find that information and go through Sophie reports for different organizations or boards that we're appointed to. So I think it makes a lot of sense to have all that information in one place. And I'd like to thank Mayor Sim for bringing forward this this motion. I think it's important to be transparent and have no concerns with it. Very supportive. So thank you. And I'll take the chair back. Councillor Klassen.
Yeah, I think I'm going to echo some of the things I've heard from my colleagues here. Very supportive of this motion and of the amendment as well. Having spoken to people who have tried to track down some of this information, it is quite cumbersome. They're usually often buried in statement of financial information reports across several organizations. So this will just be a way for us to make sure that anybody who wants to look this up can see it immediately, and I think really that was always the intent, and so this just puts a finer point on that. So very pleased to support the mayor's motion and this amendment. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Councillor Klassen. Okay, so let's vote on the amendment, please. Okay, that passes unanimously. We'll now go back to the main queue. Councillor Fry, any further comments?
Yeah, thanks. Actually, I'm going to submit a second amendment, and this is to the other portion of that.
Okay, I'll just take us to the...
This reflects some other comments that we've generally heard. And this is to the second portion of the mayor's enactment. And the first bit is about records of attendance or time on task. One of the things that comes up often is are we doing the work? What are we getting paid for? Did they show up? What's the attendance record? I think that's probably a useful piece to include, because just the monetary value without the attendance doesn't really paint the full picture. And I think, you know, the idea is that this compensation is, of course, for the work that we do, and it should sort of reflect that. So it's not just about the money, but it's also about, no, they're doing this work as well. The second piece is, and also this is, you know, I've heard a number of critiques of the mayor. I think Mike Howell had reported on expensed vehicle rental at the mayor's office, and recently it came up the personal security costs, which I support for the mayor. Obviously, he's had some threats, but I think that those are also pieces that should probably be added to this sort of, compensation conversation. So I'll leave that there.
Councillor Kirby, oh, sorry, we need a seconder for that amendment. Councillor Orr, okay, thanks. Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, thanks. Isn't this already covered? Because I'm looking at the language in the motion on the further that, and it talks about expense reimbursements, any allowances, travel-related compensation, et cetera. I think that an expense vehicle rental would be, and any falling under the umbrella, excuse me, and already referenced under expense reimbursement. So I think that's here. And so I don't think we need it. I think it's redundant, but I'm also keenly aware, I will say keenly aware of security concerns against elected officials, and some of them are uncomfortable, some of them are real, and I think that security should have, before we blithely pass an amendment around that, I think we should give consideration to the fact that there is some confidentiality that should happen around security. I do not personally experience the same level of, I'm choosing my words very carefully here, of security level threats or concerns that the mayor does, but I have received my share of them in terms of ranging from unsavory to actual concerns where I have been advised by corporate security in terms of being aware and of them watching movements, and I don't think that a financial disclosure motion is the place to have a security discussion, and I think that every single person in this chamber that is elected, regardless of party affiliation or role, deserves to know that they can have full security support if it is needed. I don't want to play politics with security. I don't want to compromise security, but I feel like the expense piece is covered, and Yeah, it is hard to emphasize that point, and to convey that unless you have been the subject of it, and I'm just going to leave it at that. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Montague.
Yeah, thanks. I have a pretty extensive background in the security aspect of these things. I understand where Councillor Fry is coming from. I wholeheartedly supported his last amendment, but I cannot support this one simply for the fact that there's no way that I will support the release of any information about personal security for the mayor or any other councillor in this chamber. It can be extremely hazardous, extremely dangerous to start releasing information on personal security. So I will not support.
Thanks, Councillor Montague. Councillor Joe. Oh, sorry. Or did you take yourself off the queue, Councillor Joe? Okay, Mayor Sim.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to talk about myself in the third person here. Forget about myself for a sec. I want everyone to put on the lenses, when they hear me say what I'm going to say as the future mayor. A mayor that is not Ken Sim, but the next mayor of the city of Vancouver and all of our elected officials. In the context, let me paint a picture for you here. I have multiple situations where people have come to my house. I had to get extracted from City Hall because a couple hundred protesters found out about a confidential in-camera session and they knew exactly where we were. I've been accosted as far down as Seattle by Vancouverites who don't share our political beliefs. We've had someone light a car on fire with 100 liters of accelerant. We have had death threats, and by we, I say more than myself. Other councillors in this chamber have had death threats, significant death threats, online hate. The list goes on and on. And so, I think it's incredibly reckless to disclose anything when it relates to personal security. Let me paint a picture for you here. And this is going to be an extreme example. Let's say the security costs for a whole year was $5. What that tells anyone who's looking at doing something is there isn't a lot of security there. Let me paint another extreme example. Let's say there's a lot of death threats and for whatever reason, the security bill was $10 million. I don't think that we want elected officials in here, the future mayor of the city, the future councillors of this place, to have to worry about an accountant saying, well, should it be 8? Should it be 3? Should it be $400,000? We're going to do a trade-off between the security of elected officials and, anyways, this is deeply personal, and it's not just for me. It is for everyone that's in this chamber and our team members as well. Maria P., I'm not going to mention her last name, when there were the protesters that came by here and we had to get extracted out of here, someone, when she was trying to enter the building, someone shoved her from behind her and pushed her into a wall. Okay, so while you may think, or people may think that, this is cute or, disclosure of this, anyways, it is quite reckless, and I wouldn't wish it upon anyone that's in this chamber. And I hope this never happens, but if anyone in this chamber needed security, if they were worried about getting shot, like individuals have in the last week, a profile, I can tell you as the mayor of the city of Vancouver, there will be no budget restrictions on making sure that you and your family can come to this chamber safely and you can perform your duties. And so I cannot support the disclosure of security costs. Not for me. I'm talking about for everyone here and going forward. It's incredibly reckless.
Thank you, Mayor Sim. Councillor Fry.
Okay, so first off, I just want to apologize. I am not trivializing security or safety concerns. I am reflecting on what is out in the public universe. So September 11th, $527,000 spent on security detail for Vancouver Mayor, police say. That's out there in the public. I didn't write the story, it's in the public. So Similarly, Dan Fumano wrote an article talking about leasing a Ford Explorer for $37,000. These are in the public realm. So all I'm suggesting, and I mean, again, not trivializing the security concerns whatsoever, but it's just part of the larger kind of ecosystem of expenditures that we would otherwise be talking about kind of putting in one place for folks to digest. That's all the intention is. And I mean, if it makes folks more comfortable that it's a sensitive thing, I mean, obviously it's getting reported either way, regardless of how. So if I thought it was just a bit more transparent, but I totally get that you legitimately, and I do honestly apologize because I know your family is also in the mix, and I'm not trivializing it at all. I'm just reflecting that it's out there. But I'm happy to see that part striked. I do think that the other piece is more salient. I don't want to lose that part. So, yeah.
I could go to Mayor Sim again. Are you working on an amendment, Councillor Fry? I wasn't clear.
I mean, I could, yeah.
I'm not suggesting anything. I was just
I
looking
sure
for clarity.
I can do that while Mayor's talking.
Okay, maybe while you do that, we can move to Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, I sent an amendment to strike that line. Clerks have it.
Let me
You can put it on
we're in the
screen.
amendment queue. Please continue, Councillor Kirby-Young.
That's it. I sent the amendment to strike that line. I think I think the conversation's happened.
Sorry, I just need a moment here. It's an amendment to the amendment. Apologies.
Correct.
We need to go to amendment Q2. Sorry. Thanks for your patience. Councillor Kirby-Young, I've got your amendment. Please continue.
Yeah, I don't think it requires further discussion, so I'll just let the clerks put it on screen. Thanks.
Okay, so got the amendment on the screen? Not yet. We need a seconder for the amendment. Councillor Montague, thank you. And we'll just wait to get that on the screen. This is an amendment to the amendment. Mayor Sim, did you want to speak to the amendment to the amendment? No. Okay.
Myself off. Thank you.
Okay. It was Councillor Montague, yeah. Okay, so let's vote on the amendment to the amendment, please. Okay, that was passed unanimously. So we'll now go back to Amendment Q1. The amendment as amended. Councillor Kirby-Young, any more comment?
No, thank you.
Mayor Sim?
Yeah, sorry, can we pull up the amendment?
The amended amendment. We can head on the screen, I believe. Yeah, we'll just be a moment. Yeah, no worries. We'll just wait a minute. Okay. So this is the amended amendment, or is it?
Sorry, no, I thought the last vote was just on Councillor Kirby's Young
was the amendment.
strike through. So
It
we
was.
still have the time and attendance thing to discuss, right?
The only portion that was struck was the expense vehicle rental and personal security. We're just going to get up on screen.
I thought yours was an amendment Q2.
Technical issue.
Right? Councillor Fry's was yeah, okay, perfect.
Thank you. Okay, so we've coming up on the screen shortly. There we go. Okay, great. So this is the amended amendment. Mayor Sim, sorry for the delay there, but please go ahead.
Okay, sorry, can I, okay, so, sorry, just a question to the mover. So what is the reason why you are asking for records of attendance or time on task? Sorry, through the chair.
Yeah. And the mayor's clock's been going this whole time, by the way.
Sorry.
Yeah, fundamentally, it's just because that often comes up in the conversation around compensation. It's like, what was their attendance record? And I think on the flip side of it, I think that by demonstrating time on task, like many of us do the work because it's actual work. And, Mike goes to Metro and reads thousands of pages of reports, and that's work. And he should, it should be kind of included in there to suggest that he's not just taking money, but he's doing the work as well. And I think that's important to,
thank you,
because I do feel that in the absence of that,
I got it. Okay. And so I won't be able to support that section of the amendment. And I say this respectfully. I understand the intent of it, but it doesn't really get to the heart of, there's a concept, activity versus productivity. And I think when I look at this and let's say my role in what I do as an example, but I know I can speak for every single person in this chamber, it may give a misleading, the public a misleading view of what we're doing. And so I'll give you an example. In anyone's role as mayor of the city of Vancouver, literally sometimes you have to make trade-offs. Do you go to a council meeting or do you go to a police board meeting? And depending on, because they conflict, they're literally at the same time. And so this could be misleading, where you could have an administration or a period of time where there has to be a lot more focus on the police board because you're hiring a new police chief, or there's like significant challenges on the streets that you have to deal with, as an example. The other thing it misses is the fact that there will be times where every single person in this chamber may have opportunities where you can have a significant impact on the city beyond being in this chamber. We do have 11 people in this chamber, and it should be able to run with a few people missing. And I'll give you a couple of examples of when people are missing. For example, marketing on Web Summit. That will translate into $500 million of economic activity to the city of Vancouver. So if someone missed a couple of council meetings for that, are we going to penalize them for that and encourage them not to do that? Last of Us, going down to Los Angeles, took a couple of days as an example. I don't even know if I missed a council meeting or not, but I'm giving you an example. And, did we get Last of Us by ourselves? Absolutely not. But if we moved the needle 0.5% and that was the difference between them filming here versus not, and that's hundreds of millions of dollars of economic activity and jobs, we'll do it every single time. We haven't had a situation today where I had to leave 2 hours with the city manager and our team members to speak with a high profile, super intelligent financier in the city of Vancouver, because we have $3.4 billion of assets that are losing about 10% of their purchasing power every single year. That's $300 to $400 million of purchasing power that's lost. So we left this chamber for 2 hours to do that. But if we pass that amendment as stated, we are going to start to reward people or discourage people from doing real work, being productive and getting results. And we will make them focus on FaceTime and activity, which would not necessarily be productive. So I think we're all fully functioning adults in this chamber. I believe we should be leaving it up to those individuals to see where they can best spend their time to further the city scorecard. And this actually, goes in the opposite direction. So I can't support that part of the amendment.
Thanks, Mayor Sim. Councillor Montague.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just to backtrack just slightly, Councillor Fry mentioned that there was a few numbers floating around the public realm already, and I'm glad that line was struck, because regardless of anything that's floating around in public realm, the last thing I want to do is help the media in reckless reporting, reckless and dangerous reporting, which is what I think they're doing when they start diving into some of the things like that. As far as the amendment as it is now, I couldn't have said it any better than the mayor. I don't know how you quantify time on task. Unfortunately, what happens is the media quantifies it as vote count. And we all know that there's way more to this job than sitting at these desks and casting a vote, right? There's 11 of us in here. We don't need all 11 of us all the time. Whether it's personal matters or business matters, there are times we're not going to be here. And to politicize this through things like vote count and unable to quantify time on task when people are actually doing real work outside of this chamber, I can't support this either. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, I'm a practical kind of person, and I'm going to cut to the chase and be brief. And that is that we already have voting records and council attendance. That's already covered. It's published. It's part of the public record. Anybody can find it on the City of Vancouver website right now. Same thing with any other Metro Vancouver ones. I also want to give clear direction. So you can, one, sort of the attendance of meetings is done. I don't know how you quantify time on task. If I added up all the time I'm spending, I think it would be a pretty dire read, to be honest, and I'd be getting less than minimum wage because you're reading reports at midnight or 1 a.m. because I've got another thing at 8 o'clock and I've got another thing I'm chairing in the afternoon and I haven't a chance to read through them yet. And if you want me to spend how many events on weekends and what I'm doing, or the fact I was trying to grab a bite there because I'm supposed to be at 2 different places the community would like me to be at now that has value, but I'm here. This is the thing that gets counted, but I actually think adding it up, I don't even know how you would quantify time on task, or you would have a methodology that would be, and maybe it comes from my undergrad background, you'd have a methodology that was actually consistent, that could be consistently reported out. Attendance records can, but they don't equate necessarily to value, as Mayor Sim said, but regardless, it's a metric that is already available on the City of Vancouver website, and you can pull down voting results at your whim, and anybody that's watching could do that right now if they wanted to go to the City of Vancouver website. So I'd rather honestly be spending this time right now on doing something that's valuable for the city than having a debate about something that's already covered and when time and task really cannot be fully quantified. So I'm hoping we can just get through this and move on.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I won't belabor it, but I mean, I think that when the mayor is going down to do The Last of Us or whatever conference, he's on leave for civic business. That's not on leave for personal business. That is time on task. That is part of your job, and that's would be accounted to. And all I'm saying is that I think taken out of context, just a big number. Oh, look how much money they're making. What are they doing for it? I read in the paper that Ken Sim's attendance record is XYZ. I'm trying to actually add a little bit more color to it and transparency. It's fine by me if this is something that people feel is onerous. And that's why I put it in as or time on task. It's really just about, just because I do know that there's a lot of work that goes on, that it just, if you look at it as a big number, it doesn't reflect the amount of work that many of us in these chambers actually do. And that's the point, I think. I know that like Councillor Bly is traveling around Canada doing all this FCM work that she gets compensated for as the president, but it's a lot of work. But taken in isolation, what does it mean? You know, it's just a number. So that's all.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Joe.
Yeah, so just want to follow up Councillor Fry's point. I think we all have different responsibility at different levels of government. Like, for example, Councillor Bly, you mentioned, and I think she missed the most number of votes in the first 2 years, much more than any of us. Why? Because she has another very important federal responsibility. Go there on behalf of City of Vancouver, and we want to support this work. We don't want to penalize that. But there's some caveats why people missing votes or not present, but it doesn't mean we should penalize them. So just different perspective of Councillor Bly. I think we shouldn't penalize any council members because they have other responsibility and they miss the votes. So just for that, I'm not going to support. Yeah.
Thanks, Councillor Joe. Councillor Orr.
Yeah, thanks. So just one thing about the idea of that this is punishing people or dissuading people from doing this extra civic work, which, as Councillor Fry mentioned, would be time on task. It is would be leave of absence for civic business. Any more than the original spirit of the motion would dissuade people from being on any of those boards, right? And it's just to match that spirit to a little more, as Councillor Fry said, color, to show that this is a work. And I appreciate Councillor Kirby-Young saying it is so much work. I think if people saw the compensation with how much work is actually being done, I mean, I don't know, maybe people wouldn't ever run for council because it is a lot of work. But I mean, I just think it's supporting the original intent of the motion just with a little bit more granular detail. And I think that's great. Transparency is transparency. So I will support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, see no one else to speak to the amendment. We're going to vote on it, please, if we go to the voting panel. That's correct, yeah. What's on the screen right now? Hold a second here. We voted on the amendment to the amendment, and now we're voting on the amended amendment. Don't believe so, but I can confirm with the clerks. Can we go to amendment Q? Yeah. Okay, so just for clarity, it was as I stated previously. We're voting on the amended amendment, and then we're going to go back and vote on the motion as amended. Go ahead, Councillor Correa.
I know I popped out of the room quickly, but I didn't think I missed a vote, and I, for example, did not vote. Did we vote on the time and attendance? Because I would have thought that would have failed, and I see it still in there. So I'm sorry if I lost where you are.
Is your issue maybe that the text on the screen is incorrect? I have to review it.
Because we were looking, you said we're voting the amended amendment, and the text showed it included that time on task language. So I think that might be creating the confusion.
I do not believe that was struck from the...
But we haven't voted on that piece of it. I had an amendment to the amendment, which we voted on. We did not vote on Councillor Fry's original amendment. That is my point.
Maybe we can just take a recess for like 2 minutes while we sort this out. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to join online.
Okay, everybody, thanks for your patience. Sorry for the delay. We're going to resume, and we're going to vote on the text that's on the screen currently, which is the amended amendment. And I understand from the clerks that that was seconded already. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. So just so everyone is clear what we're voting on, it's the text that's on the screen. So please cast your vote in the voting panel.
Eric, can I get a vote assist in opposition, please?
Yes, I can do that for you. Okay, that fails with myself in opposition, Councillor Kirby-Young in opposition, Councillor Montague in opposition, Councillor Klassen in opposition, Mayor Sim in opposition, and Councillor Joe in opposition. Okay, so now we're going to go back to the main motion. Is my understanding. Is that correct? Yeah. As amended. And we'll just get that up on the screen just so we're clear. Okay.
Eric, point of privilege. Are we voting yet?
No, we're just waiting for the clerks to get the motion as amended on the
Thank you.
screen. No problem. Sorry for the delay. That's not the content that's on this. That's not the correct content. Is it? Is that correct? Okay. 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 So that's the motion as amended. And Councillor Fry, any comments? I see you on the queue. Okay. Let's take it to a vote. Oh, sorry. Yeah, is that all of it or is it cut off? That's what I can't tell. There's nothing below. Okay. So there is a bit more.
Motion that I had amended, and then Councillor Kirby-Young amended the amendment. There's a whole further that piece.
That was voted down.
The whole thing was lost.
Yeah.
It was just lost, yeah. We just voted on it.
Oh, well, all right.
This is the original motion.
You would have to amend it again.
With your First Amendment.
Okay, so we're clear on what we're voting on. It's what's on the screen.
I think that's a mistake.
Yep.
This is the main motion as amended. We vote
can I have
on
a vote
this.
assistant?
Municipal salary.
Are we ready to vote on this, or is there another concern around the accuracy of what's on the screen? Is correct? Okay.
Chair, can I have a vote assist in favor?
So if I may, I mean, the original motion did have like a whole further that this annual report shall include the complete itemization of each council. Like it was the mayor's original motion that part didn't actually, I don't believe that's what we were voting on.
Okay.
I added two separate clauses in an amendment. Councillor Kirby-Young struck one of them in the amendment to the amendment.
Yeah.
And then and then my original amendment, which added the time piece, failed. And that would have left the mayor's piece intact.
Okay.
Further that.
I'm just going to suggest, and I hate to do this because I know it's been a very long day. We just need another few
Look
minutes.
at me looking out for you, Ken.
Go take a recess.
Get it all there.
Okay. Thank you for your patience. So we are going to vote now on the motion as amended, which is currently on the screen. So let's go to the voting panel.
Eric, may I have a vote assist in favor of Councillor Kirby-Young, please?
Yes, thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. Mayor Sim, yes, thank you. Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, that item is now complete. And we will adjourn the standing committee portion of this meeting as it is now complete, and we'll now convene in council with Mayor Sim as chair to deal with recommendations and actions from today's committee meeting. So over to you, Mayor Sim.
Thank you very much. Okay, we will now convene in council to deal with the recommendations and actions from today's standing committee on policy and strategic priorities meeting and other items on the agenda. Can we please get a roll call?
Mayor Sim and the chair, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Present.
Councillor Dominato. Not here. Councillor Bly is on a leave of absence for civic business all day. And pardon me, Councillor Dominato is on a leave of absence for civic business as well. Councillor Fry. Councillor Montague.
Present.
Councillor Klassen. Councillor Meisner.
Present.
Councillor Joe.
Present.
Councillor Orr. Councillor Maloney. You have quorum, Mayor Sim.
Thank you very much. Now, we need a motion to adopt the committee's recommendations for reports 1 through 9 and council member motions 1 through 9.
Second.
Thank you very much. All those in favor say yay.
Okay.
All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Urgent business. Council, are there any items of urgent business? For instance, are there any leave of absence requests needed prior to the next meeting cycle on October the 7th, 2025? A reminder that these requests should be submitted in writing to the clerks through the amendments distribution list. And I have one. Do I have to see the chair? Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Then I don't. Okay. So seeing no one in the queue, bylaws. We have 3 bylaws on the agenda for enactment. Before we begin this agenda item, does anybody wish to declare a conflict of interest? Nope. Okay. Bylaws 2 and 3, for bylaws 2 and 3, council members absent for these items at the public hearings need to have reviewed the proceedings, including the video clip, to be eligible to vote. Bylaw 2 was from the public hearing on December the 12th, 2023. Councillor Maloney, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting on the enactment? Great. Councillor Orr? Thank you. Bylaw 3 was from the public hearing on January the 21st, 2025. Councillor Maloney, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting on the enactment? Great. Thank you. Councillor Orr? And I have not, and I will not as well. Would someone like to move the motion to adopt bylaws 1 through 3? Councillor Montague, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Joe. Thank you. Council, is there any discussion? Okay. All those in favor say yay. Okay. All those opposed say nay.
Yay.
That was a yay. Thank you. Great. All those opposed say nay. Great. The motion carries unanimously. The list of approved bylaws can be found on the city's website. Would someone like to move a motion to adjourn? Councillor Montague, seconded by Councillor Orr. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great. The motion carries unanimously. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone.